Sabres get back in the win column after a 5-3 win over the Predators in Nashville last night.
Near corner behind the net for Riley again. Bryson careful not to reach in too much. Comes back to the line for a blast. Rebound up in the air. It did not cross the line, and somehow Alex Lyon keeps this one out.
Noah Ostlund scored 2 goals. Consta Hellenis scored his first goal. Peyton Krebs and Tage Thompson also scored. They're next in action tomorrow against Montreal on the road with puck drop set for 7 o'clock, and all of your action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Following the firing of head coach Sean McDermott after 9 seasons, we'll finally get some answers as Bills general manager Brandon Beane and owner Terry Pegula will be speaking with the media today at 10 a.m. That'll be carried for you right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No word yet on who the Bills could be bringing on for head coach interviews, but Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady getting another interview, this time with the Cardinals for their head coaching vacancy. He's already interviewed with Baltimore, Las Vegas, and did speak with Atlanta before they hired Kevin Stefanski. He also is reported to have a second interview with Baltimore this week. Around the NFL, Mike McDaniel withdrawing his name from consideration for the Browns head coaching vacancy. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that McDaniel is expected to become the Chargers' new offensive coordinator. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero is reporting the Steelers will interview former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for the team's head coaching vacancy today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Cold.
It is cold. And
It's going to get colder.
I, for one, surrender to our new hockey lord, Consta Hellenis, the new best player in the NHL. Those are the rules. He's now the best player in hockey.
Is he the all-time leader for the Sabres in points per game? He should just retire right now.
Can we get a statement from McDavid? Connor,
how does it feel to be the second
Connor,
best player
appears
in the world?
someone has eclipsed your ability. Consta Hellenis is now king of hockey.
Yeah.
Nathan McKinnon, a thought, please. Cale Makar, what do you think of his game?
Yep. Crosby.
Pass the torch.
Alex, are you afraid that your goal record might not be as safe as you maybe thought?
Right. Mr. Howe, you're often referred to as Mr. Hockey. I'm not sure how long you can hold that title.
Yeah. He was great.
Yes, he was.
3 points in the first period. I mean, the kid line.
Gordie Howe died. Sorry.
I was going to let you go.
We'll ask his estate.
Yeah. The kid line.
How about I asked Lindy yesterday, how far into a career? He got 15 shifts. He got 10 minutes. How many, I kind of asked, how many shifts do you need? How many minutes do you need to see what this guy's game is? He's like, I thought he did pretty well. Next period, 3 points.
Yeah.
All right. Good. He's good.
And they were buzzing every time they were out there.
Yeah.
That line was just all over him. First period, I mean, they could have had another goal or two. I mean, it was every shift maybe they scored on, so maybe they couldn't have had another goal or two. But all three of those guys were just incredible in that first period. They're all fast. They all seem to be pretty good in their own end, by the way. If they care about that and all the two-way stuff, I don't know. They don't look like rookies to me. This is more true of Ostlund and Benson.
They did get caved in pretty good in the second period. The second period I was watching, and they were. But that's going to happen with that line.
Yeah.
But they flashed both that first period and the second period. They were getting hemmed in by the Forsberg line pretty good.
Yeah, that's right.
There was some rookie times too.
I feel like all of them were getting caved in the second period.
Correct.
Also.
That's their new plan?
I don't know.
To get a lead and then just kind of give up most of it and hold on? They've done that a bunch in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, there were a couple wins. They did that against Vancouver, right? where they were up 4 and they gave up 3 and then they had to hang on at
Was
the end.
that Montreal? No, I don't think 0506 was like that. Vancouver was that.
One.
Vancouver, yeah, they're up 4-1. It goes to 4-3.
Yeah, there's another game, though, right around. In fact, I think it was next to the Vancouver game. So would that have been Philadelphia?
Maybe.
Yeah, they went 5-3 against Philly. They were up 4-2. Okay, kind of. That's not a 3-goal run. Yeah, Vancouver was the other one, though.
All right.
Just kind of like scrambling, panicky, and this is a game again. Yeah, that wasn't great. But when you build a 4-0 lead, it's why you're like an insane favorite, because you can play horribly after that, and you still are probably going to win the hockey game.
Well, they're in a wild card spot. They're in the 7th spot. Along the way in the last couple of weeks, like at the start of the season and through November, we pointed out how the Atlantic was a mess. Now it's the Metro that's a mess.
Yes.
The Sabres would be in 2nd in the Metro.
Yeah, how about that?
The 2-hole.
Yep.
They'd be playing Pittsburgh, who's 3 in the Metro, who they are ahead of. They're ahead of the Islanders on points. Or they're tied, but the tiebreaker on regulation wins. Like, all of a sudden, the Atlantic is tough, and now the Metro is one good team, and that's Carolina.
Which blows me away. Yeah. Boston's won 6 in a row. Like, what were they lost last night? They had won 6 in a row going into last night.
Yep.
I didn't see that. Montreal. They come back. They tie Minnesota last night. They win. I'm at a point now where I am now.
Montreal
I'm watching
games?
the other games.
Good.
That's a credit to how good the Sabres have gotten, where I've got the Sabres on the big TV, and then on my laptop, I'm putting on another game.
Nice.
And last night, that was Montreal, Minnesota. So I got mad when Cole Caulfield scored with 12 seconds left to win the hockey game. That means we're back. I think that means we're back all the way. So it's good. They would be in 2nd. They are 4 points back of Montreal, by the way.
Playoffs start today. They would play Carolina. Okay, it's not great. But fine, whatever.
It's fine. What are they? They don't win in the playoffs.
They just never win in Carolina, though.
Well, they win in the first round. Also that, yeah.
Well, good morning. Today on the show, we will talk with Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, at 7:30. We talk to him on Wednesdays, usually during the season. We'll get his thoughts, kind of wrap it up. Sal joins us at 9 from One Bills Drive. We'll be carrying a 10 a.m. press conference with Brandon Beane and Terry Pegula. And we're not sure how much Terry Pegula is going to speak, but maybe just introduce Brandon Beane. Either way, press conference today at 10 a.m. We will carry that for you. We will also all hang around through it and kind of give you instant reaction, a post-game feel before handing things off to the Extra Point Show and or Sabres Live, however long it goes. Beane does tend to go a good amount of time, and it'll take a lot of questions. So Joe Marino, 7:30, Sal at 9, and that press conference at 10. And along the way, all the fun you can handle in one cold 12-degree morning. That's my promise to you. I do have a good trivia question.
Okay.
Not to get to yet, and it's also a bit of a topic.
Right.
A trivia topic, if you will. I'll save that for you. It's about coach searches and all that. And starting to see now, teams are predicting or writers are predicting what this team will do and what they should do. And I've seen the Bills linked to an A.J. Brown trade idea multiple times.
Yeah.
So there will be so much time for that. And, today's a day where we're going to hear from the president of football and GM. He's both those things. And maybe find out some sort of path forward. I would, if you want to make predictions for today, I predict that the owner says he made the decision to make this change himself. That's something I predict. They'll try to kind of, shield Beane from the look of it being a takeover, which is being widely reported. And Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk, he picked up on the piece that Vic Carucci had. Vic has the insider information from the meeting 5 weeks ago, and I tweeted the link about that. And go to Channel 2's website, Carucci's Take 2, and make sure you get a look at that, because Vic's got great information on this. And Mike Florio's takeaway on it was there's a parallel. It's happening right now. Joe Shane and John Harbaugh are about to enter the world that McDermott and Beane were just in, which is they don't report to each other.
Right.
They're going to be equals. Wink, wink. And Shane, when asked about that, said, no one really has final say. I mean, on the piece of paper, it says that he does, but that's just a piece of paper.
Right.
My favorite response to that was from The Dark Knight Rises, where Bane puts his hand on the guy's neck to indicate, You think you're in control here? That was my favorite. So we're seeing the Giants have hired a coach who has more power than the GM right now. And one thing that Florio wrapped up at ProFootballTalk.com, he kind of made this point. There's currently no other candidate with the kind of leverage that Harbaugh had. Whoever gets the job, Bills, will be working for and answering to Beane. And if the coach concludes the roster isn't good enough, his best move will be to keep that opinion to himself. Mm-hmm. That's what Florio said. After Vic's reporting that McDermott, saying the roster wasn't good enough, didn't sit well with the owner and the GM. So anyway, there you go. That's kind of the precursor to today. That's the context going into today. How will the Bills spin it? Beane has been someone that in the past has tried to, wave the flag of Buffalo, just like McDermott has. And I don't know how much he can get away with that right now. People are feeling pretty sentimental about McDermott. We might start to finally turn the page on that. The Bills finally posted their tribute video to McDermott. Mm-hmm. I watched that, and it got me.
It was good.
It was really good.
It was really good.
It really got me. It kind of takes you through your life the last 9 years.
Yep.
And it got me.
So the flashbacks to his introductory press conference in 2017.
Sure, to things along the way that he said, and whether it's Snow Angels or whether it's the first time you win the division, or he's sitting there counting 5 straight AFC East titles. What if I told you after the first AFC title that it'll be multiple, and the first time he doesn't win it, he is gone?
Right.
That's really what it is. So it's going to be interesting. I think there's shock, there's frustration. I may be guilty of this sometimes too. We all do this in a game, or we all do this during the draft. You're so caught up in the moment that it feels like the moment is all there is. I am eager to see the direction they take.
Yeah.
I am of the belief that, maybe they fired the wrong guy, but whatever. They're going to go forward, and it can definitely get better from here. They could win 3 out of the next 5. I know that's dreaming, but still, it can get better. It also can get worse. So I'm kind of leaving space for what they do. And today's the first day where we get words on the record about what happened, what's going to happen, what the GM thinks, his defenses of criticisms about the roster or the inaction at the trade deadline. There's going to be a bunch of stuff to get to today. So I'm eager to hear it. I think it'll be very, very revealing.
If I had to guess at one thing that we're going to hear, and I kind of hope that we don't hear this direction, but I predict that we're going to hear more blaming of the defense in the postseason today. And that, when did you read Tyler Dunn's piece yesterday?
I did.
All the team source comments from in that also led me down that direction. Oh yeah, they're about to blame the defense again, which I'm not saying the defense has been perfect in these playoff games.
But they've been waiting to blame the defense.
But there has been been ignoring the fact that the offense has had chances to win in the previous 2 playoff games, and you can also, of course, make that argument about this last playoff game where the offense had not 1 drive to drive for a touchdown and win the game, not 2, but 3.
Yeah, right.
3 opportunities to go down and score a touchdown on the first 2 to win it, or a field goal on the last one, and we're not able to close the deal. And are we going to hear any acknowledgement today at all that the offense has let them down in 3 consecutive playoff games at the end? Or will it just strictly be, oh no, defense. That's it. Just the defense. Because I'll be looking for that. And if we hear only about the defense, I've been worried about them going back down the defensive rabbit hole for a head coach. And man, if that's how they sound today, I think that's only going to make me more entrenched in thinking that that's where they could go, which is not where I would like to see them go. But is that how Beane will sound today?
Could be.
Wouldn't you expect that it would be? It's how he's always sounded up to this point.
Does he
30 points, right?
Right. Does he think that if I have Brian Flores and Josh Allen, I'll win? Because I'll have a defense that won't give up 30 points.
Right.
Or if he thinks I have Jesse Minter in LA, the Chargers guy. Maybe. Those coaches
I'll be looking for that.
Those coaches, I wonder how honest will you feel you can be? Mm-hmm. You got a meeting with the GM and the owner. What do you think of our roster? Well, the last guy apparently said he didn't think it was too hot. Right. And you told him to get out of here with 5 AFC East titles. If Jesse Minter comes in and says, I don't really think it's that good, what are they going to say? Yeah, that's right. It's on me. I'll make sure I get you some better pieces. Is there a defensive transition where, are the Bills this year going to be selling transition year again? And if they win, it'll be endless, nobody believed in us kind of scenarios, which of 2 years ago worked really well, right? They went through a big transition. They got rid of team captains. I don't know. A different draft strategy, possibly. There are a lot of people that believe that the GM just did what the coach wanted, which I find it so difficult to square that the GM, who, per many reports, leveraged a power play to get the guy out of the building, was a patsy.
All right.
Like, that's kind of tough. Right. Like, this wallflower is just following orders of whatever the coach wants. All of a sudden, it's like, yeah, I won. Which is, again, a lot of the reporting about this. I don't know if there was a power play. I do know, and it's said many times throughout, they're not in lockstep. They have their disagreements. They are not a package deal. And that, to me, didn't mean they had to go or somebody had to go. But anyway, it's been a very dramatic week. And who knows if Beane will step in it today. We've seen GMs step in it before.
Yep.
So,
will he be combative? Will he be humble about it? Like, I think it would not be good for him to be combative, right? The fan opinion on this is, I think, pretty one-sided, right? Like, the idea that their roster is, I'm not saying there's nobody that believes this, but the idea that they are loaded with, the way Rappaport would have said it on NFL Network a couple days ago.
Many teams believe they're stocked with talent.
Right. The idea that that is what the case is, that McDermott was the head coach of some all-star team and couldn't get them to the Super Bowl. Like, what is it, 5% of the fans that feel that way? Like, the majority of the people that are going to be listening to you today don't agree with that.
No, they've watched you pour assets in the defensive line and not get things out of it.
Right. Joey Bosa was maybe the worst player on the team on Sunday, and he was your big free agent defensive end signing. So if they come out, if Beane comes out and sounds like combative on, no, this roster is great, what are you guys talking about? Then I think you're only digging yourself a deeper hole with everybody. That's how I would see it. Like, some humility on some level of, no, this team needs to be a lot better roster-wise. And not just, hey, let's just run it back with Taylor Rapp and Terrell Bernard at middle linebacker, and let's just do everything the same. Let's bring Bosa back. All right, let's just bring all the defensive personnel back and give it to a different person calling plays, and that'll go better. Like, if that's the message, or if that's the implied message today, then I don't think that's going to sit well with people.
803-0550. We'll get your calls in on this, anything you want to talk about. One thing I mentioned yesterday, I tweeted this out, and I'll say it again. Like, as soon as the Bills might want to, here's how I said it. The Bills might want to kind of guess/figure out, listen, if we start leaking some names, they'll stop talking about this situation.
Well, did you hear Diana Rossini yesterday on the Dan Le Batard show? The clip was circulating. I'll find it. She said something along the lines of that they don't really have the process figured out right now.
They haven't even
they weren't ready for it, which to me is amazing. If
this is unplanned,
right? That was, because then that sounds like this was an emotional decision to get rid of McDermott, and this hasn't been planned out for weeks and weeks.
No,
because if that's the case, that okay, you didn't really plan this out, and you're just kind of starting the engines this week, then when would we get names? Other than
if it's,
at least, but there's got to be one name. There's got to be two names that, without even going through a hiring process, you just watch the league and have an opinion of a person. Like, oh, I like this guy. I like the way the Seattle offense looked this year. Like, Kubiak could be a guy that they look at.
Not allowed, but you're not allowed to talk to him until he loses.
No, right. But
so you can't even really request permission.
No, but you could float something to one of the insiders. And say, I could see the Bills liking this guy.
Sure, they have every intention of reaching out to Kubiak, every intention, Davis Webb. Like, we're getting names speculated, but an insider saying that there's a first interview with, I joked yesterday, have an insider report they're considering Josh Allen player coach. Anything. Anything to get the attention off of the last 3 days.
You could talk to Dable right now. He's not employed by anybody.
Right. He's interviewed with the Eagles for the OC job. Mike McDaniel
Tennessee.
Looks like he is off the table, by the way. He's going to the Chargers.
Yes. Rappaport did say It's not unless did they announce it officially overnight?
He's expected to stay there and just go there.
Okay.
Like everybody seems to think he's just going to go. It's going to happen.
Rappaport said last night the only way that wouldn't happen is if one of the head coach jobs that he wanted materializes.
Okay.
But I would imagine if he's there and it gets to this point where everyone's talking like he's going there, he doesn't expect he's getting one of those head coaching jobs that he wants.
And that's Justin Herbert getting Mike McDaniel. Like,
I like that for him a lot.
That looks pretty good.
I like that for him a lot. I don't think he's really ever had a great coordinator. I mean, Kellen Moore maybe for a year, but Joe Lombardi, who was a dump-off artist at the beginning, and then Greg Roman, who's never run a good passing scheme in his life.
I saw on McDaniel, like, the heat map of where Tua throws the ball. Mike McDaniel had to play an NFL passing offense that never threw the ball outside the numbers. Like, he could not throw to the sidelines. And now he's got a quarterback. Picture, whatever. It's like Kramer when he has the lanes that are twice as wide on the freeways. Like, wow, it's so roomy out here. That's going to be Mike McDaniel's offense now. Like, wow, teams are going to have to defend the perimeter because my quarterback can get it there. So we'll see about that. Like,
but he's off the table.
He's probably off the table, and unless the Bills would reach out to him and say, like, we'll interview for the head coaching job. But I don't think they will. Mo in Connecticut. We'll get a lot of calls today. We'll chat about it. We'll recap the Sabres game with Paul at some point. Hey, Mo, good morning.
Thanks for taking my call. No, I just wanted to speak on why I think Beane just had to stay. I think Josh just sees that Beane is loyal to him, and he drafted him, and why bring in a new GM that doesn't have any loyalty to Josh, that could talk about him in the media negatively, that won't even want him, right?
Because Mo, that's not realistic. That another GM would not.
You never know.
It's not realistic that another GM would not want Josh Allen. I
just know Beane does for sure, and Beane is
every GM in the league wants Josh Allen. I mean,
And I just think with Sean, I think it's like a chef. You give meat ingredients. I don't know how to cook a certain meal. I think Sean we want a fine course meal, a fine cuisine now, and it's time to get some champagne. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Mo. There's no world that a GM doesn't want Josh Allen.
No,
or is going to speak negatively of him in the media.
You bring up the cooking analogy. The one thing that I have also seen sold or spun in the media, which I would imagine is coming from the Bills, is not only that, this roster was loaded with talent, but it is also, Sean wanted his specific type of guy on defense, which just goes to, like, some of the questions about, like, how much control did he have over the roster?
Right, penetrating defensive line and certain kinds of corners.
Can you only pick certain kinds of players on defense? Because I think the phrase I saw earlier in the week, I'm trying to remember which of the national guys had this, but that McDermott's defense is extremely mentally taxing. Like, it is like that's why all the old players come back all the time. It's why Poyer comes back. It's why White comes back.
I might buy that
because it's mentally. There's a lot mentally on that defense.
It's why it took Cole Bishop a year and a half to kind of get it.
It's why Kyrie Elam maybe never figured it out at all, despite the fact that he,
and again, he went to Dallas. He went to Dallas and was nothing, though.
No, that's right. Right. So, if that is one of these things that we hear come out of today, is that we are now more open to drafting different types of defensive players. Like, I wonder if that's viable. Because
sure, I think that's viable.
I think you have seen some examples of that over the years.
Aren't we immediately waiting to see if they draft a one-tech?
Right, they've really never drafted the traditional one-tech, right?
Right.
Didn't we do that last draft? Like, they had not picked one since, like, Beane's first draft, maybe? Like, they just don't really draft many interior defensive linemen at all.
No.
So, yeah, maybe they draft a different type of – I mean, you don't need a corner anymore. But corners and safeties and what?
But then,
all of it.
But then we get to, okay, the next coach comes in, and does he identify what players don't fit his system? Think about when McDermott and Beane came in. They immediately traded some players. Ronald Darby.
Watkins.
Sammy Watkins, Ronald Darby, like these guys don't fit.
Darius, after a few more weeks, was out of there.
Not my guy. My guy. Got to get the right kind of guys. So it will be interesting. And the shock and everything and the tributes for McDermott, I get a sense there are some Bills fans that are like, yeah, I like them too, but like, whatever. It's our team. He's gone. That's how this goes. That's how it goes with a lot of players. When, when Jordan Poyer leaves and goes and plays for the Dolphins, like, thanks, Poyer. Now you're on the other team.
Right.
You're the bad guy. Don't care. Also, McDermott has not been reported to have any interviews yet.
No.
So 803-0550, our phone number. Go to another call here. We'll get to Mark in Rochester quickly before the break. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Hey, guys, similar to what you were just talking about, would you say that maybe some coaches might think twice about the opening with the Bills? You know, a lot of people are saying it's a top position, but yes, you get Josh Allen, but you get a GM and a owner that would potentially fire you for criticizing any players. You also get salary cap issues, a long list of free agents that decisions need to be made on, where it might not be as hot of an idea as originally thought to be.
Yeah, you know, Mark, I think it's a fair point to just say that while Josh Allen makes you the very, very attractive job, that Brandon Beane might make you not as attractive a job. Like Benjamin Solak kind of said this, and we'll play this for you a little bit later, saying it might not be as attractive as you think. And Jacksonville last year is a good example of this. Granted, they finished like with at the top 5 pick, but they interviewed Liam Cohen, and he said, like, I don't take this job unless you get Trent Baalke out of here. And then they pushed Trent Baalke out.
Right.
Now, I don't know that anybody's going to just a new candidate's going to come in and convince Terry Pegula to, push Brandon Beane aside. I don't think so. That's, to me, what would make Brian Daboll the favorite. He would be probably comfortable working with him. Joe Brady also maybe as well. But, there's absolutely a part of it where you would say, wait a minute. Is my goal the Super Bowl or bust? How many years do I have to win the Super Bowl? How many years do I have to turn around this defense that you think is not very good enough? Well, you do think the roster is championship caliber. You know, like I'm going into a job, am I set up to fail? And it does depend on how hot the candidate is. Some of these guys want to strike while the iron's hot, and some of these guys are Ben Johnson, who waited for the right spot. I mean, Ben Johnson was a hot candidate for 2-3 years and finally left. So I remember people criticizing Johnson, like, who are you to not take a job?
Yeah.
Who else did this? Was it somebody else that was like didn't take jobs? Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh was like, he went to college, stayed there a while.
Yeah.
Then finally came back in the right spot.
Really?
It might have been because of what happened at Michigan.
Do we all really think Daboll is the type of person, though, that like if the roster wasn't up to caliber, would not say something about it?
I don't know. This all could just be like
how much of a thing is that for them, really?
Right.
That they would be, because again, Daboll's the type of person where I feel like he would just say it. He wouldn't care. So if you don't want that, then you're not hiring Brian Daboll. But how important is that to you? Like we're really going to be closed off to any criticism of the roster?
Sure, right. You might
from
just
your head coach
have a guy that you think is a better defensive coach. Like we'll listen to you,
and maybe that's just in public, right? Like maybe if McDermott doesn't say the things he did about the Jamarcus Ingram, Darius Slay conversation, or maybe when he's asked in the middle of the year whether he thinks it's a Super Bowl caliber roster, if he lies and says in front of everybody, "Yes, I do," then maybe it's not as big a deal as to why he was fired, right? Like, all right, like, hey, Daboll, whoever, Jesse Minter, you're our new head coach. Like, I'm good with you questioning it to me. Just don't lead the public to believe that in any way.
803-0550. We'll get your calls in, your thoughts, things you want to hear, questions you want to hear asked, and, of course, we'll carry the press conference live and deliver some live postgame as well. 803-0550. I'll get you that Benjamin Solak quote when we get back. I'll have Joe Kelly play that about the job. Is it as attractive as everybody thinks, or is it a lot like the team propped up by Josh Allen? 803-0550, the phone number here on WGR.
If I had to guess at one thing that we're going to hear, and I kind of hope that we don't hear this direction, but I predict that we're going to hear more blaming of the defense in the postseason today. And that, I mean, did you read Tyler Dunn's piece yesterday?
I did.
Like, all the team source comments from in that also led me down that direction. Like, oh yeah, they're about to blame the defense again, which I'm not saying the defense has been perfect in these playoff games,
but they've been waiting to blame the defense.
But there has been been ignoring the fact that the offense has had chances to win in the previous 2 playoff games, and you can also, of course, make that argument about this last playoff game where the offense had not one drive to drive for a touchdown and win the game, not 2, but 3.
Yeah, right.
3 opportunities to go down and score a touchdown on the first 2 to win it, or a field goal on the last one, and we're not able to close the deal. And are we going to hear any acknowledgement today at all that the offense has let them down in 3 consecutive playoff games at the end? Or will it just strictly be, oh, no, defense. That's it. Just the defense. Because I'll be looking for that. And if we hear only about the defense, like I've been worried about them going back down the defensive rabbit hole for a head coach. And, man, if that's how they sound today, I think that's only going to make me more entrenched in thinking that that's where they could go, which is not where I would like to see them go. But is that how Beane will sound today?
Could be.
When you expect that it would be, it's how he's always sounded up to this point.
I, for one, surrender to our new hockey lord, Konsta Helenius, the new best player in the NHL. Those are the rules. He's now the best player in hockey.
Is he the all-time leader for the Sabres in points per game? He should just retire right now.
Can we get a statement from McDavid? Connor,
how does it feel to be the second
Connor,
best player
appears
in the world?
someone has eclipsed your ability. Konsta Helenius is now king of hockey.
Yeah.
Nathan McKinnon, a thought, please. Cale Makar, what do you think of his game?
Yep. Crosby.
Pass the torch.
Alex, are you afraid that your goal record might not be as safe as you maybe thought?
Right. Mr. Howe, you're often referred to as Mr. Hockey. I'm not sure how long you can hold that title.
Yeah. He was great.
Yes, he
3
was.
points in the first period. I mean, the kid line.
Gordie Howe died. Sorry.
I was going to let you go.
We'll ask his estate.
Yeah. The kid line.
How about I asked Lindy yesterday, how far into a career? You got 15 shifts. You got 10 minutes. How many, I kind of asked, how many shifts do you need? How many minutes do you need to see what this guy's game is? He's like, I thought he did pretty well. Next period, 3 points.
Yeah.
All right. Good. He's good.
The Sabres get back in the win column with a 5-3 win over the Predators in Nashville last night. Noah Ostlund scored 2 goals. Konsta Helenius scored his first goal. Peyton Krebs and Tage Thompson also scored. It's a scoring extravaganza last night. They're in action tomorrow against Montreal on the road with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Following the firing of head coach Sean McDermott after 9 seasons, we'll finally get some answers as Bills general manager and president of football Brandon Beane and owner Terry Pegula will be speaking with the media today at 10 o'clock a.m. That'll be carried for you right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No word yet on who the Bills could be bringing in for head coaching interviews, but Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady getting another head coaching interview, this time with the Cardinals. He's already interviewed with Baltimore, Las Vegas, and he did speak with Atlanta before they hired Kevin Stefanski. He's also reportedly having a second interview with Baltimore this week as well. Around the NFL, Mike McDaniel is withdrawing his name from consideration for the Browns' vacant head coaching position. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that McDaniel is expected to become the Chargers' new offensive coordinator. And NFL Network's Tom Pelissero is reporting the Steelers will interview Cowboys' former head coach Mike McCarthy for the team's head coaching vacancy. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's good because Josh Allen's there. Don't get me wrong, I'd be very excited to coach with Josh Allen. But the guy outgoing, Sean McDermott, he had 7 consecutive seasons of 10-plus wins. He had 6 seasons of winning a playoff game, and ownership just told you that's not good enough. That's very challenging, I think, for a first-year coach to step into. It also is the case that the other guy who had a big hand in the Bills' failures, general manager Brandon Beane, got a promotion as a part of this firing. He's the president of football in Buffalo. You got to report to this guy now, and it's pretty clear he's got a lot of the power in that organization. McDermott and Beane disagreed on a lot of stuff. Number one was pass rush, right? They added so many players to the defensive line over the course of their time together in Buffalo. Just this offseason, Michael Hoyt and Joey Bosa in free agency, 3 of their first 4 picks, all on the defensive line, and yet they only pressured Bo Nix on 20% of his dropbacks in this game. It was the worst of all 15 of their playoff games. If you can't get after the passer, you can't win in the postseason. It's a big part of why McDermott's gone. Defensively, they just never had the juice in the front 4. But overall, I think Brandon Beane owns a much bigger part of that pie, a much bigger slice of it than people are acknowledging. And this is not a Joe Shane situation where John Harbaugh kind of steps in and retakes over all of football. No, Beane is still clearly the most powerful guy in Buffalo. That would turn me very off from this job.
Benjamin Solak of ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Hi, how are you? We're hanging out. We'll be here late today, putting in a long shift. We should, guys, we should order like a pizza or something, right? Nice little 10 a.m. pizza.
Breakfast pizza?
Not a breakfast pizza. Not a breakfast pizza.
Because he refuses to eat an egg in his
Just a
entire life.
10 a.m. pizza, not a breakfast pizza.
Man, he's never had a good breakfast pizza.
That's because I don't like breakfast pizza.
Have you actually had breakfast pizza, though?
No, I don't.
Well, that's what I mean.
I don't like.
No.
Well, eggs I find gross.
Really?
Okay. Oh, Joe Kelly doesn't know this?
No,
I don't like eggs. I just don't like eggs.
He's Al Michaels with vegetables. Just doesn't touch them, ever.
I try them like once every 2 years, and I do not like eggs.
See, though, like sometimes, like I don't really like tomatoes, but I like ketchup. Like sometimes the ingredient can work.
I don't like eggs,
else.
but I like cake.
And
cookie dough.
Sure.
Do you eat mayo on anything?
Very little. Little.
Is that because you know there's eggs in it?
No, I just don't really like mayo. You give me a spicy mayo, I'll put that on it.
All right.
On something.
Have you tried all styles of eggs? Nothing works?
Nothing. Nothing works.
Interesting.
Nope. Not a fan. So no breakfast pizza. Just pizza at 10 a.m.
Pizza.
We'll get 2 pizzas. We'll get a breakfast pizza for you and a regular pizza for me. Which one did you rather eat?
You know, right now the breakfast pizza with some bacon and a little bit of hot sauce over the top sounds like it could beat an 8 a.m. pepperoni pizza.
Sounds good.
We'll get that for you. Well, it's going to be 10 a.m., like 10:30.
Or 10 a.m., right.
Rich in Lakeview. Rich, good morning.
Hey, let me jump into that before we get going. Listen, the other Buffalo supermarket chain that doesn't begin with W doesn't do much well, but they've perfected the breakfast pizza, Jeremy. As the kids in high school say, the other chain without advertising for them, their breakfast pizza slaps, and if you didn't know there were eggs on there, there wouldn't be. So, and I'm not a breakfast pizza guy, but they won me over. So just putting that stuff in from a former not breakfast pizza guy, even the gas station version of it slaps.
No, everyone that's had breakfast pizza knows exactly what you're talking about and knows that you are 1,000% correct. Yeah. They're great at it.
So today, 10 a.m., no matter what is spoken, no matter what is said, I have a difficult time believing anything that comes out of one Bills drive. There's a multitude of reasons. I mean, I know you said the McDermott video was emotional, was well done. Guys, this is a social media group that has come up with that serial Thurman Thomas and Dolphin Kincaid that is intricately woven with every pop culture reference that even makes it. And they do that 27 seconds after a game is done using references from the game. So it's puppeteered, everything that's going on. Petulant with Beane, and I know you guys probably can't say so much, the infamy of his, but he seems like that kid on the old Twilight Zone that if you don't agree with him and what we're finding out about the roster construction, if you don't agree with me, you can say what you want, but I'm going to wish you away into the cornfield. And that's exactly what happened to McDermott. Whether it's right or wrong, I've been on the we have to do something different train, but again, look at the Sabres. The Sabres struggled for 14 years. What was the big move? They changed the game presentation guy, what we see on TV. All right? So now we get this pseudo Manning cast that former players talk over goals. It's the game presentation. In between periods, it's Facebook Marketplace. You have guys that are on air after losing streaks tell you it's great to have three goalies because, we have one to carry the equipment after a game all the time. So whatever their spin's going to be, I just comes off as disingenuous. Will it be great? They open the stadium, they go on a heater, they win. Will Sean McDermott become a footnote in history? But I just feel for Sean, that stadium's going to open, and it's going to be like your wife's new boyfriend driving the truck you still pay for in the divorce settlement.
Yeah,
I mean, it's terrible, and I just think this whole press conference is going to be nothing more than the Jedi mind trick. And unfortunately, in a small market, I think they can get away with it.
Thanks, Rich. The Cliff Notes there is like Beane has an image problem, and he has an image to repair, which, I mean, I don't know what the Bills are going to do about that, right? But he definitely has an image to repair with the fans.
Yeah, I mean, all you can really do about that is you make moves, and then you win. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, you say, it doesn't matter what they think about me. It matters what results I get on the field, and results will lead to people thinking that I'm whatever. Like, I don't know what they want to do about it. That's people ask, I got a bunch of, has he come on your station since then? The answer is yes. We talked to him the day they signed James Cook to an extension at training camp.
Yeah, like it just happened.
Yeah, and it was fine. It was fine. Like, there were no hard feelings carried through what happened, at least on our end. Just kind of like, all right. I mean, I disagreed, of course, still. In the moment, it felt like it was pretty intense. And then, all right, it's okay to spar. It's okay to disagree. It's okay to do all that stuff. But I reading, hearing, online, whatever, it's definitely clear. They probably know, whether it's national people. Also, I've got Beane getting mocked by people that I wouldn't expect to mock him. Like on the Pat McAfee show, McAfee kind of laughs when Bruce Arians says they don't have any players. He's like, yeah, that's right. Like, so, the league is kind of taking its shot at the idea that they are stocked with players, and they're trying to sell the idea that they do. Then again, like, if you want to flip the other side of this, because Carl Jones, I thought, made a good point on Twitter about, the Patriots roster is not elite, and they're one game away from the Super Bowl. And how much of that is Vrabel? How much of that is a little bit of luck? Right? Carl from Channel 4, who we talk to from time to time. And I thought, when's the last time the Bills overachieved in terms of how far they went? And the answer to that is they really don't, because their achievement is the Super Bowl. Right. Their proper bar has been set very, very high at the Super Bowl. Did they overachieve defensively this year? I could make the case, given the roster that they had, that defensively they did an incredible job and they overachieved on that side of the ball. But head coach overseeing everything didn't get them to a spot where they overachieve. And Vrabel in year one has overachieved. And I think Vrabel multiple years in Tennessee did overachieve with Ryan Tannehill as well. Mm-hmm. So, if you're talking just CEO or whatever, pick your business. There is going to be some luck involved. If this Patriots team had to run into one of the 3 or 4 Chiefs teams the Bills ran into, would they win? Would they advance? I don't think so.
Right.
But they don't have to run into that team, and neither did the Bills. And the Bills still found their way to miss.
They also still have more work to do. I think they will beat Denver. But if they didn't, then suddenly, you look at that and say, well, it's kind of the same thing then, right? You've made it to an AFC championship game. That loss would be worse than any of the Bills ones.
If they lose to Jarrett Stidham, it would be viewed as worse, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But they still have to do it. And they're only, a 5-point favorite? It's not a massive, massive difference. It's not 10. It's not 12. So, I agree with the fact that their roster is, on par with what this Bills roster is right now. And that Vrabel has overachieved more than McDermott has. McDermott, you probably would only say that about the first year he was here, right? 9-7 with that roster. Yep. You were kind of tearing it down, and you made the playoffs. That was overachieving. But like you said, there is no such thing as overachieving ever again when Allen becomes as good as he was. So now, Vrabel, this is his only chance to overachieve. Every year after this, because you have Drake May. Really, it's a lot of it is just the quarterback. You overachieve because what? Your quarterback was Ryan Tannehill, and what was the bar for you to clear? Make the playoffs and win one playoff game.
Yeah, and then we think you're a genius.
Now you're overachieving.
Yeah.
But it's a whole nother ball game when you are playing with an elite franchise quarterback. And if he now has that in Drake May and goes and wins the Super Bowl, then you're going to be able to say that about Vrabel. But he's got 2 more games to do that, and I think they'll beat Denver, but I'm not assuming they'll beat Denver.
It's the built-in curse and gift of having Josh Allen. When you have Josh Allen, no one else gets credit. How many people have said, get another coach? I'm sure they would win 12 games. That's probably right.
Right.
Get another GM. I bet they win 12 games. Mm-hmm. No one is allowed to get credit other than the quarterback. They kind of built their offense. They built their passing game. No one's allowed to get credit.
Really, right. You can't get credit, but you can avoid blame. Would be the way that I would think about it.
Yeah.
You can avoid blame even while Allen is going to win you 11, 12 games, almost no matter what you do. And that, to me, is what everybody's been sparring over this week, is it feels like maybe you don't want to give McDermott credit for them, being a 5-time AFC East champion and making the playoffs all these years because you have Josh Allen, and there probably are a few coaches that would be able to accomplish the same thing. But when you're looking at these seasons and seeing how they end in fourth quarters, then it's okay. He got you here, and now what is happening that is causing this to not get all the way through? Mm-hmm. And I just don't see many arguments for this season in particular that would lead you to believe that McDermott was the one that stopped you from doing it.
But I guess maybe if you're the GM and you've thought this for 3 years, now's your chance.
Right. And it makes the timing odd, but again, that's why I said yesterday, I think if you look at the bigger scope of 9 years of McDermott in 13 seconds and all of it together, it's much more sellable than just looking at this past season.
Right.
I mean, you want the big stops, the one quote in Tyler's piece from yesterday about you want the stop from the defensive coach. You went into overtime.
And got it.
And they got the ball first, and you got the stop.
Yep.
Not
even the field goal stop.
No,
just a punt.
stop.
Just a punt.
Here you go, offense.
Sudden death, win the game.
Here's my gift to you as your defense. Field goal to win the football game. That's it.
Right.
It's the thing that they got that they couldn't do in the 13-second game. That it's a totally different offense. I understand that.
Also,
Bo Nix.
They also lost a coin toss in that game.
And they lost a coin toss in that game. But that's the stop you've been waiting for. He gave it to you in back-to-back playoff games, and this is the week he got fired. And that, I think, is what makes the timing a little bit strange.
It'll also be interesting to hear what Beane has to say about the officiating in that call. Because if he says, I think it was a catch, so you feel like you should have won?
Right. Because then again, if that was ruled a catch, what would the last drive we saw of McDermott been?
A stop.
The last half. They scored 1 touchdown, I think, on 7 drives in the second half in overtime. Or on 6 drives. Really what we'd be looking at today, that's what's kind of amazing about him being gone right now, is everyone was giving him total credit for the Jaguars game, and Brett Coleman saying he was in his bag, and all the people looking at film like, I can't believe McDermott did this to the Jaguars passing game, and got a lot of credit for that. And then they would have allowed 30 points, but 6 were gifted by the offense and 2 touchdowns gifted by practice squad defensive backs. We'd be sitting here at the end of the game after this week and saying, hey, beat the Jaguars, and then he got you the stop in overtime, and he did it again in the second half, and now we're going to the AFC Championship game. In big part because his defense showed up. But the offense made his defense have to go out there one more time.
One more question, and we'll get to a break, and then more of your phone calls. We're pretty open today. When and does he have to speak, Josh Allen?
Does he legally? Does he
have to talk?
By rule have to speak? I know the GM has to, and the coach is supposed to, but they don't have a coach.
Does Allen?
But I don't know about the quarterback.
Do you feel like he has a duty to speak? He has not done the postseason thing. And they changed the coach, the only coach he ever had.
The only duty would be, I guess, does he feel an obligation to not let it become a thing that he didn't talk?
Right. Like,
because I think for months into the offseason, we'll remember you didn't say anything.
He'll have to address it at minicamp? Like,
or OTAs or wherever we would hear from him.
Like
is it Super Bowl week? Like, is he doing an interview there?
Right. What's the plan for him? 803-0550. You can give us a ring, 1-888-550-2550. When we get back, that fun little trivia topic and more of your phone calls here on WGR.
If I had to guess at one thing that we're going to hear, and I kind of hope that we don't hear this direction, but I predict that we're going to hear more blaming of the defense in the postseason today. And that, I mean, did you read Tyler Dunn's piece yesterday?
I did.
Like, all the team source comments from in that also led me down that direction. Like, oh yeah, they're about to blame the defense again, which I'm not saying the defense has been perfect in these playoff games.
But they've been waiting to blame the defense.
But there has been been ignoring the fact that the offense has had chances to win in the previous 2 playoff games, and you can also, of course, make that argument about this last playoff game where the offense had not one drive to drive for a touchdown and win the game, not 2, but 3.
Yeah, right.
3 opportunities to go down and score a touchdown on the first 2 to win it, or a field goal on the last one, and we're not able to close the deal. And are we going to hear any acknowledgement today at all that the offense has let them down in 3 consecutive playoff games at the end? Or will it just strictly be, oh, no, defense. That's it. Just the defense. Because I'll be looking for that. And if we hear only about the defense, like, I've been worried about them going back down the defensive rabbit hole for a head coach, and man, if that's how they sound today, I think that's only going to make me more entrenched in thinking that that's where they could go, which is not where I would like to see them go. But is that how Beane will sound today?
Could be.
When you expect that it would be, it's how he's always sounded up to this point. I think if you look at the bigger scope of 9 years of McDermott and 13 seconds and all of it together, it's much more sellable than just looking at this past season.
Right.
I mean, you want the big stops, the one quote in Tyler's piece from yesterday about you want the stop from the defensive coach. You went into overtime.
And got it.
and they got the ball first, and you got the stop.
Yep.
Not
even the field goal stop.
No,
just a
the
punt.
stop.
Just a punt.
Here you go, offense.
Sudden death, win the game.
Here's my gift to you as your defense. Field goal to win the football game. That's it.
Right.
It's the thing that they couldn't do in the 13-second game. That it's a totally different offense. I understand that.
Also,
Bo Nix.
they also lost a coin toss in that game.
And they lost a coin toss in that game. But that's the stop you've been waiting for. He gave it to you in back-to-back playoff games, and this is the week he got fired. And that, I think, is what makes the timing a little bit strange.
It'll also be interesting to hear what Beane has to say about the officiating in that call. Because if he says, I think it was a catch, so you feel like you should have won?
Right. Because then again, if that was ruled a catch, what would the last drive we saw of McDermott been?
A stop.
The last half. They scored 1 touchdown, I think, on 7 drives in the second half in overtime. Or on 6 drives. Really what we'd be looking at today, that's what's kind of amazing about him being gone right now, is everyone was giving him total credit for the Jaguars game, and Brett Coleman saying he was in his bag, and all the people looking at film I can't believe McDermott did this to the Jaguars passing game, and got a lot of credit for that. And then they would have allowed 30 points, but 6 were gifted by the offense and 2 touchdowns gifted by practice squad defensive backs. We'd be sitting here at the end of the game after this week and saying, hey, beat the Jaguars, and then he got you the stop in overtime, and he did it again in the second half, and now we're going to the AFC Championship game, in big part, because his defense showed up. But the offense made his defense have to go out there one more time.
Got some instant trivia here. Trivia topic. I'm not going to actually ask you to get them all, but it's a bit of a trivia topic. As the Bills enter the world of searching for a head coach. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Gentlemen, how many one-and-done coaches have there been since 2010?
Oh. Yeah, that's tough. One and done?
Not asking you to get them. How many do you think there have been in the last 15 years? And then we'll throw out some names if you remember some. But how many 1 year and then gone coaches since 2010?
I'd say there have been 9.
Okay. 9's the guess. Owen, Joe Callie, what do you think?
I think it's less than 1 a year.
Okay.
1 a year seems like it would be a lot of guys to get fired after 1 year.
Yeah.
But the way the league is now, I'm trying to think of 1 year coaches. I'm going to go one over Joe. I'm going to go 10 guys.
I was going to say 10 too. I'll hop on.
This Price is Right jerk over here.
Yeah,
one
right.
over.
15.
I win.
All right.
15. How many do you remember?
Okay. Is
Gerard Mayo's 1.
Yep.
Yep.
Last year. There were 2 last year.
Callahan.
Who's Callahan?
Ryan Callahan in Tennessee.
No,
right?
he had
No, 2 years.
2 years, that's
He
right.
did.
Pete Carroll
1 year with Cam.
Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll's not correct.
on the Raiders, right?
Oh, he got fired this year.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, there you go.
So
the Raiders the last 2 years.
Freddie Kitchens.
Freddie Kitchens is correct in 2019. Antonio Pierce with the Raiders
I was
before
just gonna
Pete
say
Carroll.
Antonio Pierce.
Is Jeff Saturday count? Probably not. 'cause
No,
was
he does. He
interim.
does not. Interim.
Okay, how about? Oh, who was the Dolphins coach who won 1 and 15? Cameron.
Not in the last 15 years.
That was before that. Okay.
Frank Reich, Nathaniel Hackett, Lovie Smith, David Culley, Urban Meyer, Steve Wilkes, Chip Kelly, Jim Tomsula, Rob Chudzinski, Romeo Crennel, Mike Malarkey, Hugh Jackson.
Jim Tomsula. That guy was wild.
Yes. 15, though.
That's a
15.
lot of guys.
And multiple organizations showing up multiple times.
The Browns.
The Browns are in here multiple times.
Yeah.
The 49ers are in here multiple times. The Texans are in here multiple times.
Yeah.
So
Did the Bills ever do that? I don't think so,
a
right?
one and done, not that I can remember.
Yeah, no.
When we get back,
Rex was 2 and done.
so was Marone. When we get back, let's get to something from the Kay Adams show. A candidate that's been named for the Bills and the case for him. And also the Super Bowl winning coach that I've stumped for, I don't think is going to be taking this job. We'll get you those two clips when we return. I, for one, surrender to our new hockey lord, Consta Hellenis, the new best player in the NHL. Those are the rules. He's now the best player in hockey.
Is he the all-time leader for the Sabres in points per game? He should just retire right now.
Can we get a statement from McDavid? Connor,
how does it feel to be the second
Connor,
best player
appears
in the world?
someone has eclipsed your ability. Consta Hellenis is now king of hockey.
Yeah.
Nathan McKinnon, a thought, please. Cale Makar, what do you think of his game?
Yep. Crosby.
Pass the torch.
Alex, are you afraid that your goal record might not be as safe as you maybe thought?
Right. Mr. Howe, you're often referred to as Mr. Hockey. I'm not sure how long you can hold that title.
Yeah. He was great.
Yes, he was.
3 points in the first period. I mean, the kid line.
Gordie Howe died. Sorry.
I was going to let you go.
We'll ask his estate.
Yeah. The kid line.
How about I asked Lindy yesterday, how far into a career? You got 15 shifts. You got 10 minutes. How many, I kind of asked, how many shifts do you need? How many minutes do you need to see what this guy's game is? He's like, I thought he did pretty well. Next period, 3 points.
Yeah.
All right. Good. He's good.
I think if you look at the bigger scope of 9 years of McDermott and 13 seconds and all of it together, it's much more sellable than just looking at this past season.
Right.
I mean, you want the big stops, the one quote in Tyler's piece from yesterday about you want the stop from the defensive coach. You went into overtime.
And got it.
And they got the ball first, and you got the stop.
Yep.
Not
even the field goal stop.
No,
just a
the
punt.
stop.
Just a punt.
Here you go, offense.
Sudden death, win the game.
Here's my gift to you as your defense. Field goal to win the football game. That's it.
Right.
It's the thing that they couldn't do in the 13-second game. That it's a totally different offense. I understand that.
Also,
Bo Nix.
they also lost a coin toss in that game.
But that's the stop you've been waiting for. He gave it to you in back-to-back playoff games, and this is the week he got fired. And that, I think, is what makes the timing a little bit strange.
It'll also be interesting to hear what Beane has to say about the officiating in that call. Because if he says, I think it was a catch, so you feel like you should have won?
Right. Because then again, if that was ruled a catch, what would the last drive we saw of McDermott been?
A stop.
The last half. They scored one touchdown, I think, on 7 drives in the second half in overtime. Or on 6 drives. Really what we'd be looking at today, that's what's kind of amazing about him being gone right now, is everyone was giving him total credit for the Jaguars game, and Brett Coleman saying he was in his bag, and all the people looking at film I can't believe McDermott did this to the Jaguars passing game, and got a lot of credit for that. And then they would have allowed 30 points, but 6 were gifted by the offense and 2 touchdowns gifted by practice squad defensive backs. We'd be sitting here at the end of the game after this week and saying, hey, beat the Jaguars, and then he got you the stop in overtime, and he did it again in the second half, and now we're going to the AFC Championship game. In big part, because his defense showed up. But the offense made his defense have to go out there one more time.
The Sabres get back in the win column with a 5-3 win over the Predators last night.
Near corner behind the net for Riley again. Bryson careful not to reach in too much. Comes back to the line for a blast. Rebound up in the air. It did not cross the line, and somehow Alex Lyon keeps this one out.
Noah Ostlund scored 2 goals. Consta Hellenis scored his first goal. Peyton Krebs and Tage Thompson also scored. They're next in action tomorrow against Montreal on the road with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. And all of your action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Following the firing of head coach Sean McDermott after 9 seasons, we'll finally get some answers as Bills general manager Brandon Beane, now the president of football as well, and owner Terry Pegula will be speaking with the media today at 10 o'clock. That'll be carried right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No word yet on who the Bills could be bringing in for head coach interviews, but Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady is getting another head coach interview, this time with the Cardinals. He's already interviewed with Baltimore, Las Vegas, and he did speak with Atlanta before they hired Kevin Stefanski. He's also reported to have a second interview with Baltimore this week. Around the NFL, former Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel is withdrawing his name from consideration for the Browns head coaching position. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that McDaniel is expected to become the Chargers' new offensive coordinator. And NFL Network's Tom Pelissero is reporting the Steelers will interview former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy for the team's head coaching position today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
Why is he the guy for Buffalo?
You know what? I put those pieces together pretty early, standing on that Buffalo sideline before the divisional round day in Denver. And there he is talking to Josh. They have an unbelievable relationship, I'm told, talking to people in the organization. You know, he knows so many people there. And he's a really intriguing candidate in this head coaching cycle. Now, nobody can interview him right now in person because they're in the AFC Championship game and in the rules. But I would expect those, if teams are going to wait and their jobs are still open, multiple teams, I'm told, that are going to want to sit down with him. I think the Raiders are part of that group. I would now throw Buffalo into the mix because I do think they want to go offensive side of the ball. And I think making their quarterback happy is a big part of what they want to do. And I'm not sure if Josh would be happier with anybody else. And he checks all the boxes. And just a quick thing, in his interview, right after playing, right, he gets done playing interviews for the Broncos to be their quarterback coach. He blows Sean Payton away to the point to where Sean calls the car that was driving him to the airport and tells them to turn around and come back so he can sign his contract. That's the imprint that Davis Webb had on the Broncos organization in his interview.
James Palmer on the Kay Adams Show. That's all about Davis Webb. And I found that clip because I saw former Bills center Mitch Morse, who's been making the rounds, doing great work in the media. I saw he can say, let me find the exact quote here from Mitch Morse. He very much supports the idea of Davis Webb becoming a head coach and responded to that clip saying pretty much exactly that. Like, I can say confidently Davis Webb will be a great head coach. So take that for what it's worth. Could he be in the mix? He could. The Bills cannot talk to him until he loses. And if he gets Jarrett Stidham to the Super Bowl, right, because he's in the quarterback meetings this week, then that could help.
He's their passing game coordinator and quarterback coach.
Yeah.
He does not call plays.
No, but he apparently does tons of prep for the quarterbacks. Peter Schrager had told the story that when he was here with the Bills, he ran the quarterback meetings. You know, he wanted to continue to maybe play, but the Bills wanted to hire him as the quarterback's coach a while back, but he thought he could still play. And he's kind of just been, from here to the Giants and then to the Broncos. And Bo Nix has had a good couple of years, right? So maybe.
I'm looking now. He never coached for the Giants. That's where he went to play. And then he started with Denver as a quarterback coach in 23. And he's been there since. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure this also should matter as to why you should do it, but it will come off like you're just doing it to make Josh happy.
It might.
You're just hiring his best friend. More than the merits of the idea. Because really, I would say to this, not to say he won't be a good head coach someday or a great head coach. And maybe if you think you need to get ahead of the 8 ball on that, you do it. But if you were to put in front of me someone else's quarterback coach in the NFL that has never called plays before and is of that age, I'm not saying I'd be against it because I'm getting the offensive guy, but I would be hesitant to want to do that without the connection already to him being here and being friends with Josh Allen. Right? Like, tell the I don't want to say totally against it, though, because there's the Rams guy, and, like, that intrigues me a little bit, but that he has the same drawback to me that Webb does, which is I'm hiring an offensive mind, but I'm hiring one that's never called plays before, and I have no idea what that's going to look like.
This is just one of those spots where I'd be, don't not do it because it looks a certain way for you while other teams are allowed to do it. He is interviewing for a head coach position elsewhere.
That's right. Yeah.
So, like, to me, that's qualified. The Raiders, the Ravens, they want to talk to him as their head coach. And if he's got the chops to do it and I can't do it because I'm too close. But isn't there a famous story that Tom Donahoe wanted to trade up for Ben Roethlisberger, but he felt like trading with the Steelers would look bad, so they didn't do it? Some version of that. Like, who cares? If he's the best candidate, he's the best candidate. And I'm with you on, like, sure, maybe he's never called plays. That could be a thing. But if he's thought of to be, this is Nate Scheelhaus, right?
Yeah, that's the guy I was mentioning.
The guy from the Rams. So if the Bills hired him, I think you could get like, all right, I'm excited. It's a bright, young offensive mind.
Yep.
What's the connection, though? Because this league is about connections. We know that. Who's connected to Beane? Is nobody out there going to be connected to Beane? He's going to hire somebody cold. He would know Davis Webb. Little bit.
He would.
So there's that. If they try to go get Clint Kubiak, what's the connection? They don't really have much of one.
Think there is.
Josh is tight with Sam Darnold and could ask him about Clint Kubiak.
Sure.
But other than that, you're kind of flying blind. So
I guess, like, the other thing that makes me more open to Scheelhaus than I would be to Webb, despite the fact that there isn't a Buffalo connection on that, is I, like many, have this trust in anybody that works for Sean McVay before. And maybe, Sean Payton is not nobody, but I would, like, only do that with McVay guys. Like, first-time coordinator, I got a lot of unknown here, but he's a McVay guy, and that's worked a lot in the past. So I would be more open to it just because of that. But that's not my favorite idea either. I just think hiring a totally inexperienced, not even just head coach, but coordinator without the play-calling experience, like, I just feel like there is so much unknown in that becomes the riskiest idea that you can chase.
803-0550. Press conference today, 10 o'clock this morning. We will stay with it here on WGR, and then we'll all hang out and do a little post-game, little wrap-up before we pass off to the next show. You got us for a little bit of extra time today.
They'll go a while, too. Like, usually, minimum 45 minutes usually on these end-of-season press conferences, and usually it's longer than that.
Get some more phone calls in. Jeff in Buffalo. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. One of the things that's kind of stood out to me since Beane's been here is Beane seems to, like, really stand by the draft picks that we've picked. You mentioned one a little bit ago, Kyler Elam, how long we hung on to this guy. And I guess one of the fears I have is that Beane looks at Keon Coleman as, like, Keon Coleman's a really quality wide receiver at the number one spot for us, and that Beane and that McDermott and Brady just didn't give him a fair shake and actually came out and said some things that ruined his psyche. I guess, am I, like, kind of far off from this? I mean, this is where we're left at this point.
Right. Like, will they try to save that project? Maybe.
And run it back because but what was the problem? That he held Coleman accountable? And now you're hoping a coach doesn't do that? Is that the message you want to be sending? Hey, now it'll be okay that he's late, and he won't get punished for that, and he'll play. That's the solution? Like, unless you're, like, if McDermott did something to Coleman that just destroyed his confidence, but I don't know. It just sounds to me like the guy was late all the time, and the head coach held him accountable for it.
Early in the season, he was leading them in snaps.
Right,
and Joe Brady,
opportunity.
Before the game they lost in Miami, which was his last game before he got benched for being late and then held out a little more, was Joe Brady saying to the CBS crew, I've got to make sure I get him more targets.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went away.
Listen, that one will be more about Josh. If Josh doesn't trust the guy, then I don't know how you run that back. Maybe he's on the roster, but not any position of he's going to be a key figure of your offense going into it. If he wants to come into a camp and compete and prove that he's matured and that he can be a more well-rounded player, then you can be open to that. But if there is some attitude by the team of, well, McDermott shattered his confidence, so because of that, we're going to throw him right back in as if nothing had happened this year, to me, that would be a ridiculous way to approach him.
Yeah, I mean, I think these are steps down the line.
Yeah.
What is most likely? I mean, who knows? I think
it's more likely he's on the roster now than McDermott's gone. I thought with McDermott as the head coach, there is zero chance that guy is coming back next year. And now, I don't know, I'd be open to it. I'd be open to the possibility. I don't want to have it happen.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's things to say about Coleman, but maybe it's just worth waiting on that.
I think he's so far down the list anyways of importance here.
Don in Blaisdell. Hey, Don.
Good morning.
Morning.
Great show.
Thanks for calling.
You got to be careful. You're going into a brand new playground now. You want a head coach with experience. Okay? You don't want to just blow this out the window just for the sake. Beane should have went first, and then maybe McDermott. McDermott was the second winningest coach in Buffalo Bills history. If there was a rift between those two, it should have been taken behind closed doors and straightened out. That you're here in Buffalo to win football games, period. That's it. You guys rub elbows with a lot of people. Get a hold of somebody that knows Garrett real good. I realize he's in the booth right now. He was a decent quarterback when he played. He put up with the bull crap from that owner in Dallas. He'd be an excellent choice. Tony Dungy, he's too old, but you're going into a new building. John Gruden said some not so kind words just when McDermott got fired. I don't think he could patch something up with Terry Pegula. Your general manager was saved by one person and one person only, and that's when he signed Cook. Why it took so long, nobody knows. But if he hadn't signed Cook, his backside would have been out the door also. He did nothing, absolutely nothing for the receivers corps. Okay?
Yep.
Coleman, one of you guys mentioned it. Coleman has to mature. He's like 3 years behind in the receiving corps in the average receiver in the NFL. He's not mature enough. He just can't get it in his head that this opportunity only comes around once in a lifetime. You got to have your head and your backside wired together. But I would call Garrett. You can't. Kubiak would be an excellent choice, but you can't talk to him now.
Yep, Clint Kubiak. Thanks, Don. I want to get, and you mentioned Gruden, Garrett, and let me get you Clint.
Did not expect to hear his name thrown around this week.
Let me get you Clint Kubiak. Kubiak's actually done a lot of work with a lot of different teams. Quarterbacks coach with the Vikings.
He was coordinator with the Vikings.
Offensive coordinator with the Vikings. Okay, yeah. Passing game coordinator and quarterbacks coach with the Broncos. Passing game coordinator with the Niners. Offensive coordinator with the Saints, offensive coordinator with the Seahawks. Multiple stops calling offenses.
Yep.
And
to different degrees of success.
And in and out of the Shanahan tree a little bit, right? Like he's the passing game coordinator for the Niners.
Right.
In
for
2023.
For a year.
So he's worked with a bunch of different guys, bunch of offensive experience there.
And it's going well. This is his best year.
Yeah.
In Seattle. This is his best year.
For sure. You know,
so he's intriguing.
Another Coleman thought here, and like what Beane did at the deadline. One, have you heard one of the conspiracy theories? There's like a 3D chess theory, which I don't know if people are making this theory as like a joke or if they really think this. That Beane didn't make a trade at the deadline because he knew this was going to happen. So that's why they didn't go out and spend a first-round pick on Jalen Waddle to help the team. And I don't dispute one part of that Beane might have had an eye on changing coach. Maybe 2 years ago, maybe 2 years ago, last year, this year.
Yep.
But any idea that he would have actively not made a move to help the team try to win the Super Bowl because he was hoping to change his coach? Like, that ain't 3D chess.
Right.
That's sabotage.
Like, right. That's
not. I don't think
that's the plot of Major League.
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think that. I want to say that's 3D chess. Turns out that's why he didn't help them at the deadline because he knew, like, no, I'm not going there.
Yeah,
so,
no.
Anyway.
You know, the point about experience, by the way, like, one, there aren't that many, I think, good experienced coaches out there. Like, even the call, like, when you start to figure out, like, who the names you might want are that qualify for that, if Jason Garrett and Tony Dungy are the names you're landing on.
No.
Tony Dungy, by the way, who is younger than Bruce Arians, surprisingly.
Speaking of
Bruce Arians.
Yeah, speaking of Bruce Arians, I spoke it into existence. I said the only Super Bowl winning coach I would actually be interested in would be Bruce Arians.
Right.
Like, that's my guy. That's who I want. BA, as they call him.
Yep.
Turns out he
used to wear the radio pack on the front of his chest, like when he was a coach.
He's a beauty.
It's funny.
I love Bruce Arians.
Yeah.
So anyway, like, all right, Bruce Arians, it's my guy. And I don't actually think it's going to happen, but if there's a Super Bowl winning coach I want, it's Bruce Arians. Good news. He did speak about the job yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Bad news is I don't think he wants it.
This one baffles me. How Brandon Beane got elevated and Sean McDermott got fired, that just blows my mind because they didn't have any damn players. I mean, the guy's one of the best coaches in the league and a great leader of men. He's taken that team to as close as you can get. Couldn't beat Mahomes. He didn't throw any damn interceptions, and the referees screwed him bad, and he gets fired. And I mean, come on, man. And Brandon Beane gets a raise. I don't get that one. That one blows my mind.
So I don't think Arians going to take the job.
No, I do. It doesn't seem like that would work in the interview process.
I'm an idea guy, Joe. That was just an idea. Clint Kubiak, Davis Webb. What would you put at the odds, offensive guy versus defensive guy? Give me a money line on defensive guy.
On defensive guy?
Yep.
I'd go plus 175.
Wow. That's not that big. That's not that big.
No. It's like 40%.
So you think it's very possible?
I do. I really do. I think it's like 40%. I'm just... What has the GM talked about and done relentlessly for 5 years? Defense. Defensive line. The quotes that he'll make. It's all about the defense letting them down. He never wants to give any accountability or responsibility to these playoff games ending because of the offense. Ever. So you do all that, and you constantly chase making the defense elite.
Right. Which,
like, I think I still think offense is the favorite by the odds.
Sure.
I do think it's a real possibility that a Flores or a Chris Shula or any of these guys that are currently top candidates that are defensive coordinators, I'm not closed at all to them chasing that. I think it's very possible.
Yeah. I just think if you are the kind of person that's like, how many points did we give up? That's bad. You might as well not watch the game.
I know.
Like,
it's just reading the box score.
Let's use a different game. Houston, New England. What's the final score of that game?
It felt like 9-6.
28-16.
28-16.
28-16.
Yep.
Can you believe the Houston defense buckled and gave up 28? Actually, there's a pick 6. And C.J. Stroud turned it over 4 times.
Right.
And they ultimately broke on like a couple of great plays. Did the Houston defense let them down? Of course not. It's ridiculous. Did you watch the game? No, I just saw that they gave up 30. Oh, I guess the defense was bad, you know? Was the defense great against Denver? No, they had some rough series.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to say putting Dane Jackson on an island on a blitz is bad, that might be bad. We do have it, though. It's kind of funny. Like, and I guess this might be like the knock against McDermott. Is the call always the wrong call? When they're soft coverage on 3rd and 11, give up a completion, it's why didn't you blitz? When they give a touchdown in a blitz, it's how could you do that?
Mm-hmm.
I guess you got to have the right feel and just get the job done a little bit better. But the offense, I mean, they lost by 3 points, and their quarterback literally ran to the open field and then fumbled it 10 yards backwards for a free 3 points.
Yeah, no, they gave up. I mean, really, you can do don't count the this and don't count that. I mean, the easiest places you could do that are the Bills' defense gave up 6 points on 2 drives against the Broncos. The 2 drives were 1 play 0-yard field goal and 4 plays 2 yards field goal. That was the end of the first half and the start of the second half.
Yeah.
They gave up 2 yards total and gave up 6 points. So it's like, all right, easily take that off. And again, like you want to do the 3rd and 11 thing? They stopped the Broncos on 3rd and 11 on the first drive of overtime. They did it. They made the stop.
Yeah.
You can't keep asking that personnel to come out over and over and over and over and continue to give your offense chances to win the game. Beane said last year after the season ended
take it every time.
that he would take Josh Allen in that offense with the ball down every single time. Well, the defense in 3 consecutive years has done that. So if that's your bar to clear for the defense, is just give Josh Allen the ball in the offense a chance to go win the game. Well, then for 3 consecutive playoff seasons, that your defense has done that. They've met the bar, and your offense couldn't close it.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Meanwhile, the anti-officials faction is growing. I saw Albert Breer talking about it with Dan Patrick, that, I feel like the league's got a credibility problem with their officials.
I saw some rules chatter yesterday, too. I think Florio and a couple other people about, will they amend the rule at all?
The tradition. The yearly tradition of amending some rule after the Bills lose in the playoffs. Although they didn't really.
Yeah, that's true.
They didn't change one last year. They just.
Well, they kind of did.
No.
They sold it as they did,
They
but
brought
they didn't
out
really.
the virtual measurement system,
right.
which, of course, we all loved. It was just so wonderful to have a virtual measurement system. 803-0550 to join us in 1-888-550-2550. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, get his thoughts on the game and the candidates. Like, who's the right candidate here? What's the path forward? We'll chat about it with Joe and chat about it with you. 803-0550. We're with you for the long haul today through the 10 a.m. press conference and a little bit of post game as well. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
I think if you look at the bigger scope of 9 years of McDermott in 13 seconds and all of it together, it's much more sellable than just looking at this past season.
Right.
I mean, you want the big stops. The one quote in Tyler's piece from yesterday about you want the stop from the defensive coach. You went into overtime.
And got it.
And they got the ball first, and you got the stop.
Yep.
Not
even the field goal stop.
No,
just a
the
punt.
stop.
Just a punt.
Here you go, offense.
Sudden death, win the game.
Here's my gift to you as your defense. Field goal to win the football game. That's it.
Right.
It's the thing that they got that they couldn't do in the 13-second game. That it's a totally different offense. I understand that.
Also,
Bo Nix.
They also lost a coin toss in that game.
And they lost a coin toss in that game. But that's the stop you've been waiting for. He gave it to you in back-to-back playoff games, and this is the week he got fired. And that, I think, is what makes the timing a little bit strange.
It'll also be interesting to hear what Beane has to say about the officiating in that call. Because if he says, I think it was a catch, so you feel like you should have won?
Right. Because then again, if that was ruled a catch, what would the last drive we saw of McDermott been?
A stop.
The last half. They scored 1 touchdown, I think, on 7 drives in the second half in overtime. Or on 6 drives. Really what we'd be looking at today, that's what's kind of amazing about him being gone right now, is everyone was giving him total credit for the Jaguars game, and Brett Coleman saying he was in his bag, and all the people looking at film like, I can't believe McDermott did this to the Jaguars passing game, and got a lot of credit for that. And then they would have allowed 30 points, but 6 were gifted by the offense and 2 touchdowns gifted by practice squad defensive backs. We'd be sitting here at the end of the game after this week and saying, hey, beat the Jaguars, and then he got you the stop in overtime, and he did it again in the second half, and now we're going to the AFC Championship game. In big part, because his defense showed up. But the offense made his defense have to go out there one more time.
Let me find the exact quote here from Mitch Morse. He very much supports the idea of Davis Webb becoming a head coach and responded to that clip saying pretty much exactly that. I can say confidently Davis Webb will be a great head coach. So take that for what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
Could he be in the mix? He could. The Bills cannot talk to him until he loses. And if he gets Jarrett Stidham to the Super Bowl, right, because he's in the quarterback meetings this week,
yeah,
then that could help.
He's their passing game coordinator and quarterback coach.
Yeah.
He does not call plays.
No, but he apparently does tons of prep for the quarterbacks. Peter Schrager had told the story that when he was here with the Bills, he ran the quarterback meetings. He wanted to continue to maybe play, but the Bills wanted to hire him as the quarterback's coach a while back, but he thought he could still play. And he's kind of just been, from here to the Giants and then to the Broncos. And Bo Nix has had a good couple years, right? So maybe
I'm looking now. He never coached for the Giants. That's where he went to play, and then he started with Denver as a quarterback coach in 23, and he's been there since. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure this also should matter as to why you should do it, but it will come off like you're just doing it to make Josh happy.
It might.
You're just hiring his best friend. More than the merits of the idea. Because really, I would say to this, not to say he won't be a good head coach someday or a great head coach. And maybe if you think you need to get ahead of the 8 ball on that, you do it. But if you were to put in front of me someone else's quarterback coach in the NFL that has never called plays before and is of that age, I'm not saying I'd be against it because I'm getting the offensive guy, but I would be hesitant to want to do that without the connection already to him being here and being friends with Josh Allen, right? I don't want to say totally against it though, because there's the Rams guy, and that intrigues me a little bit, but that he has the same drawback to me that Webb does, which is I'm hiring an offensive mind, but I'm hiring one that's never called plays before, and I have no idea what that's going to look like.
The Sabres get back in the win column with a 5-3 win over the Predators last night.
Near corner behind the net for Riley again. Bryson careful not to reach in too much. Comes back to the line for a blast. Rebound up in the air. It did not cross the line, and somehow Alex Lyon keeps this one out.
Noah Ostlund scored 2 goals. Consta Hellenis scored his first goal. Peyton Krebs and Tage Thompson also scored. They're next in action tomorrow against Montreal on the road with puck drop set for 7 o'clock, and all of your action right here on the home of the Sabres, WGR Sports Radio 550. Following the firing of head coach Sean McDermott after 9 seasons, we'll finally get some answers as Bills general manager Brandon Beane and owner Terry Pegula will be speaking with the media today at 10 o'clock. That'll be carried right here for you on WGR 550 live. The Bills getting some chatter on who they could bring in for head coaching interviews. Anthony Lynn, mentioned by ESPN's Adam Schefter. Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady getting another head coaching interview, this time with the Cardinals. He's already interviewed with Baltimore, Las Vegas, and he did speak with Atlanta before they hired Kevin Stefanski. He also reported to have a second interview with Baltimore this week. Around the NFL, Mike McDaniel withdrawing his name from consideration for the Browns' vacant head coaching position. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Mike McDaniel is expected to become the Chargers' new offensive coordinator. NFL's Tom Pelissero reports the Steelers will interview former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy today for the team's head coaching vacancy as well. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I can tell you ownership and even some of those decision makers in the front office had a sense that if they weren't going to win this game against the Broncos, that they were going to make moves. I didn't really get a sense that they had a plan in terms of who was going to replace Sean, because they're obviously late, right? Because here we are, January 20th. Most teams are deep in these second visits with these head coaches. So they've got a lot of work to do. Yet that is the most coveted job right now. If you're Kevin Stefanski, aren't you sitting there like, why didn't I just wait? Like, why didn't someone tell me this? Because I would have loved to coach Josh Allen.
I wonder how we would feel about Stefanski. That's Diana Rossini on the timeline for the Bills. Adam Schefter has reported we have our first scheduled interview for the Bills. It is Anthony Lynn, former Bills assistant head coach and current Commanders run game coordinator. Anthony Lynn, Schefter...
interim coach for the Bills, too, one game in 2016.
Yeah, Schefter says he was a finalist for the Buffalo head coaching job in 2017 that went to McDermott. He is scheduled to interview with the Bills. He was the Chargers head coach from in 2017. They went 33-31 in the midst of the relocation to L.A. Since then, he's been under Dan Campbell, Kyle Shanahan, and now Dan Quinn. So Anthony Lynn to interview for the position. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Press conference, 10 a.m. We talk on Wednesdays with Joe Marino, usually 8 o'clock. We're going to do it right here. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, and many other elements of Bills coverage at thejoemarino.com. Joe, good morning. How are you today?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm doing well and hope you are.
Head spinning, right? We're waiting for candidates. We finally have one here in Anthony Lynn. And I wonder, Joe, if we could get your thoughts. You know, you do Locked On NFL Scouting. You're not just watching the Bills. You're watching the league. You know these names, these assistants. Do you have a name for the next coach that you like the most right now as an idea?
Yeah, I think there's two, Jeremy, and I'm really going to start my efforts to unpack, candidates following this press conference today. I really kind of want to hear what they have to say and see if that can steer me in the right direction. And so, absent of having done a really deep dive, the two names that really stand out to me are Davis Webb, who's the passing game coordinator for the Denver Broncos, and Clint Kubiak, who obviously has done a good job with the Saints, the Saints last year and Seattle this year with that offense. And I just feel like stylistically, kind of what he does with the quarterback, what he does with tight ends would really mesh well with a lot of the infrastructure that's in place with Buffalo's offense. Plus, you kind of get that really fresh, new voice in the room. But the name that I continue to really find myself intrigued with is Davis Webb. And Jeremy, you and I have been talking about, if the Bills were to move on from Joe Brady, and the name I always bring up is Davis Webb. Yeah. Well, all right, we got a bigger conversation to have. But if that's the offensive mind that really intrigues me, and it's not like it's a foreign idea for him to be getting head coach interviews. I mean, he's been talking to other teams, and obviously there's a great relationship with Josh Allen. Everybody I've ever spoken to about Davis Webb just raves about the guy. And so, I am not going to be afraid of the, 30s, not a ton of experience, but like maybe you do. How do you not get curious about that itch that might be the next Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan type guy? And I think, Davis Webb and Clint Kubiak certainly fit that profile. And so they're guys that I'm pretty interested in. I know that neither one has head coaching experience, and that's potentially a concern. But I think that bright offensive mind would be a welcomed addition to what this team kind of needs.
Joe, how much of a concern when a guy is young or doesn't have play caller experience or even head coaching experience? How much of the concern for you is what kind of staff can this person build? Like, does Davis Webb have names at defensive coordinator he feels like he could get in the building? If the Bills are, of course, wanting to, they're going to overhaul their defense here, right? There's going to be a different style of defense ultimately that they play.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, and I think you are happy that he's had the experiences he's had in Buffalo with the Giants, with Denver the last few years. Of course, the playing career as well, where, through that, I'd like to think that he's met a lot of people, right? It's like, what's your Rolodex like? I think it's a really fair question to talk about, getting that staff piece right, because we've seen offensive-minded coaches struggle with that, just like we've seen defensive-minded coaches struggle to get the right offensive mind. But while he's 30 years, Davis Webb in particular, 30 years old, he's been in the league since 2017 and kind of bounced around a little bit. And so I'd like to think those exposures positions him well to have some contacts, and hopefully the draw of Josh Allen is quite a big one for anybody that wants to to step over. I guess that you do have the dynamics of the Bills coaching staff is, I'm sure a lot of them are technically still under contract, and so there's maybe some in-house people that you would look at, but that would be a big part of what Davis Webb would need to come and show in an interview is what his plan is for that side of the ball.
Joe Marino with us on the Wester Hotline. Joe, if it were, I mean, again, yes, you mentioned like the press conference later today. I'm waiting to hear how much of the blame for this season or past years being puts on the defense, which he has done a little bit of, or even a lot of in the last couple of years. I guess if they were to go with a defensive coach, like how would that sit with you? Would you feel like that's a mistake?
I've been somebody who pushes back on not being open to defensive-minded head coaches, but ultimately for this Bills situation, I do want them to hire an offensive-minded head coach. And the parallel that I find myself going back to, I know that people want to bring up, Tony Dungy to the Colts or John Gruden to the Bucks, and they got over the hump. What I go back to is finding Josh Allen, his Mike Shanahan, the John Elway arc, where it was, 9 or 10 years of Dan Reeves, and they went to 3 Super Bowls, and they had 6 playoff runs, and they lost all of it. And then, of course, they had the 2 years of Wade Phillips, right? That's what we want to avoid. And then they get the Mike Shanahan piece, and I think he coaches them for 4 years and wins 2 Super Bowls. And so I want for Josh Allen to find that guy that he can align with for the rest of his career and do the stuff that we've been hoping he would have done by this point. And so with that in mind, I find myself way more interested in the offensive minds. Although when I zoom out and I talk in a vacuum, I am not against defensive-minded head coaches. I just don't think it's the right idea for this team right now.
So if they do go that way, how about a name there? Like you said, Kubiak and Davis Webb. Is it? I mean, Jesse Minter, Brian Flores. Are those the 2 guys at the top of the pecking order on the defensive side?
I guess. I mean, those are just not needle-moving names for me. I mean, you think about Brian Flores and the collaboration issues that he had in Miami. I would be nervous about that. And, he's a guy that I love that he's had some experience and he's expanded his, Rolodex as a guy that was in New England forever. And now he's been in Pittsburgh and Minnesota. I think that's been helpful for him. But the lack of collaboration in Miami really concerns me. And then, Minter, I mean, he's certainly a type of guy that deserves some of these conversations, but I can't get excited about that for the Bills based on what I think the team needs.
Yeah.
I don't want that revolving door at offensive coordinator moving forward. I think they need to get their guy for Josh and go, maximize the rest of his career.
Looking at the future, Joe, we'll have conversations about free agents and draft picks and all that. Where do you land on the big picture about how good the roster is? Is it being overblown? How many holes they have? Like this idea that the Bills are, or I shouldn't say the Bills are selling this. Ian Rappaport saying many around the league think the roster is stocked with talent. The idea, the reporting out there that McDermott said he had concerns about the roster and that didn't sit well with the owner and with the GM. Where do you ultimately land on the state of the roster, how much work has to be done, and whether or not it is up to what it should be?
Yeah, it's a great talking point. I think I'll start by saying this. I don't think that the Bills have an amazing roster, but I do think that it had a roster that was capable of going all the way. I don't look at the New England Patriots and think to myself, oh my God, just brimming with talent all over the place. They need upgrades at receiver and they need upgrades on their offensive line. They don't have edge rushers, right? I mean, they have a really kind of hodgepodge group of linebackers and safety. Like there are issues on that roster, and credit to them, they've taken advantage of their opportunities. But they're 4 quarters away from going to the Super Bowl in a game I think most people expect them to win. And so I hear that, but I don't know that it's an excuse for where this team wanted to go. All right, so I think you can kind of look at both sides of that. Then the hard part for me, Jeremy, is, all right, we look at this roster and we feel like there are some deficiencies on it. How do you possibly sort through which players are there because of Beane and which players are there because of McDermott, right? I mean, that's the blurred line that's going to be impossible for everyone to really settle in on, because you could say, well, Beane needs to get more talent. Well, what if he's truly supplying Sean McDermott for what he's been wanting, and it's just not the right stuff. So that's where this is going to get really hard for me to differentiate and assess blame. But I think you can look at some archetypes defensively with certain positions that were troubling. I think you can look at maybe the offensive side of the football. And, for as good as the run game is and how important I think it is, the Bills should not be the most run-aggressive offense in the NFL with Josh Allen as the quarterback. How much is that on Sean McDermott versus Joe Brady versus Brandon Beane and what he supplied? There's so many blurred lines here that make it very difficult. But I go back to this New England team, and I don't know that there's a strong case that they're more talented than the Bills, and they're sitting in the spot that Buffalo wishes they were right now.
Right, that's right. I wonder specifically, Joe, about the defensive line. I saw a crazy stat that their defensive ends don't have a sack in one of these playoff losses since the 2020 AFC Championship game. That position, I don't think anyone thought Bosa had a good day on Saturday, maybe even a terrible day, and Rousseau doesn't have big plays in these games. Is there any room for you on something about McDermott's defense? If they were to change just defensive coordinator even, that they could get better results out of those players, and that any of the defensive line woes in the playoffs is something about McDermott's defense?
Are they too invested in guys that set the edge as opposed to whatever?
I don't know.
Finishers, pressure players versus sack artists. I think there's probably a conversation to be had there. I mean, you can't look at 7 playoff runs under McDermott with Josh Allen, 8 total, and feel like they've gotten what they need out of that defensive line in general. And I do think there's some stylistic choices there with them kind of wanting to be a complementary defense where the pressure, the rush complements the coverage, and you're of course you'd like to get sacks, but ultimately you want pressure and forcing quarterbacks into decisions that they don't really want to make, or forcing them to make throws that are harder to make. Right, so there's some stylistic choices there, and maybe that is a problem where if quarterbacks kind of know that, hey, they're not going to get quick pressure, they don't have real one-on-one battle winners, but if we can hang in here and just let it play out, we're going to find some space. We just got to hit throws, and they do, right? I mean, they just do. And so, I think those stylistic frustrations that influence roster decisions, it could be something that changes moving forward that leads to a better result in the postseason.
Joe Marino joining us on the Western Hotline of Locked On Bills. Joe, finally, you got to pick. I mean, I think you think New England's going to win the AFC Championship game. NFC Championship game, who do you like? Should we be rooting for the Rams so they can talk to Clint Kubiak sooner?
Sure. You should.
Right. Okay.
But what's hard about that NFC game is I just wish the Rams were playing better. They're just not.
Right.
But Seattle's a team that, defense is unbelievable, but they don't consistently run the ball well, and they're pretty high turnover prone team, and Sam Darnold playing through an oblique. He's been a kind of a funky quarterback in big moments. So I kind of like the Rams to kind of leverage the inconsistency of the Seattle offense, maybe get some takeaways and win the game. So I think it's going to be Patriots-Rams.
All right. Thanks, Joe. We'll talk again.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. Find everything he does at thejoemarino.com. All 22 breakdowns, all the good stuff. And I agree. In terms of what we think our top candidate might be, we might find out a little bit of information today at the press conference. A 10 a.m. presser from One Bills Drive. Sal will join us in the 9 o'clock hour, a bit of a scene setter, and then we'll carry the press conference afterward. Sal will join us from there. We'll kind of wrap it up, so we'll stay a little bit late for you. In the meantime, we're getting your phone calls in, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. The Browns complete a second interview with Todd Monken. The Eagles they did interview Brian Dable for offensive coordinator. So
I saw, while we were talking to Joe, the teams that Davis Webb has talked to.
Ravens and Raiders?
Yeah, and I saw one of the Raiders beat guys said about the Davis Webb interview that it was not good, it was phenomenal.
Okay.
His interview with the Raiders, which would go in line with what everybody is saying about him, that he's super impressive.
Well, it's funny, imagine you are, whatever, make it a video game if you want. Make it your life. You're the hottest coaching candidate in the entire NFL. You think you have got a long career ahead of you, you're going to be good. You can choose one of two things. the first overall pick in a market where any success will be met with, thank you, you're a hero, and work with Tom Brady. Or go to Buffalo, work with your best friend,
who is also the best quarterback in the league.
Best quarterback in the league, and win a Super Bowl, or you are not the right hire. I don't know.
I mean, I think
the answer is Buffalo.
I think you shouldn't. Someone that is comfortable in their own skin in that job would want the challenge of the Super Bowl. Well, that's why you do it.
Well, the number one overall pick is a challenge too, and the Raiders is a challenge too. It's a different challenge, and again, I've got to.
Do you want to build something, or do you want to take something to the finish line?
I've got to. If he's 30, I want to coach for 40 years, maybe, right? 20 years. Right. I want to make sure I don't just kind of burn myself out in one. You wouldn't. Maybe neither job is bad. Maybe the Raiders' job is bad. It's just I don't know if it's a slam dunk. But he would have a relationship with Brandon Beane. He would know him, so that might help. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, wide open for your phone calls. And Sal, Scene Center from One Bill Strive at 9 o'clock here on WGR. Let me find the exact quote here from Mitch Morse. He very much supports the idea of Davis Webb becoming a head coach and responded to that clip saying pretty much exactly that. I can say confidently Davis Webb will be a great head coach. So take that for what it's worth. Could he be in the mix? He could. The Bills cannot talk to him until he loses. And if he gets Jarrett Stidham to the Super Bowl, right, because he's in the quarterback meetings this week, then that could help.
He's their passing game coordinator and quarterback coach.
Yeah.
He does not call plays.
No, but he apparently does tons of prep for the quarterbacks. Peter Schrager had told the story that when he was here with the Bills, he ran the quarterback meetings. He wanted to continue to maybe play, but the Bills wanted to hire him as the quarterback's coach a while back, but he thought he could still play. And he's kind of just been, from here to the Giants and then to the Broncos, and Bo Nix has had a good couple of years, right? So maybe
I'm looking now. He never coached for the Giants. That's where he went to play, and then he started with Denver as a quarterback coach in 23, and he's been there since. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure this also should matter as to why you should do it, but it will come off like you're just doing it to make Josh happy.
It might.
You're just hiring his best friend. More than the merits of the idea, because really, I would say to this, not to say he won't be a good head coach someday or a great head coach, and maybe if you think you need to get ahead of the 8 ball on that, you do it. But if you were to put in front of me someone else's quarterback coach in the NFL that has never called plays before and is of that age, I'm not saying I'd be against it because I'm getting the offensive guy, but I would be hesitant to want to do that without the connection already to him being here and being friends with Josh Allen, right? I don't want to say totally against it though, because there's the Rams guy, and that intrigues me a little bit, but that he has the same drawback to me that Webb does, which is I'm hiring an offensive mind, but I'm hiring one that's never called plays before, and I have no idea what that's going to look like.
Head spinning, right? We're waiting for candidates. We finally have one here in Anthony Lynn. And I wonder, Joe, if we could get your thoughts. You do Lockdown NFL Scouting. You're not just watching the Bills. You're watching the league. You know these names, these assistants. Do you have a name for the next coach that you like the most right now as an idea?
Yeah, I think there's two, Jeremy, and I'm really going to start my efforts to unpack, candidates following this press conference today. I really kind of want to hear what they have to say and see if that can steer me in the right direction. And so absent of having done a really deep dive, the two names that really stand out to me are Davis Webb, who's the passing game coordinator for the Denver Broncos, and Clint Kubiak, who obviously has done a good job with the Saints, the Saints last year and Seattle this year with that offense. And I just feel like stylistically, kind of what he does with the quarterback, what he does with tight ends, would really mesh well with a lot of the infrastructure that's in place with Buffalo's offense. Plus, you kind of get that really fresh, new voice in the room. But the name that I continue to really find myself intrigued with is Davis Webb. And Jeremy, you and I have been talking about, if the Bills were to move on from Joe Brady, and the name I always bring up is Davis Webb. Yeah. Well, all right, we got a bigger conversation to have. But if that's the offensive mind that really intrigues me, and it's not like it's a foreign idea for him to be getting head coach interviews. I mean, he's been talking to other teams, and obviously there's a great relationship with Josh Allen. Everybody I've ever spoken to about Davis Webb just raves about the guy. And so, I am not going to be afraid of the, 30s, not a ton of experience, but like maybe you do. How do you not get curious about that itch that might be the next Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan type guy? And I think, Davis Webb and Clint Kubiak certainly fit that profile. And so they're guys that I'm pretty interested in. I know that neither one has head coaching experience, and that's potentially a concern. But I think that bright offensive mind would be a welcomed addition to what this team kind of needs.
By Thompson, and the Sabres will come back on the attack at center ice. Alex Tuck with a carry right side, gains the line, hard stop, nice play for Thompson with shot, scores! Tage Thompson is back on the score sheet, and a great feed from Alex Tuck. It is 4-0 Buffalo in Nashville here in the second period.
One of the first moments of the game, for the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. Tage Thompson scores. Sabres win in Nashville last night.
We've got a little bit more on Bill's head coaching news. Nothing that's that surprising. Diana Rossini says the Bills will interview offensive coordinator Joe Brady for the head coaching vacancy. That's not surprising. Rossini also says the Bills have requested to interview former Giants head coach Brian Daboll. So Daboll and Brady are going to get interviews.
And Anthony Lynn.
Anthony Lynn.
We are at 3 now.
Yep.
Brady, Daboll, and
all
Anthony
of which
Lynn.
have been offensive coordinators for the Bills.
Yes.
3 names so far, 3 guys.
Offensive coaches.
Right, Lynn was OC, right? Before Rex got fired? He must have been.
Did he take it over
They didn't promote the running backs coach, did they? Anthony Lynn was the Bills' offensive coordinator. He was interim offensive coordinator after Greg Roman got fired.
Okay.
So he was interim OC, then took over head coach in 2016.
So
Bills got pummeled in that
Schefter said
Lynn.
And Rossini said
Daboll and Brady. Yep.
Okay. 3 names. We'll get your thoughts on those 3 names. 803-0550. Mel Kiper's mock draft. You show me that 26th pick, baby. What linebacker. Our bet's going to be back on.
Linebacker.
You're not.
Well, I mean,
we got.
I don't want to make it again.
You got to pay out. You said
I got to pay out to get out of it.
You said running back. I said linebacker, and we said we're going to move it to the next draft. Do you want to pay it out?
I mean, the Bills had 2 All-Pro running backs, so it's not looking
It does
good
not
for
look
me.
good for you. Linebacker. We're going to take a linebacker.
They're going to take a linebacker
in the first 3 rounds.
A middle linebacker.
Did you see, by the way, who won? Was it Pro Football Focus's Defensive Rookie of the Year?
No.
Carson Schwessinger, the linebacker that went to the Browns, who very late in the game, Schefter mocked to the Bills. Like, they let go for this, and we thought, linebacker in the first round? Mm-hmm. They did not go that direction, and they didn't go that direction at all in the draft. But I believe that this year, absolutely, whether it's a Shaq Thompson replacement or understudy / mentee, or a replacement for Matt Milano, or slide Bernard over to Milano's spot and get a middle, like linebackers high on the list, no doubt. Your calls when we return. 888-1888-552-550. Jeremy and Joe 2 hours away from Get your popcorn, folks. Press conference at One Bills Drive. I, for one, surrender to our new hockey lord, Konsta Helenius, the new best player in the NHL. Those are the rules. He's now the best player in hocky.
Is he the all-time
Jeremy White
leader
here
for the
for
Sabres in
Waylon.
points per game? He should just retire right now.
Can we get a statement from McDavid? Connor,
how does it feel to be the second
Connor,
best player in the
appears
world?
someone has eclipsed your ability. Konsta Helenius is now king of hockey.
Yeah.
Nathan McKinnon, a thought, please. Cale Makar, what do you think of his game?
Yep. Crosby.
Pass the torch.
Alex, are you afraid that your goal record might not be as safe as you maybe thought?
Right. Mr. Howe, you're often referred to as Mr. Hockey. I'm not sure how long you can hold that title.
Yeah. He was great.
Yes, he
3
was.
points in the first period. I mean, the kid line.
Gordie Howe died. Sorry.
I was going to let you go.
We'll ask his estate.
Yeah. The kid line.
How about I asked Lindy yesterday, how far into a career? You got 15 shifts. You got 10 minutes. How many, I kind of asked, how many shifts do you need? How many minutes do you need to see what this guy's game is? He's like, I thought he did pretty well. Next period, 3 points.
Yeah.
All right. Good. He's good.
If I had to guess at one thing that we're going to hear, and I kind of hope that we don't hear this direction, but I predict that we're going to hear more blaming of the defense in the postseason today. And that, when did you read Tyler Dunn's piece yesterday?
I did.
All the team source comments from in that also led me down that direction. Oh yeah, they're about to blame the defense again, which I'm not saying the defense has been perfect in these playoff games.
But they've been waiting to blame the defense.
But there has been been ignoring the fact that the offense has had chances to win in the previous 2 playoff games, and you can also, of course, make that argument about this last playoff game where the offense had not one drive to drive for a touchdown and win the game, not 2, but 3.
Yeah, right.
3 opportunities to go down and score a touchdown on the first 2 to win it, or a field goal on the last one, and we're not able to close the deal. And are we going to hear any acknowledgement today at all that the offense has let them down in 3 consecutive playoff games at the end? Or will it just strictly be, oh, no, defense. That's it. Just the defense. Because I'll be looking for that. And if we hear only about the defense, I've been worried about them going back down the defensive rabbit hole for a head coach, and man, if that's how they sound today, I think that's only going to make me more entrenched in thinking that that's where they could go, which is not where I would like to see them go. But is that how Beane will sound today?
Could be.
When you expect that it would be, it's how he's always sounded up to this point.
The Sabres get back in the win column with a 5-3 win over Nashville last night.
Near corner behind the net for Riley again. Bryson careful not to reach in too much. Comes back to the line for a blast. Rebound up in the air. It did not cross the line, and somehow Alex Lyon keeps this one out.
Noah Ostlund scored 2 goals. Consta Hellenis scored his first goal. Peyton Krebs and Tage Thompson also scored. They're next in action tomorrow against Montreal on the road with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Following the firing of head coach Sean McDermott, we will finally get some answers as Bills general manager and president of football Brandon Beane and owner Terry Pegula will be speaking with the media today at 10 o'clock. That'll be carried for you right here live on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills bringing in their first interviews for the head coaching vacancy. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports they're bringing in Anthony Lynn, who coached 1 game for the Bills in 2016 and was a finalist for the position in 2017, which ended up going to Sean McDermott. Diana Rossini also says Joe Brady will interview for the position, as well as former Giants head coach and former Bills offensive coordinator Brian Daboll. Around the NFL, Mike McDaniel withdrawing from the consideration for the Browns' vacant head coaching position. ESPN's Adam Schefter reporting the former Dolphins coach is expected to become the Chargers' new offensive coordinator. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero is reporting the Steelers will interview former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy today for the team's vacant head coaching spot as well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Kelly.
And I'm not worried about that. Everywhere I've been in the league for 26 years. So everywhere I've been, the head coach and general manager work together. That's the only way it's going to work. And get on the same page, go through the process. Again, we've done it everywhere I've been. So I'm not worried about it. Like you said, that's just something on a piece of paper. It doesn't matter. We need to work together, and we're going to come to the final conclusion. And it's always going to be about what's best for the New York Giants. So I have no problem with that. And I'm looking forward to working with them.
I'm in charge.
Do you feel in charge?
I also thought about it's Thor and Star-Lord from Guardian from
from the
everyone knows who's in charge. Yeah, I am.
First
of course.
Yeah,
of course you are. Yeah, that's Joe Shane on. Yeah, it's collaborative. I mean, on paper it says him, but that doesn't mean anything. Like, okay, Joe Shane.
The Tyrion not Tyrion. One of the Game of Thrones references where, hold on, it's been a minute since I've seen it. Tywin sends King Joffrey to bed, and they tell him, "You just sent the most powerful man in Westeros to bed." And then he goes, "You think a crown gives you power?
Mm-hmm.
Or you're a fool if you think he's the most powerful man." All right, there's memes here.
A lot of memes. Anyway, that's Joe Shane and John Harbaugh with the Giants. So we've got news on the Bills, and if you are, hey, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, we're here every morning on WGR. And if you're on the YouTube stream, good morning. Hi. We're on that every morning, too. If you've not been listening in the last, 6 months, we have this new game we play. We have a fantasy league, and the fantasy league is called Former Bill, Future Bill, where we draft former Bills that aren't on the roster with the idea that we're going to get a guy that comes back on the roster. Jordan Poyer got points for that this year. Jordan Phillips got points for that this year. Let the records show Brian Daboll is on Alt Joe's roster, and Davis Webb is on Owen's roster, and we should probably have somebody pick up Anthony Lynn. And by the way, all 3 coaching candidates that we have right now for the Bills as scheduled interviews have been the offensive coordinator of the Bills before.
Right.
Anthony Lynn, Joe Brady, and Brian Daboll.
Which means their next 3 candidates, of course, will be Greg Roman, Nate Hackett, and Ken Dorsey. They're just going to interview former Bills offensive coordinators.
Let's remember some guys. What's Turk Schonert doing?
I believe he...
Did he pass away? All right. How about Chan?
It's the second time
I've had 2 guys that have died. It's not tasteless to just remember a guy.
Right.
Chan Gailey. How about...
who was Chan's offensive coordinator? Curtis Modkins. There you go.
What's he up to? Give him a ring.
Coaching? I know his son is still coaching.
Should we read anything that they are 3 offensive names? Should that be the first indicator? We're looking for any defensive name out there.
Right. I mean, I'm going to go with no yet because these are all names I would have expected. I guess I didn't expect Anthony Lynn. But they are guys that have experience. I mean, Dable and Brady specifically. I do not think Anthony Lynn is going to become the Buffalo Bills head coach.
No,
so
I don't either.
I'm putting him to the side for a moment. The other two are two guys you have relationships with. Like,
sure.
I'm not even sure it matters as much that they are offensive-minded at the start. I mean, of course, if you hire them, that's a big piece. If they start hiring or interviewing Kubiak and... Man, who are the other offensive names right now? Kubiak and Shielhouse, and like those are the names.
Cliff Kingsbury. Could they interview Cliff Kingsbury?
Maybe. Like if they start doing that and it's all offensive guys, then I'll get behind. Like, okay, they're going to hire an offensive coordinator.
I wonder when the first defensive name comes out. Like again, you need teams to lose this weekend, and I don't think there's anybody on New England's staff. I've heard a couple of calls for Josh McDaniels.
Ooh,
no,
thank you.
No.
Unless you want to just do it to weaken them.
No. If Denver loses, that's Davis Webb. If the Rams lose, that's Shielhouse and Chris Shula, maybe.
Chris
as
Shula.
well, defensive
Chris Shula.
guy. If the Seahawks lose, that's Clint Kubiak. So
yeah, I don't think their defensive guy's not in any running at all, because that's McDonald's defense. Yeah, who is there anyone else of a team that's eliminated right now where they would
playoff
be?
Team?
Yeah. Well, not even just playoff
that
team.
just got eliminated?
Right.
You're not going to the Bears and Ben Johnson's staff.
Right.
I feel like it'll be a relationship hire. Like, I really do. Kubiak would not be that. Anybody else would be.
I'm looking at, like, Grant Udinsky, right? The Jaguars offensive coordinator.
Yeah, under Liam Cohen.
I'm looking at the list right now. Like, other names.
Ooh, can I give you one more set of names?
I don't see another. Mike LaFleur in L.A., but he's still playing. He's still going.
Yeah. Connor Orr of Sports Illustrated. Yes, senior writer, Sports Illustrated. He wrote yesterday in his Monday morning quarterback piece, do not rule out the exploration of a head coaching trade for Buffalo. I think this is something being bandied about. You love when something's bandied about. It's being bandied about in league circles. I'm not reporting it as an inevitability or a possibility. Immensely complicated. In my mind, the three best play-calling, offensive-minded coaches would be attainable via trade. He says there's no way you can get Shanahan, McVay. And those three names are...
Couldn't get Shanahan. All right.
Kevin O'Connell, Dave Canales, and Shane Steichen. Now, in those scenarios, you're not interviewing. You are just trading.
Right. Can you interview before you would trade?
I'll tell you this.
I don't know.
Brandon Beane speaks today at 10 a.m., and we've talked about, like, his image and what Bills fans think of him right now and whatever. Just go win. You want to get the sunglasses meme back out? Go trade for Kevin O'Connell. I'll buy you some new sunglasses myself. Like, you're back.
Who wrote all that again?
Connor Orr, Sports Illustrated.
All right. Connor would know. He's got sources. In what world is Liam Cohen more available right now than Kyle Shanahan would be?
He didn't say Liam Cohen.
Didn't you say Liam Cohen?
No, I said Kevin O'Connell,
Dave Canales.
Dave Canales.
I'm
and
sorry.
Shane Steichen. I just don't think there's...
Even Dave Canales. Steichen makes sense. Like, I could see that. And O'Connell, same thing. Like, they are searching for a quarterback, and, you know, if he doesn't want to stick around and figure that out, are they doing McCarthy again? You know, like, I could see that too. Canales just went to the playoffs, right?
He did.
I don't know.
They were sub 500.
To me, that idea is only exciting if it's O'Connell or if it would end up being Shanahan. And if he's saying Shanahan is impossible, then to me it's just O'Connell. I would have no interest in trading for anybody else.
Someone in the chat pointed out
You have to trade for Tomlin, by the way.
Someone in the chat on YouTube, another former Bills offensive mind. And when I read this name, I thought, I should have the power to go to that person's house and unplug their internet. It was Doug Marone. I should go to your house. You should lose privileges.
Yeah, no.
Chet in Charlotte. Hey, Chet, you're on WGR. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to play a little Brandon Beane bingo of a few things that I'm really worried he's going to talk about at his press conference that would make me think he just doesn't get it still. Number one, last game tells you who you were. I feel like that's really short-sighted. We overreact. That's why we chase D-line and at the expense of the rest of the roster. Don't love that. Number two, acting like injuries prevented an otherwise good plan from working out. I'm not going to extrapolate Josh Palmer's 2 catches from Atlanta to suggest he would be a 1,500 receiver.
Right.
Ogunjobi was a healthy scratch after a suspension, which is a crazy combination of words to say out loud. And Landon Jackson couldn't even get a game day jersey before he got hurt. And number three, the one that really makes me lose my mind is when he says stuff like, I don't want to be bad enough to draft Jamar Chase, or I'd love to have Myles Garrett, but they don't come along very often. using a generational can't-miss pick as like the only example of talent improvement, it's such an insulting straw man.
Yep.
You can't simultaneously puff your chest out about drafting a franchise quarterback and then worry about what it means for your draft position and cap space. Like, teams pay quarterbacks and have impact players, so I think it's time for him to stop making excuses and just figure it out.
Thanks, Chet. We have another name, and we have our first defensive name. Lou Anarumo.
Mm-hmm.
The former Bengals defensive coordinator is with the Colts now. The Bills have requested to interview Colts defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo for the team's head coaching vacancy. He has never been a head coach.
No.
People wondered why. And in Cincinnati, things fell apart. And when he left, it got worse. And there was a little bit of I guess it was not Lou Anarumo's fault. It was the GM's fault. Hey, that coach got sent packing because of a bad roster.
Yeah, he turns 60 before the next season starts.
Okay. There's your first defensive candidate.
That would, I don't think it'll end up being him, but that would go along with my theory that the GM is mad that the head coach couldn't get defensive results in the postseason, and this is the one guy that stopped Mahomes in the postseason.
For a half.
Right, only for a half. It was a pretty impressive half.
Yeah.
Half plus overtime.
And stopped him in overtime, and then his offense went out and won the game.
Right.
They lost the toss.
Which, by the way, is what McDermott just did in the Denver game, and his offense didn't do it.
They lost the toss.
Right.
I think Anarumo's a big game kind of guy. Like, I'm not against that idea, but it wouldn't be my favorite.
No, me neither. I would hope they don't go that direction. Yeah, he's never even been a head coach like at a lower level, looking at his career. Not in college, nowhere else. So it'd be his first time ever doing it.
Man, we are back out in the dating pool here, huh?
I know.
Like,
how many names will we
get to know these people?
What's normal? I don't remember. How many did they interview in 2017? Like 10? Was Mike McCoy one of the guys they were talking to then? I can't remember.
Mike McCoy.
Or one of the old Chargers guys.
I can't decide if we're all going to go through this entire dance and it will just be Brian Daboll, and we'll be like, well, yeah, obviously it was. That's something when he got fired, we immediately thought he should be brought on to help with the offense.
Right, as like a consultant.
Yeah, hire him as a consultant. Now the job's available.
Right.
I don't know if he feels like he learned from it or whatever. But
how many calls, how many texts have you had in group chats, how many, conversations at a bar over the course of 6 years have resulted in, you know what they should do? They should fire McDermott and hire Brian Daboll as the head coach, promote Brian Daboll as the head coach. A lot of people, after 13 seconds, wanted to do that.
Yep.
And if we ultimately end up there, it'll be pretty incredible.
Well,
you needed things to line up. You needed the Giants' job to not go well for him. And really, we got to look at him as a head coach. And I do think there is a little bit of a difference between, there's a lot, I'm sure, between being a great offensive coordinator and being a great head coach.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a great offensive coordinator. I just flat out what we saw in Buffalo, I think he's got that. But he, temperament and game management, what we saw from him in those departments in New York weren't necessarily the most impressive. And I think that led to his downfall in New York as much as anything. Because if you look at what he did with the offenses, he went to the playoffs and won a playoff game with Daniel Jones as a quarterback. And then, things were going pretty well for Jackson Dart. The quarterback it was working.
He definitely identified and drafted a quarterback that they are keeping.
But it was more than that. It was, what are you doing with timeouts, and how are you blowing this lead, and what you're getting fined for charging into the medical tent to try to break your quarterback out? You had things like that all the time, screaming at refs and head coaches on the sidelines. And maybe you like that stuff. But it would certainly be a 180 temperament from where McDermott was.
What a departure.
And there's not many head coaches in the league that are like that at all. So it depends how you feel about that. Again, some people might love it that he's fiery like that on the sidelines. And he was like that with Josh. There are clips you can find from his rookie year or even his second year where Daboll's on the sidelines laying into him. Josh still loves him, so I guess it worked out.
Yeah,
it would be a very different type of head coach, and different being a head coach for him than being an offensive coordinator.
Who did I just read about this relationship? Might have been Tyler Dunn. Yeah. About how close Daboll is. Might have been somebody else that, when Josh and his wife are expecting, one of the first people he calls to tell is Dable.
Yeah.
Like, that's a close relationship. And the thing I wonder is, you work for somebody once, it's great, you stay close. Going back to work for them again is a different dynamic. It's not like the slam dunk. It'll be just how it was before.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got to be the favorite. Johnny in Buffalo. Johnny, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Sad to see McDermott go. Just from a culture standpoint, I think my stepdad and I were texting last night. He sent me the article from Joe Buscaglia about from The Athletic about the goodwill maybe lost in Western New York over McDermott's firing. And, he's a big culture guy, right? It's bad for the culture. It's not a good sign, this, that, and the other thing. And, I think I've been one of McDermott's biggest critics, and my buddies in my group chat will tell you the same thing. And do I think Beane should still be here? Probably not. Do I think the roster was elite? Definitely not. Do I think it was good enough to win that game in Denver and win a Super Bowl? Absolutely.
But how much of that absolutely is because the quarterback is amazing?
A lot of it's because of the quarterback.
I feel like if we're gonna argue about roster builds, like anytime you get to, I think they're good enough to win the Super Bowl. That's not that different to me than what we do every year. It's like, hey, it's the playoffs and Josh Allen, like you have a chance. So
I completely agree with you. And here's my other point though. It's like when I was watching that game, did I think Denver was that good? I mean, they were without their second and third best receivers on that team. Troy Franklin went out. Their other guy went out, Bryant, who was killing us early. And, in these playoff games, and Warren Sharp's a guy who I follow a little bit on Twitter, and he's kind of one of McDermott's biggest critics as well. And one of his things he said was, out of the 30 teams in the playoffs and since 2020, the Bills rank 29th in defensive success, 27th in defensive EPA. And we've allowed an average of 33 points per game in our playoff losses. And now, look, I think McDermott did a whole lot to rebuild the energy and build back Buffalo, and he won, a lot of people like to say, the right way. But at the end of the day, we couldn't run it back again and do it again. And we've talked about how, I think I've harped on this a bunch of times on your guys' show about, if you don't do it in the first 5 years, it never happens. It's just these things just continue to add up. We have 0 Super Bowl appearances to show for it in 9 years, 0 number 1 seeds. And that's a huge piece. We go into it's not just about winning in the playoffs. It's winning these games in the regular season against inferior opponents. And yes, players need to make plays. I could not agree more. But I also think that maybe coaching, maybe scheme, we could get more out of Greg Rousseau. We could get more out of these.
Which side of the ball do you think was more responsible for them not getting the 1 seed?
That's tricky. I think it's probably the.
I don't know. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be a slam dunk.
I think the defense. I think the defense showed flaws. Against a team like Miami at Miami. I think the defense showed flaws against Bijan Robinson. But I also see the offense. Once Josh Palmer got hurt, we couldn't move the ball at all. And I don't know if that's to do with our offensive scheme, where all we could do was screen passes, or the personnel, because we didn't have receiver. Of course I want receiver.
Right.
I've been screaming from Brandon Beane calling you guys and how ridiculous that was.
Sure.
But I think it's a combination of it all. And do I think Beane should still be here? Probably not. But I don't think he's some supervillain. I don't think freaking Sean McDermott's Batman, man. It's crazy that we're acting like it's end of days here. I want to win a Super Bowl.
Well, don't oversell it. Don't oversell it. Stop overselling anybody saying it's end of days. I mean, we're sitting here talking about the next coach and how we'll probably predict him to win 12 games next year. Beane's being treated like a villain because a lot of the reporting is that he pushed him out.
Mm-hmm.
Or however you want to say it. And we'll see what the Bills have to say about that. But the reason Beane has this sort of reputation is because he had a bad year. He had a really bad year. Somebody played the clip of the trade deadline where he was explaining how he didn't make trades. He called other NFL GMs fantasy football players.
Right.
What?
It's a
really weird thing to do. Just to claim the Jags GM, you're above him. He plays fantasy. He didn't say specifically, but he's one of these young guys. They don't know how to trade works. What? Are you Principal Skinner? Is it me who's out of touch? No, it's the children. Like, what? Beane had a bad year. And his roster looked like a roster from 2017. And people consistently mock the idea of, like, Jordan Poyer, Shaq Thompson, Tre'Davious White, Jordan Phillips, part of holding this defense together. You want to say this because of McDermott's scheme, then okay, I'll listen to that. But the reason Beane is catching flack is because he has earned that, and he kind of laid the groundwork for that in this year.
And he's been very defensive about it all the way.
Right, there's really only one.
Whether that's on interviews, whether that is reports, all of it. Like, it's come off as he's very defensive about that.
Right.
And that digs yourself a bigger hole, I think, with fans and makes it come off that way. And I just don't think, like, part of because I think there is a separation between when you're looking at the Allen era and how good he's been, where, sure, like, those defensive numbers are not great at all. But what was the main critique of McDermott after 13 seconds and the previous AFC Championship game is, all right, you're in the biggest moments. Come on, defense. Like, in the biggest moments, you're letting us down. And since 13 seconds in the fourth quarter and overtime, the Bills' defense has outperformed the Bills' offense. I had the numbers that in the fourth quarter and overtime, since the 13 seconds game on playoff drives, on 18 drives, the Bills' offense has 4 touchdowns, 4 field goals.
In the fourth quarter and overtime.
And the Bills' defense has allowed 4 touchdowns and 2 field goals. 1.8 points allowed per drive by the Bills' defense since the 13 seconds game in the biggest moments. He's, like, if you want to say there was a point in time where he was tough to work for and he was too intense, it sounds like he's evolved in some areas in that way. When it comes to the defense, biggest moments, he's evolved in that way. Like, I feel like in all these departments, fourth downs, all of it, all these places that he had weaknesses, he was getting incrementally better at them, at least. Whereas with the roster and with Beane, it's been going the opposite way, where the roster was amazing, had these Pro Bowlers all over, a lot of them McDermott brought in before he got here, and that the roster has steadily declined. Like, I feel like I've got an arrow going up on McDermott over time on the things he was bad at, and Beane, it's going down, and the guy who had the arrow up is the one who's out. So I'm not saying if you look at the whole 9 years and say McDermott deserved to be fired, try a new guy because that's enough time with Josh Allen. Like, I'll listen to that. But when you're comparing it directly to the general manager, it just doesn't make sense to me.
I'd say one of their biggest problems, like Joe Brady's interviewing for the head coaching job, and there are plenty of Bills fans that thought he was part of your problem this year. Why did Josh Allen take 40 sacks?
All right,
that was one of your biggest problems. Why weren't you the 1 seed? Is it because Josh Allen took 26 additional sacks this season? It's part of it. Anyway, Joe Brady getting an interview, Brian Daboll, Anthony Lynn, Lou Anarumo. Coach Watch. Give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe, 90 minutes from the start of the press conference. We'll check in with Sal in the 9 o'clock hour. More of your phone calls as we continue here on WGR. Let me find the exact quote here from Mitch Morse. He very much supports the idea of Davis Webb becoming a head coach and responded to that clip saying pretty much exactly that. Like, I can say confidently Davis Webb will be a great head coach. So take that for what it's worth. Mm-hmm. Could he be in the mix? He could. The Bills cannot talk to him until he loses. And if he gets Jarrett Stidham to the Super Bowl, right, because he's in the quarterback meetings this week.
Yeah.
And that could help.
He's their passing game coordinator and quarterback coach.
Yeah.
He does not call plays.
No, but he apparently does tons of prep for the quarterbacks. Peter Schrager had told the story that when he was here with the Bills, he ran the quarterback meetings. He wanted to continue to maybe play, but the Bills wanted to hire him as the quarterback's coach a while back, but he thought he could still play. Mm-hmm. And he's kind of just been, from here to the Giants and then to the Broncos. And Bo Nix has had a good couple of years, right? So maybe
I'm looking now. He never coached for the Giants. That's where he went to play, and then he started with Denver as a quarterback coach in 23, and he's been there since. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure this also should matter as to why you should do it, but it will come off like you're just doing it to make Josh happy.
It might.
You're just hiring his best friend. More than the merits of the idea. Because really, I would say to this, not to say he won't be a good head coach someday or a great head coach. And maybe if you think you need to get ahead of the 8 ball on that, you do it. But if you were to put in front of me someone else's quarterback coach in the NFL that has never called plays before and is of that age, I'm not saying I'd be against it because I'm getting the offensive guy, but I would be hesitant to want to do that without the connection already to him being here and being friends with Josh Allen. Right?
Yep.
I don't want to say totally against it though, because there's the Rams guy, and that intrigues me a little bit, but that he has the same drawback to me that Webb does, which is I'm hiring an offensive mind, but I'm hiring one that's never called plays before, and I have no idea what that's going to look like.
Head spinning, right? We're waiting for candidates. We finally have one here in Anthony Lynn. And I wonder, Joe, if we could get your thoughts. You do Lockdown NFL scouting. You're not just watching the Bills. You're watching the league. You know these names, these assistants. Do you have a name for the next coach that you like the most right now as an idea?
Yeah, I think there's two, Jeremy, and I'm really going to start my efforts to unpack, candidates following this press conference today. I really kind of want to hear what they have to say and see if that can steer me in the right direction. And so, absent of having done a really deep dive, the two names that really stand out to me are Davis Webb, who's the passing game coordinator for the Denver Broncos, and Clint Kubiak, who obviously has done a good job with the Saints, the Saints last year and Seattle this year with that offense. And I just feel like stylistically, kind of what he does with the quarterback, what he does with tight ends, would really mesh well with a lot of the infrastructure that's in place with Buffalo's offense. Plus, you kind of get that really fresh, new voice in the room. But the name that I continue to really find myself intrigued with is Davis Webb. And Jeremy, you and I have been talking about, if the Bills were to move on from Joe Brady. And the name I always bring up is Davis Webb. Yeah. Well, all right, we got a bigger conversation to have. But if that's the offensive mind that really intrigues me, and, it's not like it's a foreign idea for him to be getting head coach interviews. I mean, he's been talking to other teams, and obviously there's a great relationship with Josh Allen. Everybody I've ever spoken to about Davis Webb just raves about the guy. And so, I am not going to be afraid of the, 30s, not a ton of experience, but maybe you do. How do you not get curious about that itch that might be the next Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan type guy? And I think, Davis Webb and Clint Kubiak certainly fit that profile. And so they're guys that I'm pretty interested in. I know that neither one has head coaching experience, and that's potentially a concern. But, I think that bright offensive mind would be a welcomed addition to what this team kind of needs.
The Sabres get back in the win column with a 5-3 win over the Predators last night.
Near corner behind the net for Riley again. Bryson careful not to reach in too much. Comes back to the line for a blast. Rebound up in the air. It did not cross the line, and somehow Alex Lyon keeps this one out.
Noah Ostlund scored 2 goals. Consta Hellenis scored his first goal. Peyton Krebs and Tage Thompson also scored. They're in action tomorrow against Montreal with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Following the firing of head coach Sean McDermott, we will finally get some answers as Bills general manager and president of football Brandon Beane and owner Terry Pegula will be speaking with the media today at 10 o'clock. That'll be carried right here for you live on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills bringing in their first interviews for the head coaching spot. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports they're bringing in Anthony Lynn, who coached one game for the Bills in 2016 and was the finalist for the position in 2017, which ended up going to Sean McDermott. He was the offensive coordinator for a stretch as well. Diana Rossini says Joe Brady will interview for the position, as well as former Giants head coach and offensive coordinator for the Bills, Brian Dable. Tom Pelissero also reports the Bills have requested to interview Colts defensive coordinator Lou Anarumo for their head coaching job, sources say. Anarumo interviewed with the Titans and Giants for their jobs and will now talk to the Bills. Around the NFL, Mike McDaniel is withdrawing his name from consideration for the Browns' vacant head coaching position. Schefter reports that McDaniel is expected to become the Chargers' new offensive coordinator, and NFL Network's Tom Pelissero is reporting the Steelers will interview Cowboys' former head coach Mike McCarthy today for their vacant head coaching position. Tune in all this week for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Buffalo Auto Show at the Buffalo Convention Center, happening from Thursday, January 29th through Sunday, February 1st. Visit BuffaloAutoShow.com for schedule and tickets. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. For WGR Sports Radio 550, I'm Joe Cali.
Gets fired. As he mentioned in his statement, he poured his heart and soul into making this team a Super Bowl team. They didn't get there, but it's been really cool when you have a guy that gets fired and then you see the outpouring of support from his former players on his leadership and the impact that he made in their lives. That's the sign of a great head coach. I think it's important for everybody to realize and remember. And then in 9 seasons with the Bills, they go to the playoffs 8 times. They won 5 consecutive division titles. I just wanted to make sure we took a minute here to recognize how great of a coach Sean McDermott has been. When we saw Harbaugh get fired, you knew he was going to be a coach right away somewhere else. When we saw Stefanski get fired, we thought the same thing. And now this is going to be the same thing with McDermott. He needs to be a head coach again in this cycle.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, the Fitz and Wit podcast. Someone wrote into me, I saw the outpouring was primarily defense. Should we take anything from that? And I don't think that checks out. I saw Deion Dawkins, Gabe, Mitch Morse, Isaiah McKenzie. You had offensive players. And, of course, there's the million-dollar question. Where is number 17, and when will he be in front of a microphone to talk about it? If he's going to do that. This is a big change, and he's the face of the franchise. He is not scheduled that we know of to speak today. I don't know what the timeline is for that. We're going to have Brandon Beane and Terry Pegula, but Josh Allen.
Well, didn't we think maybe he was going to earlier in the week?
I think people expected it earlier in the week, and it has not yet happened. Of course. You'll know when it happens.
And that's what I don't – maybe Sal will know when we have him on, whether he has to. Because I know in the CBA, you have to make the head coach and the GM available after a year, and you have to make the locker room open. But I don't – quarterbacks have to talk after games, but I don't know about after seasons.
There's has to, and then there's has to. There's there's takes questions, then there's lengthy Instagram tribute and ride off into the offseason.
Sure, right.
Does Josh Allen have
I haven't seen that.
A duty to Bills Mafia to address the firing of the coach? I ask that to you out there. I don't necessarily have a yes or a no there. Oftentimes I will defend players if they don't want to speak and they want to just kind of put their own messaging out on platforms. I think that that's normally, in small cases, fine. In a case like this, you might want to hear from your quarterback. Mo in New Jersey. Mo, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
All right. So on the Josh Allen thing, we had I follow a lot of the Bills players on Instagram, and I saw so many, quote-unquote tributes to Sean McDermott. Not to see anything from Josh Allen. Maybe he's just processing the loss still. They say everybody grieves differently, whatever that means. I think it's absolutely imperative we hear from him, right? Because he is the leader of the team. He is, for what it's worth, the face of the franchise. I expect to hear something from him. I hope I hear something from him. Not that it's going to change anything. It's not going to change my loyalty to this team or to Josh Allen because I absolutely love him as a player. But, on the head coaching search thing, none of the names that you guys have mentioned that they've requested interviews with really move my needle. If we bring Joe Brady back, I don't know how he can do a better job than Sean McDermott. That would just tell me they're bringing him in as a head coach just to be a yes guy for for Beane, who, for lack of a better word, is a snake snake oil salesman, in my opinion. The way they did Sean McDermott, very dirty. I've never been the biggest McDermott guy, but the way they did him, I think, was wrong. And maybe they did it just to give him an opportunity to get one of these jobs that are open. For whatever reason they did it, they did it. For me, I'm not the biggest Mike McDaniel fan. I would have loved to have had the opportunity to interview him, see, maybe he could have came here, but it just sounds like he's going to L.A.
Yeah.
I just, I don't know who the answer is going to be. I think whoever it is going to have a lot of big roles to fill, big shoes to fill, because Sean McDermott, for his deficiencies as a coach. He embodied Buffalo. He was Buffalo. He was everything that Buffalo represented. I think that's why people are upset. And I think Beane started to become the villain, and we've talked about it ad nauseum at this point, when he came on your show and berated you guys for talking wide receiver, and it's been downhill since. This, for me, it doesn't look good for the team, for the city, of Buffalo in terms of the team. But, I'm always going to be a Bills fan. I'll be a Bills fan longer than hopefully Beane is the GM. And go Bills.
All right, thanks, Mo. Yeah, and listen, we're all going to get to September, and they're going to open up a brand new building with Super Bowl aspirations.
Yep.
That'll be a fun day. This will be in the rear view. And maybe by then, maybe they open against Sean McDermott because he coaches the Ravens.
Oh, well, hold on. Let's take a look at our bet. What's open?
We had Russell Wilson open the season in Seattle.
Man, if he goes to Baltimore, you're winning that bet. That will be the opener. That'll be their opener. McDermott coaching the Ravens against the.
All I'm saying is,
that'd be a hot matchup.
I'm just taking the day off if the Ravens were to. First off, he hasn't even interviewed with the Ravens.
They would carry him off the field,
Jim Schwartz
in
style.
Baltimore. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll land in Baltimore. I guess it's not impossible. Yeah, his name hasn't popped up anywhere.
Not yet. Not yet.
What does he want? Does he want? Not that it matters for the Bills. Does he want a job that's ready-made to go win, or does he want to build something again? Does he want to go to Cleveland or Arizona and do the same thing he did here, which was, you need the quarterback too, but this organization's been a joke. We're going to reestablish a culture, and we're going to get things to where we're like a real professional organization.
Well, if you're McDermott, you're looking for a front office that you're going to feel valued. What did John Harbaugh do? McDermott doesn't have Harbaugh's resume, but Harbaugh goes to an owner and a franchise that he feels like, all right, I'm given enough power. Is McDermott going to be given?
He also was given $100 million, which should be mentioned for Harbaugh.
That's right.
He signed a $100 million contract.
That's pretty good.
So if McDermott got that, he might be willing to go to Arizona. But yeah, you're right. That's why I actually think about the Raiders for him a lot. What's the Brady operation like? Does it feel like that's something that would feel more reputable than what's been had there?
I got one question for you here about Beane. Is it at all possible he's only staying on through the draft?
In general, or just as GM?
As GM. He got promoted. So it's very as GM. And then
that's what I mean.
Somebody else gets elevated. Brian Gaine, Terrence Gray. Will he this is one of the things we could learn today. He might be asked long-term plan. Are you going to be the GM for the foreseeable future? Do you have a plan to step out of that role?
I do not think it's possible that he is gone. They're not making him president of football operations, and then he's not working for you 4 months later.
Right.
So I don't see that. I don't think it's impossible. The thing, though, that I would wonder is why wouldn't you just do that now then? Because if you're just promoting from within and you're not changing out your entire staff, all the work you've done building for this draft, you've already got all those people here and all that work done. So it just comes down to, do you want to be the guy with your finger on the button for this draft and then give that up after this year?
No.
I'm also not really sure that it matters, because if Beane did give the GM job away to Brian Gaine after the year, I guess, I don't know. Have we ever been in a situation where there have been two, a president and a GM, and then a draft happens? And now we're going to be doing the thing that instead of, how much say does McDermott have on the draft, how much does Beane have if he's not sitting in that chair? I don't know. I think that's not impossible, but I still would be surprised.
I just wonder, what kind of questions do they ask? Do they value the analytics side of it? Do they value fourth down decision making, when to kick, when not to kick, exploring all these, everything, clock management? If you hire somebody that's never been a head coach, you hire Lou Anarumo, I don't know, what am I getting in terms of game management? I've got no idea at all what I'm getting in game management.
Right.
That staff that McDermott leans on for a lot of these situations, is that whole staff gone? Or would they say, listen, we have a game management staff, Does John Perry stay on, the guy that helps them with officiating rulings and things like that? There are a lot of questions to be answered. 803-0550. We'll continue to answer some of yours, get your thoughts, your comments, your concerns. Press conference at 10 a.m. today. We'll carry it live. We'll stay through it, give you some post-game, give you some reaction. Sal checks in from One Bills Drive in a little bit, and more of your phone calls here on WGR. Head spinning, right? We're waiting for candidates. We finally have one here in Anthony Lynn. And I wonder, Joe, if we could get your thoughts. You do Lockdown NFL scouting. You're not just watching the Bills. You're watching the league. You know these names, these assistants. Do you have a name for the next coach that you like the most right now as an idea?
Yeah, I think there's two, Jeremy, and I'm really going to start my efforts to unpack, candidates following this press conference today. I really kind of want to hear what they have to say and see if that can steer me in the right direction. And so, absent of having done a really deep dive, the two names that really stand out to me are Davis Webb, who's the passing game coordinator for the Denver Broncos, and Clint Kubiak, who obviously has done a good job with the Saints, the Saints last year and Seattle this year with that offense. And I just feel like stylistically, kind of what he does with the quarterback, what he does with tight ends, would really mesh well with a lot of the infrastructure that's in place with Buffalo's offense. Plus, you kind of get that really fresh, new voice in the room. But the name that I continue to really find myself intrigued with is Davis Webb. And Jeremy, you and I have been talking about, if the Bills were to move on from Joe Brady. And the name I always bring up is Davis Webb. Yeah. Well, all right, we got a bigger conversation to have. But if that's the offensive mind that really intrigues me, and it's not like it's a foreign idea for him to be getting head coach interviews. I mean, he's been talking to other teams, and obviously there's a great relationship with Josh Allen. Everybody I've ever spoken to about Davis Webb just raves about the guy. And so, I am not going to be afraid of the, 30s, not a ton of experience, but like, maybe you do. How do you not get curious about that itch that might be the next Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan type guy? And I think Davis Webb and Clint Kubiak certainly fit that profile, and so they're guys that I'm pretty interested in. I know that neither one has head coaching experience, and that's potentially a concern. But I think that bright offensive mind would be a welcomed addition to what this team kind of needs.
Connor Orr of Sports Illustrated, yes, senior writer, Sports Illustrated. He wrote yesterday in his Monday morning quarterback piece, do not rule out the exploration of a head coaching trade for Buffalo. I think this is something being bandied about. You love when something's bandied about. It's being bandied about in league circles. I'm not reporting it as an inevitability or a possibility, immensely complicated. In my mind, the three best play-calling, offensive-minded coaches would be attainable via trade. He says there's no way you can get Shanahan or McVay. And those three names are...
Couldn't get Shanahan. All right.
Kevin O'Connell, Dave Canales, and Shane Steichen. Now, in those scenarios, you're not interviewing. You are just trading.
Right. Can you interview before you would trade?
I'll tell you this.
I don't know.
Brandon Beane speaks today at 10 a.m., and we've talked about, his image and what Bills fans think of him right now and whatever. Just go win. You want to get the sunglasses meme back out? Go trade for Kevin O'Connell. I'll buy you some new sunglasses myself. You're back.
Who wrote all that again?
Connor Orr, Sports Illustrated.
All right. Connor would know. He's got sources. In what world is Liam Cohen more available right now than Kyle Shanahan would be?
He didn't say Liam Cohen.
Didn't you say Liam Cohen?
No, I said Kevin O'Connell,
Dave Canales.
Dave Canales. And Shane Steichen. I just don't think there's...
Even Dave Canales. Steichen makes sense. I could see that. And O'Connell, same thing. They are searching for a quarterback, and if he doesn't want to stick around and figure that out, are they doing McCarthy again? I could see that too. Canales just went to the playoffs, right?
He did.
I don't know.
They were sub 500.
To me, that idea is only exciting if it's O'Connell or if it would end up being Shanahan. And if he's saying Shanahan's impossible, then to me it's just O'Connell. I would have no interest in trading for anybody else.
Joe's in here moving the chess pieces around the board. It's all a conspiracy, folks.
We got another conspiracy.
Yeah?
Joey tweets in, when Joe Shane gets canned, he becomes GM. And I'm thinking, oh, wait a minute. That works? So the theory would be Joe Shane, who is currently the Giants GM, is already talking about how Harbaugh's final say, it doesn't matter. He's Doug Whaley. He's on a limited timesheet. He's going to get fired after the draft, but they can't fire him yet because they need him and his staff and all the work they've done for the draft. Ooh. So what the Bills would be doing is they are waiting for Shane to get fired after the draft. So they'll do their own, and then after that happens, they bring Shane in to be the GM with Beane above him as the president.
We need a sound effect when we get a new candidate name. We got a new candidate. Grant Udinsky, Jaguars offensive guy.
All right, there it is.
Under Liam Cohen.
Just turned 30.
Yep.
Look at this. 30-year-olds getting interviews all over.
He has had second interview with the Browns Friday. The Bills have requested an interview with Jags offensive coordinator Grant Udinsky. One thing.
It's going to be the first time you're ever older than the Bills head coach, right? That's going to happen.
Yeah, that's probably right.
It's weird for me. I feel like guys my age are about to, get interviews.
Keep the House of Cards music playing because now I got a theory. Now it's all politics. Brandon Beane's about to hold up the entire NFL's hiring process for a month. Because the Bills are the ones that had the rule that asked that they move all the hiring till after the Super Bowl, and now he's going to make it happen.
That's right.
I'm going to keep this job open. Udinsky, you want those jobs? Hold on a second. We want to talk to you. Come on in here. Wait, we want to talk to Kubiak. We want to talk to... What, you got somebody else?
We got another name. Ian Rappaport has just tweeted out the early list. This is on top of the Grant Udinsky report. Rappaport, the early list: Joe Brady, Brian Dable, Grant Udinsky, Anthony Lynn, and Anthony Weaver. A name that I had not seen reported yet. Had you? I think that's new. That's another defensive name. And get ready for this. Who's ready and who's excited to hire the Dolphins defensive coordinator? Get fired up for that. Miami's DC.
All I'm saying is this is a comment in the
I'd be so mad.
There's a comment in the chat, and you know what? I'm officially on this timeline now, and I'm into it. Brandon Beane will leverage this into becoming the NFL commissioner. Let's do it. You know what? Do it. All right. Fine.
I mean, he only needs one more Infinity Stone.
Who knew a coach search was so much fun? This hasn't even begun yet. I told you on Monday, we're going to get through it, we're going to get sad, and then it's going to get exciting, and now this is a blast.
And I'm half kidding on some of these, because even Sal just tweeted. These are 5, 6 names we have right now? There'll be more, and some of these guys are not, to me, serious candidates. I guess it's tough, though, but we don't know who that is the case for. Who is the serious, the only guy so far, let me just say this, the one guy I've seen so far that I think there's zero chance is Anthony Lynn. They're not hiring Anthony.
They're not hiring. Okay.
Anybody else, maybe we should be at least a little open.
Here's my theory. What are the offensive guys they have? Relationships. Udinsky is hot young name. Davis Webb would be hot young name.
That you know.
And what are the defensive candidates? Experienced.
Yeah.
Reputable. Flores. Is Flores going to be added to this list?
Right. Weaver's been Weaver, who, by the way, was with the Bills in 2013 as a defensive line coach, but different organizations. Weaver's been a defensive coordinator for 6 years now. On and off. I guess he had a couple years in the middle there where he wasn't. But
House of Cards, season 5. Terrible.
Oh, it's
great show.
Candidate for the worst season of television
Beyond
of
terrible.
all time. Although I think I quit after the second episode.
This song does bring me back to binging that show. This was an opening song you didn't skip. It got you in the mood. Let's go.
I started skipping it after a few times.
Did?
It's a little long. The only theme song, I'm not a big theme song guy. I'm always skip intro guy. The only theme song I would never skip was the Succession theme song. Every other theme song, just going right past it. Even the Breaking Bad one, and that one's only 7 seconds long.
Right. All right. Weaver, he's been here before.
Names are flowing out. We might have another one by the time.
Former Bill, future Bill Fantasy League is off the charts. You have picked up who?
I'm picking up Joe Shane.
Shane.
I'm going to buy in on Joey from Twitter's conspiracy theory.
If that's the case, I'm going to go after. I'm adding to my roster. We have to open up another roster spot is what we're going to do on this former Bill, future Bill Fantasy League.
You want to expand rosters?
I want Chad Hall, Giants wide receiver coach. He'll be pushed out by Harbaugh. He and McDermott had a split. He'll return to coach the receivers because when he was here coaching the receivers, Chad Hall.
I think what we're going to need is a scoring system that rewards points based on the position or spot that person
You're
gets.
just trying to find a way to get yourself points.
Yeah. Wait a minute. We don't think that Joe Shane becoming GM should get more points than if Chad Hall becomes their assistant wide receivers coach?
No. Points for obscurity.
He would be the receiver coach.
I lean in points for obscurity.
Yes.
Yes. On the other side?
Yes.
No, it's so much worse.
All right,
practice squad player is going to get more than picking a GM.
Listen, I don't know if it's the right time to say it, but where else would you rather be than right here? This is kind of fun.
Truly.
It's kind of fun.
This is good stuff.
Actually, Anthony Weaver was here in 2013. Can I pick him?
You could?
I'm not going to.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. We're going to keep this.
We got a press conference in an hour.
We do. This is what happens. We go 4 days without actually hearing from the team. All right. After the press conference, we'll get some more conspiracies out there. You can give us a ring. Sal's going to check in from One Bills Drive. The Sabres won last night, the poor Sabres. They're red hot right now. They played a good game in Carolina. And then they beat Nashville, but we're in the midst of,
Sabres, you want the news cycle? Go trade for Artemi Panarin. There you go.
They're not going to trade for him.
No?
It's off the board. I'll get another name for you soon. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Connor Orr of Sports Illustrated. Yes, senior writer, Sports Illustrated. He wrote yesterday in his Monday morning quarterback piece, do not rule out the exploration of a head coaching trade for Buffalo. I think this is something being bandied about. You love when something's bandied about. It's being bandied about in league circles. I'm not reporting it as an inevitability or a possibility, immensely complicated. In my mind, the three best play-calling, offensive-minded coaches would be attainable via trade. He says there's no way you can get Shanahan, McVay. And those three names are...
Couldn't get Shanahan. All right.
Kevin O'Connell, Dave Canales, and Shane Steichen. Now, in those scenarios, you're not interviewing. You are just trading.
Right. Can you interview before you would trade?
I'll tell you this.
I don't know.
Brandon Beane speaks today at 10 a.m., and we've talked about, his image and what Bills fans think of him right now and whatever. Just go win. You want to get the sunglasses meme back out? Go trade for Kevin O'Connell. I'll buy you some new sunglasses myself. You're back.
Who wrote all that again?
Connor Orr, Sports Illustrated.
All right. Connor would know. He's got sources. In what world is Liam Cohen more available right now than Kyle Shanahan would be?
He didn't say Liam Cohen.
Didn't you say Liam Cohen?
No, I said Kevin O'Connell,
Dave Canales.
Dave Canales. And Shane Steichen. I just don't think there's...
Even Dave Canales. Steichen makes sense. I could see that. And O'Connell, same thing. They are searching for a quarterback, and, if he doesn't want to stick around and figure that out, are they doing McCarthy again? Like, I could see that too. Canales just went to the playoffs, right?
He did.
I don't know.
They were sub 500.
To me, that idea is only exciting if it's O'Connell or if it would end up being Shanahan. And if he's saying Shanahan is impossible, then to me it's just O'Connell. I would have no interest in trading for anybody else. I think if you look at the bigger scope of 9 years of McDermott and 13 seconds and all of it together, it's much more sellable than just looking at this past season.
Right.
I mean, you want the big stops, the one quote in Tyler's piece from yesterday about you want the stop from the defensive coach. You went into overtime.
And got it.
And they got the ball first, and you got the stop.
Yep.
Not
even the field goal stop.
No,
just a
the
punt.
stop.
Just a punt.
Here you go, offense.
Sudden death, win the game.
Here's my gift to you as your defense. Field goal to win the football game. That's it.
Right.
It's the thing that they got that they couldn't do in the 13-second game. That it's a totally different offense. I understand that.
Also,
Bo Nix.
they also lost a coin toss in that game.
And they lost a coin toss in that game. But that's the stop you've been waiting for. He gave it to you in back-to-back playoff games, and this is the week he got fired. And that, I think, is what makes the timing a little bit strange.
It'll also be interesting to hear what Beane has to say about the officiating in that call. Because if he says, I think it was a catch, so you feel like you should have won?
Right. Because then again, if that was ruled a catch, what would the last drive we saw of McDermott been?
A stop.
The last half. They scored one touchdown, I think, on 7 drives in the second half in overtime. Or on 6 drives. Really what we'd be looking at today, that's what's kind of amazing about him being gone right now, is everyone was giving him total credit for the Jaguars game, and Brett Coleman saying he was in his bag, and all the people looking at film I can't believe McDermott did this to the Jaguars passing game, and got a lot of credit for that. And then they would have allowed 30 points, but 6 were gifted by the offense and 2 touchdowns gifted by practice squad defensive backs. We'd be sitting here at the end of the game after this week and saying, hey, beat the Jaguars, and then he got you the stop in overtime, and he did it again in the second half, and now we're going to the AFC Championship game. In big part, because his defense showed up. But the offense made his defense have to go out there one more time.
With a 5-3 win over the Predators last night, Noah Ostlund scored 2 goals. Consta Hellenis scored his first goal. Peyton Krebs and Tage Thompson also scored. They're next in action tomorrow against Montreal with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. You'll be able to catch all the action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Following the firing of Sean McDermott, we'll finally get some answers as Bills general manager Brandon Beane and owner Terry Pegula will be speaking with the media today at 10 o'clock. That'll be carried right here live on WGR Sports Radio 550. The Bills bringing in their first interviews for head coaching spots. We got a lot of reports this morning. Some names mentioned: Joe Brady, Brian Dable, Grant Udinski, Anthony Lynn, and Anthony Weaver, along with Lou Anarumo. Also, so the search begins. Around the NFL, Mike McDaniel withdrawing his name from consideration for the Browns head coaching vacancy. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that McDaniel is expected to become the Chargers' new offensive coordinator. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports the Steelers will interview Cowboys former head coach Mike McCarthy today. for their head coaching vacancy as well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Mina Kimes on a series of moves around the NFL. I have a...
This is the Succession.
The Succession,
thing,
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I just had a thought come to my mind. I'm going to give it to you here. So the Bills' candidates, Joe Brady, Brian Dable, Anthony Lynn, Anthony Weaver, Grant Udinsky, expecting Clint Kubiak and Davis Webb. Did I forget anybody?
I think you got them all.
Okay.
You said Lou Anarumo?
Lou Anarumo. Had him too. Do you remember when the Sabres had a vote for the new goal song?
Yes.
And everyone got really invested in it and did a bunch of stuff?
The one this past. Yeah.
And then what do?
They picked the song that nobody believes anyone actually voted for.
They picked
Kickstart My Heart.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying that's what Joe Brady's going to feel like to me. If Joe Brady gets a job, it's going to feel like that. Like we're about to go outside and start fresh, start new. All ideas on the table. And if they give it to Joe Brady, like, all right, doesn't mean it can't be good. Just like, okay. I want to tell you something about Grant Udinsky, who is a candidate for this job. The Bills have asked to talk with Grant Udinsky. We're going to bring in Sal in a minute here. He's worked under Liam Cohen. He comes from the Kevin O'Connell tree to a degree.
Yeah.
He worked with Kevin O'Connell, and I just reached out to Matthew Collar in Minnesota to see if we can find out about Udinsky. I think Kevin O'Connell is a top 5 coach in the NFL and would absolutely want a part of that. He is tight with O'Connell. He got a job, and O'Connell called his understanding of football unbelievable, continue to get promotions over and over and over. He was a mentor to, don't hold this against him, J.J. McCarthy, and then left before McCarthy would actually have played this year. Worked with Darnold. Was he there with Darnold when he broke out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Minnesota last year, he was assistant OC and assistant quarterbacks coach.
Okay. Udinsky, to me, is immediately, I like that idea. I don't know if you have to be someone that's tight with Josh. I don't know how this is all going to work.
He's young.
He's 30.
I'm older than him.
All right. But I like the name. Davis Webb's going to be on the list. Sal Capaccio is on the line, on the Western Hotline. He's down at One Bills Drive. Sal, good morning. One thing I think about all this is today's been a day of getting candidates to just roll out. We can expect a lengthy process here, right?
I think so. It would feel like it would be more of a longer process than a shorter process. I mean, they could identify their guy pretty quickly. One thing about that, though, guys, you have to remember, as much as that's probably the case, right now, lots of jobs are drying up. That's coordinators, too.
Yeah.
The longer you wait, the more guys are taking jobs with other coaches getting jobs, right? So if you want an offensive coordinator and guy comes in and does an interview and says, I really want this guy as my offensive coordinator, but then you wait, and then that guy goes somewhere else. So you can't wait too long here.
Here's the thing. I was kind of half kidding with this when I said this, but, Sal, the Bills could potentially hold up the entire hiring process here. If they've got a lot of candidates that are interested in the job, and, the irony is, of course, the Bills have wanted this process to move after the playoffs anyway, right? And it doesn't work that way. But if you are any one of these guys that's been named, And Brian Daboll, the Eagles want him for their offensive coordinator job maybe. He says, like, well, hold on, I'm talking to Buffalo. I got to figure this out. Now, maybe they pare the list down over time, but if they're waiting to talk to Clint Kubiak or Chris Shula or Davis Webb, then that will have to wait until maybe after the Super Bowl if it goes that long. And that's what I mean, like a long process here could play out unless teams, parties involved kind of get impatient.
Right. Well, the Bills have no say in what the Eagles would say then if they go to a Brian Daboll and go, well, look, we need to wrap this up. We need to do this. So you got to make a decision. Either you wait around for that job or you come here. So I like I said, I mean, yeah, you're right in theory. I mean, I think this is a top job, right? You have a chance to come here and work with Josh Allen. Guys are lining up. They would love to be able to do that. But other teams aren't going to wait on the Buffalo Bills. They're going to say, if you don't come here, we're going to have to move on because we need to fill our spots.
Right. So you're down there. We're going to hear from Terry Pegula and Brandon Beane today. That's the plan. We don't know if Terry Pegula will be answering questions, but he will be there as part of today's presser.
That was what was on the email that was sent out. Terry Pegula and Brandon Beane, media availability at 10 a.m. So we'll see exactly what Terry says or doesn't say, and if he does or doesn't answer questions.
All right.
Do you have any expectations, Sal, of what
tone?
Yeah, the tone might be. Like, whether that's on McDermott or whether that's, in general about Beane and the way the roster is. Because there have been a lot of back and forth, I think, this week on TV, radio, social media about what the state of the Bills roster is. And Beane, at times in the past, even on our program, has been defensive about it.
Yeah, I think that Brandon Beane will probably strike a tone of, being thankful for Sean McDermott, all the things that we talked about the last, 72 hours that they didn't seem to be, right? And there were, chilly has been the words or things like that. And I think that hey, Sean did a lot here and we're thankful for everything he did. And, we're going to look under every stone possible to find the right coach. I don't think that Brandon Beane's going to come in here and be defiant against the media in this room today. You know what I mean? If that makes sense, I don't think that would serve him very well. But I think Brandon's always been very good in front of a mic. He's been polished. He can get a little fiery. You know that. You guys know that personally, right? But I don't think that today is a day that we're going to see a lot of that. Now, what's it going to look like when there are questions about that? And, the bottom line is when you do things like this, you want to have answers. What happened? Why did it happen? What does it look like going forward, right? I mean, that's the goal of a day like today. To get answers of what happened and why it happened and what it looks like going forward, the structure of the organization. That's going to be a big question today. What does it look like, now that Brandon Beane is the president of football ops as well as the GM? And I said the other day, and I think you guys were talking about this earlier when I was starting to hook up, I believe that he'll be the GM through the draft, and then they'll probably pass it off to Terrence Gray or Ryan Gain. But you keep him on through the draft because he's done all that intel with the scouting department for the draft, and he's even scouted guys. So that's just my personal belief. I think that'll probably happen at some point. So what does it look like, going into next year, now that he's overseeing kind of everything in that regard? So I think there's a lot of questions that have to be answered here about that. And then, of course, we're all going to be asking questions about what kind of coach are you looking for? Do you have certain qualities in mind that you need here? How much does Josh Allen have any say whatsoever in, what's happening here?
How about, have you spoken to Josh? Right? Sal, will we hear from the quarterback at any point after this news?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, because I know the GM and the coach, if you have a coach, are by the CBA, they're supposed to talk right after a season, but is the quarterback too, or is that optional?
No, I've never seen anything the quarterback has to talk. We've just always heard from Josh, and he's the face of the organization, really, right? So I don't know if we're going to hear from Josh at any point. We might not. At this point, with everything going on, it wouldn't surprise me if we don't. I think a lot of people were very surprised we didn't the other day, reading a lot into that. But I think at this point we get to, maybe that just doesn't happen. I'm not really sure. I wouldn't expect it today, but you never know, I guess. I don't even know, what Josh's, immediate offseason schedule looks like, where he is, what he's doing. But there is no requirement for the quarterback to speak to the media after the season.
Well, if that's the case, if we don't hear from him, I think what Beane would say today about, what Josh feels about the move from McDermott or even what his role might have been. I mean, if that's all we kind of get on it, then that'll be a pretty big answer from Beane today.
For sure. And I don't know how much he would speak on what someone else felt about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm really not sure if he would even go down that road. But no, I don't know. At this point, we have no plans or have not been told anything about hearing from Josh.
All right.
The coaching list, Sal, like, I'm wondering, like, could we pick up tidbits from Beane, even outside of, like, specific questions about, what he's looking for in a coach? Like, are we going to be listening, like, to how he saw this season end and, like, the playoffs specifically? I feel like there'll be a lot of listening to every single answer and almost applying them, even ones that maybe we shouldn't be, to, like, what he's looking for in the next head coach.
So do you mean like how this season ended, maybe impacting the type of coach they want going forward?
Yeah, kind of like if he, talks about the Denver game and he's talking about like not making stops at the end and not as much about the offense not scoring in overtime or touchdowns at the end, then I don't know, like my antenna will be up about, okay, maybe some of these defensive names that they're going to be interviewing are realistic guys.
Oh, I think they're real. I don't think we should discount anybody on this list. I think what you're going to hear from Brandon Beane today, my guess is he's going to say we're going to find the best coach possible. I don't care if he's an offensive guy or a defensive guy or a special teams guy. I don't think you're going to get anything today that's going to indicate either way if, a defensive guy is in the mix or ruled out or offensive guy. Now, we could try to piece together things he says about that, which to your point, Joe, like if he mentions, they couldn't get a stop, but I don't think that immediately disqualifies or says to you it's got to be a defensive guy or an offensive guy. You're probably going to get what most coaches say in these situations. Most GMs and owners say in this situation. We're going to find the best coach possible. And look at the list so far. You have several names from the defensive side. You have several names from the offensive side. And and honestly, that's the way it should be. You should never, ever just limit yourself to that. Now, we could all have our preferences and say the Bills should go get an offensive mind because of Josh Allen and because of they've had this defensive coach. I totally get that. But I think it would be totally malpractice by any organization to not look at both sides of the ball to get the best person possible.
Sal, we'll check in after the press conference. You're going to jump back on with us. We'll give a little reaction, post-game takeaways, things we learned, things we might still be wondering. So we'll be listening. You've got us dialed up from down there, and we'll talk afterwards.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Sal. Sal Capaccio. 803-0550 is the phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. The list still, to me, looks like three. There are three categories here for the most part. Veteran defensive guys. Mm-hmm. I guess we can't say the hot young offensive candidate list yet because that's Udinski, and we expect Webb and Kubiak to be on it. And then defensive veterans, Anarumo, Weaver.
Yeah. Would you also just include a list of guys we know?
Yeah, the relationships. That's what I meant by that.
Right.
The relationship guys.
Yeah, because Dable, Brady, and then eventually probably Davis Webb
and
would all be on that.
The first two are, according to Diana Rossini, in-person interviews. Dable and Anarumo go first.
Yep.
Get some phone calls in. People have been waiting patiently. We thank you for that. And we'll get some calls here. Paul in Akron, we've got the press conference live at 10 a.m. We'll carry it, and we will be on afterwards as well. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Before I get to the coach that I have in mind that no one has mentioned before, this press conference, I just don't think we're going to get much out of it. I have sat and listened to Brandon Beane after the draft in the field house for the last couple years with Doug Whaley, and no offense to Maddie Glad, but she was up there introducing her, them. I've heard them before, and I just think when it's done, I'm not going to sure if I should give them a breath mint or toilet paper. But anyway, when I open my app for the coaching search, since we're on a dating app, we could call it Only Coaches.
All right.
I want to swipe right on Arians. That's who I would like to see. Everybody else that I've heard so far, I'm swiping left on. I want to swipe right on Arians. Now, I know he's retired, but Terry's got a lot of money in a pocketbook. And I know that any amount of money, if you want to win the Super Bowl, and if that is your goal, because that's what they're probably going to say, coming out, then you need to get a great, great head coach. And he's a quarterback whisperer.
Yes, he is. That's the name. That's
give him Josh. Oh, my God.
Yeah, thanks.
I just don't see how we're not going to the Super Bowl.
Thanks, Paul. I brought up Arians' name the last couple days Quarterback Whisperer is the name of his book. He's worked with the best, and he would come as highly recommended as anyone. He has won a Super Bowl and is retired, and did speak on the McAfee show yesterday mocking Brandon Beane's roster build and the idea that he got a raise.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I have a couple problems with that, and I also don't think it would actually happen. It's the age, and also, like, this is kind of going to be my problem with a lot of these experienced guys. Okay, you have experience. Do you have experience going up against Anthony Campanelli? Do you have experience going up against Mike McDonald? Do you have experience going up against these coaches? Because it's one thing to have experience. So this was always a Mike Tomlin point for me. Like, Mike Tomlin knows what it takes to win a Super Bowl. Yeah, when his opposing coach is Ken Wisenhunt. He knows how to win a Super Bowl if that's the guy he's going up against. But does he know how to win when you're going up against Sean McVay? And Arians has been out of the league for 5 years now. So the game evolves a lot. And, like, he's a smart guy, so maybe he would be up to it. But there's a difference to me between being on top of the sport when you're going up against a whole different fleet of coaches and coordinators to the guys that are doing it now, where, like, Grant Udinski, for instance, and he's not defensive, but he was 25 years old the last time Bruce Arians was in the league. Like, there's so much evolution that anybody I hear that hasn't been coaching in the league for 3+ years, I'm just, like, not into it.
Yeah, I mean, Brady had his pick of where to go and chose Bruce Arians. And
That's right.
Won the Super Bowl.
But that was 6 years ago.
That's right. Allie in Denver is up next. Allie, good morning.
Hey, fellas, good morning. I'm curious, and I apologize if y'all have maybe addressed this, but I think the thing that I've been kind of sitting with, and now that we're getting this press conference, is, like, I don't really even know if I know what I need to hear from Beane to, like, feel, like, confident that we're, like, entering a bright new world. Because, like, obviously, I don't know. I think there's a lot of talk about, you know, the construction of the roster, and, like, I'm sitting at that game and the people next to me are like, hey, who are y'all's wide receivers? And it's like, you know, Khalil Shakir and some guys. And I guess, like, that's not on, you know, McDermott. And so I'm just curious for, like, from your perspective of, like, what level of, like, either accountability or, you know, self-reflection or whatever, like, are you hoping to hear from Beane today, if at all? I mean, it might just be like, nope, he's going to do what he's going to do. But, yeah, I'm just curious what your thoughts are, because I don't know exactly what I need to hear or want to hear, but I just feel like I'm missing information that I should have. So,
Allie, what do you want to hear? And then I got an answer for you. What do you want to hear him say?
Like, I think for me, the thing that I keep coming back to is just, like, taking accountability for his part of why we haven't been to a Super Bowl. Because I think completely abdicating all responsibility on Sean, like, anybody with eyes can see that that's just absolutely, like, you're a nincompoop if you think that that's all on McDermott. I'm sorry. And so I think some level of accountability of, like, you know, obviously coaches are going to be coaching, and, like, but I'm going to look at things from the, you know, the front office standpoint and do better and try and, you know, get the correct pieces.
Yep.
Because, like I said, he keeps saying, like, we have a championship roster. It's like, dude, we don't, though. And, like, anybody with a brain cell can see that. So I think that's for me, but I'm curious what you guys think.
Thanks, Allie. I pointed out earlier in the week, and I'll say it again here, he has in the past been very willing to say, I didn't do a good job. I got that wrong. Mm-hmm. It's part of why the wide receiver thing ended up being so memorable and so out of character. He's someone that has said that. So I would kind of expect him to yes, take it. Like, all right, what do I want to hear? Jeremy is the smartest person. No. What do I really want to hear? I want to hear him say,
I want the head coach that looks the most like Jeremy White.
Davis Webb.
By far.
I want to hear him say, I might have overestimated how we could keep it together offensively, and my roster asked Josh to do too much. Not volume. I made his job too hard, and I got to make sure I don't do that again. That's what I would want to hear. I want to hear that we battled to try to find it. I don't want to hear, well, you know, Josh Palmer got hurt. Josh Palmer's averaging 2 catches a game before he got hurt. I don't want to hear, Curtis Samuel couldn't stay healthy. No. I didn't do enough to help our quarterback. He's the most important player in the organization. We live and die with him. I need to do better for him. I need to do better is something that you might think it's lip service. He doesn't even really have to mean it. If he says those words, I need to do better. 5 words. If he says those 5 words, I think a lot of people will kind of put their pitchforks down and be just like, all right, let's see it. Do better. I agree. Do better. And I think he will say stuff like that because we've got a lot of time with him, and he has said that more often than he's been defensive and defiant. So I would imagine he'll strike that tone because he's usually pretty good at that.
And I'm pretty much along the same line. I was going to say, like, what I want to hear is an acknowledgement from the GM today that the offense has let them down 3 playoff losses in a row. On some level, an acknowledgement that has happened. Because I don't really believe that's been the case leading up to this point. So, and that goes along the same lines, that Josh needs more help. Doesn't have to blast Josh. Josh missed a couple throws, but some acknowledgement that throwing your most important passes to McCole Hardman and Brandon Cooks is not acceptable.
A year after your most important passes went to Amari Cooper, a year after your most important passes went to Trent Sherfield, among others. I mean, like,
right.
You've had some drops, but a year after your 4th and 5 play call was an orbit motion.
And also acknowledgement that it's not sustainable to have Allen getting hit this much. And then if you go deeper into exploring that, because their line is so good and the run game is so good, like that part of the receiver point or the receiver deficiencies were getting Josh hit.
Yeah.
And that even if you scored 30 points a game, there are other elements to it. And that's one of them. That, all right, if you score 20, and again, they didn't score 30 points every game like they did last year. There were a lot of games where they didn't even reach 20 this season.
Yep.
But on top of that, the way you built your offense was getting Allen pummeled.
The question, what do you want to hear? I'll tell you something else I don't want to hear, but I pointed this out for Yarmo, and I think that Yarmo said it because everybody says it, and I think it comes from the owner. I don't want to sound like their goal is sustainability.
Mm-hmm.
You fire this coach, like, let's be clear. This coach got fired because sustainability is no longer it. Now it's we need to get to the top. So that means I got to be careful about the salary cap in 2028. No, you do not. No, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
I got to be careful. These drafted. No, you don't. You didn't trade a first for a receiver. You didn't trade a 3rd and a 5th for Jacoby Myers. You didn't trade for Rashid Shaheed. Every article out of Seattle is how Rashid Shaheed helped transform the Seahawks and help them get the 1 seed. And he's made such big plays for them in big moments. You weren't willing to part with the draft capital to get better. I don't want to hear that you need those picks for sustainability. If he says it, I think it comes from the owner because Yarmo said it on his first day too. And here we are, like the Sabres are in the 7th spot. And I think the GM, who was noted for his aggression in Columbus, should be looking to be doing something aggressive. So that's the move you made was not to be, we got to make sure we're good every year. And you will be. You will be. Howie Roseman said it at their end-of-season presser. Eagles GM, I want our fans to know we can absolutely go all in now and still build for the future. He does not treat those two things like they are a choice. You do not have to make that choice. I don't want to hear Beane say anything like he's got to make that choice. So those are our answers, what we want to hear. We got some time for you guys to call in. What do you want to hear? 30 minutes away from the press conference at One Bills Drive. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Let me find the exact quote here from Mitch Morse. He very much supports the idea of Davis Webb becoming a head coach and responded to that clip saying pretty much exactly that. Like, I can say confidently Davis Webb will be a great head coach. So take that for what it's worth. Mm-hmm. Could he be in the mix? He could. The Bills cannot talk to him until he loses. And if he gets Jarrett Stidham to the Super Bowl, right, because he's in the quarterback meetings this week,
yeah,
then that could help. That could help.
He's their passing game coordinator and quarterback coach.
Yeah.
He does not call plays.
No, but he apparently does tons of prep for the quarterbacks. Peter Schrager had told the story that when he was here with the Bills, He ran the quarterback meetings. He wanted to continue to maybe play, but the Bills wanted to hire him as the quarterback's coach a while back, but he thought he could still play. Mm-hmm. And he's kind of just been, from here to the Giants and then to the Broncos. And Bo Nix has had a good couple of years, right? So maybe.
I'm looking now. He never coached for the Giants. That's where he went to play, and then he started with Denver as a quarterback coach in 23, and he's been there since. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure this also should matter as to why you should do it, but it will come off like you're just doing it to make Josh happy.
It might.
You're just hiring his best friend. More than the merits of the idea. Because really, I would say to this, not to say he won't be a good head coach someday or a great head coach. And maybe if you think you need to get ahead of the 8 ball on that, you do it. But if you were to put in front of me someone else's quarterback coach in the NFL that has never called plays before and is of that age, I'm not saying I'd be against it because I'm getting the offensive guy, but I would be hesitant to want to do that without the connection already to him being here and being friends with Josh Allen. Right?
Yep.
I don't want to say totally against it though, because there's the Rams guy, and that intrigues me a little bit, but that he has the same drawback to me that Webb does, which is I'm hiring an offensive mind, but I'm hiring one that's never called plays before, and I have no idea what that's going to look like.
I, for one, surrender to our new hockey lord, Consta Hellenis, the new best player in the NHL. Those are the rules. He's now the best player in hockey.
Is he the all-time leader for the Sabres in points per game? He should just retire right now.
Can we get a statement from McDavid? Connor,
how does it feel to be the second
Connor,
best player
appears someone has eclipsed your ability. Consta Hellenis is now king of hockey.
Yeah.
Nathan McKinnon, a thought, please. Cale Makar, what do you think of his game?
Yep. Crosby.
Pass the torch.
Alex, are you afraid that your goal record might not be as safe as you maybe thought?
Right. Mr. Howe, you're often referred to as Mr. Hockey. I'm not sure how long you can hold that title.
Yeah. He was great.
Yes,
3
he was.
points in the first period. I mean, the kid line.
Gordie Howe died. Sorry.
I was going to let you go.
We'll ask his estate.
Yeah. The kid line.
How about I asked Lindy yesterday, how far into a career? You got 15 shifts. You got 10 minutes. How many, I kind of asked, how many shifts do you need? How many minutes do you need to see what this guy's game is? He's like, I thought he did pretty well. Next period, 3 points.
Yeah.
All right. Good. He's good. Belichick.
I mean, that would be the worst idea that I could ever possibly imagine.
I don't want to say that's the worst idea.
It's the worst idea.
It's not the worst.
What's worse?
Joe Brady.
Oh, come on now.
I know that's probably not right. I'm getting too much shade at Joe Brady. I want a new offense, and maybe Joe Brady with a new.
Well, you'll get a new offense when Matt Patricia is your offensive coordinator.
Maybe as his own head coach, Joe Brady will bring a new offense. I just desperately want a new offense. I don't want Josh Allen's ADOT to be as bad as it is and count on receivers to make yards after catch plays and throw short of the sticks all the time. I just don't want that offense. I want someone else to have that offense.
Hey, be caller 5 right now at 716-221-4WGR. We're giving away a pair of tickets to the Buffalo Auto Show, which will be Thursday, a week from Thursday, January 29th through Sunday, February 1st at the Buffalo Convention Center, and you can visit buffaloautoshow.com for the complete schedule and tickets.
Fun moment in the NFL. Baker Mayfield had a tweet. We've got a good rivalry and that is that someone Orlando Ledbetter.
Yeah, who covers the Falcons.
He wrote, Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire at quarterback in Cleveland. Baker Mayfield and Deshaun Watson failed, which started a chain reaction to 11 other starters. Shedeur Sanders closed out last season with 7 starts. Basically, an Atlanta guy saying, like, hey, Kevin Stefanski's had a lot of bad quarterbacks. And Baker quote tweeted it and said, failed is quite the reach, pal. Still waiting on a text call from him, Stefanski, after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach.
I love it. I am, for the first time in my life, I could say I am fired up for the NFC South next year.
All I know is that when Baker's time on the field is done, get that dude in the booth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Get him in the booth.
He's awesome.
He is the best. Love Baker. Luke in Silver Creek. Hey, Luke.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning. What's up?
So I'm of the belief, I think, along with a lot of people here, that with in terms of culpability, injuries along with Brandon Beane are probably the most responsible here for our downfalls. I mean, I don't know which head coach is coming in as it relates to this season and overcoming 14 dudes on IR, or A.J. Klein off of a Carnival cruise ship covering the greatest tight end of all time a couple years ago.
When you put it that way, it's a good point.
Especially, again, like we've said, with the offense having the ball in their hands at the end of these games. Now, I can understand you want to make the argument that the Bills are kind of becoming like the Pittsburgh Steelers of the postseason to a degree, with the predictability and almost inevitability of the way that each season is going to end every time. I can understand that, you want to make that argument that you need to change there, but I do think it would be more fair if Beane and McDermott were let go in that process. However, I do just want to objectively make the point here that I am significantly more confident and comfortable with the Bills administration selecting a head coach with Brandon Beane in the room versus just Terry Pegula by himself and what other, associates he may have or advisors he may have going out looking for both a GM and a head coach without Brandon Beane's insight there. So just wanted to throw that point into the conversation here.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. There are 2 microphones at the podium.
I saw that and thought,
so Terry might
get questions.
He might sit there. He might take questions. It will probably go a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
an hour, maybe more.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get. It would strike me that if Pegula was just going to read a statement and then
he would
leave,
not have,
that there would be a podium and a table.
Right. He would not have his own microphone, I wouldn't think.
But I mean, you never know. Like, just guessing, he could just as easily get up from his seat and leave after he says something. It would be the first time I've seen him take questions in years, right? Like, since that Zoom call when they fired Jason Bottrell in 2020. Has it been that long?
Since he took questions?
That was 6 years ago almost.
Yeah, the media the Beat media would know better than me, the Sabres and the Bills media, last time it was.
He'll talk to Rappaport for a couple minutes, usually at, owners' meetings, but it's usually only about league stuff.
Yeah.
And that's all that I can remember on that. So, yeah, the A.J. Klein game, by the way, a couple years ago, the Bills made 2 stops in the fourth quarter with A.J. Klein. Again, gave the offense a shot. Yep. Here you go. Go get it. Go take the lead. Or even just tie it. And they couldn't do it. It's It sounds like you'll be blaming Allen if you do that.
I know that's the thing. You can't blame the offense because you can't blame Allen.
I don't really want to blame. Allen has made some of the mistakes. The Knox throw is going to live with me all offseason. But it's not just him, clearly. It is the help that is around him. And even like the overtime stats this week. Like he's 0-7 in overtime. And you know what my first thought is when I see that? Well, some of those overtimes he doesn't even play. Like the 13 seconds overtime goes on as a loss on his record, but he never touched the field. But then I look at the numbers that were attached to it, and it's like, he's 10 of 30 for 81 yards and 2 picks in overtimes in his careers. Like, and again, I'm not putting that all on him. Some of that is his receivers are dropping passes. Should the Brandon Cooks catch interception go on his stat sheet as an interception? Like, no, it should be a catch. Brandon Cooks should have hung on to the football, and he should have won the game. That shouldn't be another interception on his resume. It's just that is the talent level that has been surrounding him, where he's throwing huge passes to Trent Sherfield 40 yards down the field. Everyone remembers the Diggs drop on that final drive against Kansas City, and few people remember a ball hitting Trent Sherfield in the bicep and falling to the ground.
You know what else few people remember from that drive? Allen fumbling.
Okay, Spencer Brown recovered it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Allen fumbled on that drive.
Yep.
Also, and to that point, this is where Allen is so good, and in this case, this year, your run game was so good. You built a good run game. Your offense was able to get through mistakes. I've got a fun little question for you here, everybody. Ready? What do Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, and Carson Wentz have in common?
Uh-oh.
Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, and Carson Wentz. What do they have in common?
It's going to be a turnover stat, right?
It is a turnover stat.
They turn the ball over a lot?
Sure. I mean, they are ranked number 40, 39, and 38 on the wrong end. Interception-worthy throws and sacks attributed to the quarterback. 38, 39, and 40. Who was 37?
Josh?
Yep.
Yikes.
Josh Allen was 37th in the NFL this year. Number 1 being good. Number 40 being Carson Wentz. 38 and 39. Yeah. Only Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, and Carson Wentz had a worse negative play rate than Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Wide receivers ain't about fantasy football, folks. They made his job too hard. They thought they made it easier by running the ball all the time. They made his job too hard. And whether that's a quarterback whisperer, an offensive coordinator, a first and second and fourth round receiver, replacements on the offensive line, a better defense, they'll need things. But why didn't they get the 1 seed this year? Because your quarterback had a lot of negative plays. A lot of negative plays. And he's good enough to make up for them a lot. I would even sign up for a good amount of negative plays knowing you're good enough to overcome them. Like the top 5 guys to not have negative plays, you wouldn't take these guys instead of Josh. Number 1 is Burrow. Then it's Cousins, Goff, Flacco, and Bo Nix.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't want any of them.
I don't want to live at the never doing anything wrong end of the spectrum. Like Jacoby Brissett is 11th. Justin Fields had fewer negative play rate. You don't want it to
incredible.
No, you don't want it to be perfect.
No.
But you don't want to be where he is. So.
The A.J. Klein game, the Bills, they go into the fourth quarter. They're down 27-24. The Chiefs had 2 drives. The fumble at the 1.
Yeah.
Again, though, they were set up in the red zone.
By a fake punt. Rough one.
And then the Chiefs get the ball with 10 minutes left, up 27-24.
And the Bills.
And that drive for them went 5 plays, 8 yards, punt. There you go.
That's the game.
The defense was giving
the game.
You know what the Bills? You know what the Bills' offense did in that fourth quarter? 4 plays, turnover on downs, 7 yards. 3 plays, minus 2 yards, punt, and then the 16-play missed field goal drive. Your offense had chances.
Just Google,
3 of them.
Just Google the score. They scored 27. I guess that's too many. That's what these games are always down to. I made the play. It's the playoffs. It's harder. I made the stop. What did you do? I didn't score. Okay. 3 years in a row. Anyway, Dable, Udinsky, Webb, Kubiak are the offensive young guys. Dable, obviously the older of that group.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Lynn, veteran. Lou Anarumo.
Anthony Lynn, you look at his resume. His most recent job isn't very impressive. Commanders running back coach.
Right. He did a decent job with the Chargers.
He had a winning record and won a road playoff game.
With who?
The Chargers.
But who's the quarterback? It's not
37-year-old Phillip Rivers.
All right. Well,
they went to Baltimore and won with 37-year-old Phillip Rivers.
Is it wrong that I'm less impressed because I saw 45-year-old Phillip Rivers and he was still okay? No, it's not bad. All right, we'll get a break in 803-0550, counting down 14 minutes until we begin our coverage. We'll, of course, keep it here until we send you live to One Bills Drive for this. I have Matthew Collar's.
About Udinski? He's the guy I feel like I know the least about right
All
now.
right, when we return, I'm going to give you what Matthew Collar said about Grant Udinski. Udinski. He worked under Kevin O'Connell, and Matthew covers the Vikings for many years. Matthew speaks very highly of Kevin O'Connell. And what he wrote to me about Udinski, he's at the top of my list. People...
If I had to guess at one thing that we're going to hear, and I kind of hope that we don't hear this direction, but I predict that we're going to hear more blaming of the defense in the postseason today. And that, did you read Tyler Dunn's piece yesterday?
I did.
Like, all the team source comments from in that also led me down that direction. Like, oh yeah, they're about to blame the defense again, which I'm not saying the defense has been perfect in these playoff games,
but they've been waiting to blame the defense.
But there has been been ignoring the fact that the offense has had chances to win in the previous two playoff games, and you can also, of course, make that argument about this last playoff game where the offense had not one drive to drive for a touchdown and win the game, not two, but three.
Yeah, right.
3 opportunities to go down and score a touchdown on the first two to win it, or a field goal on the last one, and we're not able to close the deal. And are we going to hear any acknowledgement today at all that the offense has let them down in 3 consecutive playoff games at the end? Or will it just strictly be, oh no, defense. That's it. Just the defense. Because I'll be looking for that. And if we hear only about the defense, like, I've been worried about them going back down the defensive rabbit hole for a head coach, and man, if that's how they sound today, I think that's only going to make me more entrenched in thinking that that's where they could go, which is not where I would like to see them go. But is that how Beane will sound today?
Could be.
Wouldn't you expect that it would be? It's how he's always sounded up to this point.
Okay, so I'm thinking back to when the Bills hired Sean McDermott. McDermott was a young defensive mind. He'd had some success on a good team. He was not, I don't know if he was well known. I feel like when that process happened, they arrived on McDermott, and I felt like, oh, wow, that's a little bit out of the box. I don't know if that would be correct or not, but my memory takes me there. Anyway, Grant Udinski, Jaguars offensive coordinator, is from the Kevin O'Connell tree. The Bills have asked permission to speak with him. And as soon as I see that, like, all right, there's Vikings connection. I'm going to text Matthew Collar, purpleinsider.com, former morning show host. He does some of the best Vikings content you can find. Mm-hmm. And he's had sit-downs with Kevin O'Connell, so he knows the organization well, the GM, the coaching staff, and everything. So I said, like, what do you got on Udinski? And his response was, quote, people think he's like the next Gruden or McVay, a savant, freak, 30-ish-year-old who could be a head coach. He was kind of Kevin O'Connell's secret weapon, and he was pissed when Jacksonville took him. Okay. Do with that what you will. I am officially, like, this press conference is going to dredge up, like, the past, the present, and when we get to the future, I think this will be, 2 weeks to 3 weeks to figure out. Maybe. But Udinski is going to be exciting to me. I don't know. People will say, is he a leader of men? There's always the leader of men conversation. Yeah. And my pushback is going to forever be, from now on, they said that about Ben Johnson. Right. For some reason, the stereotype is if you're an offensive guy, you aren't fiery. You're a nerd. And if you're a defensive guy, then again, there's Dan Campbell. He said biting kneecaps, and he's an offensive. Well, he played tight end. That wouldn't be my question. I think I would want to push back against that as well. The question for me with him would be the same question with these other guys, which is that you've never called plays before. Sure, right. That's it. 803-0550. Had McVay called plays?
Ben Johnson did, but I think you might have me on McVay. Okay. I don't think he did.
Okay.
In Washington?
We'll get a break in, and then we will, of course, take it to the press conference, have live coverage of that, have post-game as well here on WGR.
Over the last 9 years, we all remember the playoff drought before Sean got here. Sean has definitely left the Buffalo Bills in a better place than when he arrived in 2017. He gave his heart and soul to trying to win a championship. I gave Sean his first head coaching job, and I'm proud of that. I don't think he's done coaching in this league, and I wish him the best. I also want to thank him and his wife, Jamie, for the kind words and thoughts that they gave to me when Kim had her sudden cardiac arrest. And, it was really encouraging for all the kind thoughts that they gave our family while we were going through that ordeal. My decision to bring in a new coach was based on the results of our game in Denver. I want to take you in the locker room after that game. I looked around First thing I noticed was our quarterback with his head down, crying. I looked at all the other players. I looked at their faces and our coaches. I walked over to Josh. He didn't even acknowledge I was there. First thing I said to him, I said, "That was a catch." We all know what I'm talking about. He didn't acknowledge me. He just sat there sobbing. He was listless. He had given everything he had to try to win that game. And looking around, so did all the other players on the team. I saw the pain in Josh's face at his presser, and I felt his pain. I know we can do better, and I know we will get better. I want to express my confidence in the guy sitting next to me, Brandon Beane, and the job he has done in resurrecting this franchise. I'm not going to sit here and defend everything that we have done as a franchise, but the bottom line is we have attracted good people here. Brandon has brought in Joe Shane, who's now the GM in New York, Dan Morgan, the GM in Carolina, Dennis Hickey, former GM in Miami, and our own Brian Gain, who's still here with us, former GM in Houston. There have been some very talented people that Brandon is associated with that he's brought through the front door here at One Bills Drive. I'm aware there's criticism out there about our franchise. Does anyone know what the numbers 523-2226 represent? I'm asking a question. No? That's our seeding over the last 7 years in the playoffs. 5-2-3-2-2-2-6. An organization doesn't carry that kind of record without being a great organization and without having great players. It's impossible to have that kind of results without having a good roster. I hear it from my counterparts at league meetings. A lot of them talk about the Bills organization and the success we've had through the years. Our roster is a direct reflection of the hard work that Brandon and our scouting staff has done through the years. One may complain over a deal, over a player, over a result, but the bottom line is success over a long period of time means we're doing something right. We are focused on bringing a Super Bowl to Buffalo. We have an MVP quarterback in Josh Allen. I'm looking forward to having a successful coaching search. I know this is a desirable job. Our phones are ringing, and we're going to begin that process. So I'm going to turn it over to Brandon.
Right. Thanks, Terry. I want to first off echo how Terry started this, thanking Sean and his family. Even before arriving here in Buffalo in 2017, Sean and I started our journey together, him as the D coordinator, me working my way up to assistant GM in Carolina. So that connection and that relationship, I know, factored into us building 9 seasons here, and a lot of accomplishments together. things that we always worked on, things to get better, but we always did it together. And I'll always appreciate the years. And, you think about the things that you could have done better, but I'll also try to remember all the great times that we've had. And obviously this is the start of a new chapter, but Sean's a heck of a football coach, and we'll always root for him and his family. I want to thank our players, our coaches, our support staff. I wish we were, as I've said a lot, I wish we were preparing for an AFC Championship game instead of up here right now. We know how close we were again. We just didn't get it done in Denver. But it wasn't for the lack of effort. And I told the team Sunday that I'll remember this group as a resilient bunch. And I said resiliency is the one word the 2025 Bills will kind of always, as I look back on my tenure here. So I want to thank them all. We have a lot of work to do this offseason, like we do every year. We'll have decisions, and I know you guys will have roster questions or particular player questions. We'll answer those the best we can, about the salary cap and things like that. And listen, I understand the frustrations out there. No one puts more pressure on me than myself. The term pressure is a privilege is spot on. And this job is a privilege. Working in this organization is a privilege, and I don't take it lightly. We have, as Terry alluded to, an MVP quarterback who just completed his 8th season here. And we have got to help him get to the Super Bowl and bring a championship to Buffalo. And part of the reason we're here is because we have to discuss, what happened this week, moving on from a head coach. I bear guilt, blame, responsibility. There's no finger pointing. I understand there's things I could have done better. And we're always looking to get better, and that'll never change. If we don't win the Super Bowl next season and I'm up here explaining where we are and what we have to do, there will be more things that we will work to get better. The goal here is to bring a championship to Buffalo. We've been close, as Terry said, 7 straight years in the postseason. I think he listed all the seeds. We have to get it over the top, and that starts with finding the right head coach. And we're starting that process as soon as today with interviews. So with that said, I'll turn it over to questions for Terry or myself.
Hey, Terry, you mentioned that you thought it was a catch, and you told Josh it was a catch. Why would you fire a coach based on a bad officiating decision?
I did not fire a coach based on a bad officiating decision. If I can take you into that locker room, I felt like we hit the proverbial playoff wall year after year. 13 seconds, missed field goals, the catch. So I just sensed in that locker room, like, where do we go from here with what we have? And that was the basis for my decision.
Terry, Brandon, there's a report out there that there was a meeting 5 weeks ago, and Sean expressed dissatisfaction with the roster. The report is that was part of what has led to this today. You're not being happy with his assessment. Either one of you gentlemen could answer that if that was.
I don't know where that came from, but we bet all the time. I talk to Sean every day. We talk about being dissatisfied with this, being happy with that, and whatnot. But we communicated all the time, and I don't know where that came from.
Terry, given the fact that Brandon was promoted, and congrats on that, and Sean was fired, Both played a role in the success and failure of this franchise. What came down to one over the other, or was it that easy?
Like I just said, I believe it was, where does the leadership of the team on the field and in the locker room, where we go from that moment, which, another playoff failure. And that's why I decided that Sean had to leave.
Jerry, how far before the playoff game had you maybe started thinking about this being a possibility?
After the playoff game, in the locker room.
So it wasn't a thought at all?
I need to keep saying that. I keep saying it. It was feeling the moment, being there.
Sorry, Gary. What process did you go through to evaluate whether it was, coaching versus talent on the roster? Over time, how did you evaluate it? What process did you go through?
Well, you see teams in the league, I'm not going to mention team names, but they have a great year, a good year, and the next year the success doesn't continue. Like I say, you don't get in the playoffs 7 straight years in this National Football League where there are very few blowouts and dozens and dozens of close games every year. You don't get there without having talent and a great organization, and Brandon and his staff have brought in regularly players that, look at the injuries we had this year. We're down guys on the practice squad contributing in big games. You don't do that without talent in the front office getting you there.
Terry, a big chunk of the fan base very frustrated with you specifically, dating back to that interview that you did on WGR 550. Thought it was very condescending, and I think that a lot of people come out frustrated with you, particularly that you're still here. Sean isn't. I think a lot of it leads back to that. Do you regret that, and do you think in hindsight, maybe not only the host but the fan base is kind of right about that as much about the position?
It's a long, probably, answer for you, Matt. Listen, I'm a passionate person. I don't think that's new on anybody. And do I regret that? Probably the biggest regret is I probably put pressure on the wide receiver group when I reacted in that way because I felt like they were being picked on unfairly. And if you remember, not trying to rehash what happened, but I was going, man, we had, the number 2 scoring offense, and we were just, we had some tweaks there. It wasn't the exact same group, but it was a similar group that we thought, an addition here or there. Even when I did that interview, I knew we were adding Elijah Moore later that day. And so it was probably more of a reaction to, we just had a draft of defensive guys that we thought could help this team get over the top, and it was more in the defense of that group. Do I regret how it's turned out? Sure. It was not meant to be condescending. It was me having a little bit of too much passion, I guess, if you want to say, hey, I shouldn't have done that. At the end of the day, it wasn't. I had nothing against those hosts. I think I did another interview with those guys. I've done them before. I did it at training camp when the next opportunity was. So it wasn't anything personal or anything like that. It was just more coming to the defense of our players because I felt like they were being picked on and they couldn't defend themselves at that point.
Brandon, to further that, though, the wide receiver position has been an issue with this team, and a lot of people out there believe you have failed in the free agent market, and then obviously with the Keon Coleman signing, which hasn't worked out. How do you answer the fact that you have not given Josh a good enough wide receiver thus far?
Yeah,
Can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it, but I'm here to tell you the true story.
Brandon, can you
finish that answer,
how?
Tim, on the receiver room?
Yeah. At the end of the day, Sal, it's some of it is the evolution of how you build your roster. If you look back to, let's go to the 2020, 2021, those before we paid Josh, okay, we made the move for Stephon Diggs, obviously paid him, Cole Beasley, John Brown, Emmanuel Sanders, drafted Gabe Davis. We were in a lot of 10 personnel. The game changes, it evolves. Some things don't change, but some things do. And so the league at that time was, and what our coaches asked for back when Brian Dable was here, was to spread things out, okay? We want to spread these guys out and get mismatches. Well, then defenses started saying, okay, we're going to get smaller and more athletic, so we're going to bring things in. You've seen the last couple years, we've been in with more tight ends on the field, running the ball more. So there's just different iterations of how you score points. And you have to, when you're paying Josh what you're paying him now versus what you were paying him in 2020, 2021, 2022, you got to make some sacrifices. And where we pick, we're not picking at the top, okay? When you say free agency, like, I'm not sure what players that we could have acquired, that I've got to be able to afford them, okay? So you're making selections. The number one thing I always want to do with Josh Allen is protect him, okay? We've had an O-line that's gotten better and better that also helped us have a leading rusher this year. And so we want to be two-dimensional. We want to be balanced. If you look at some of the things offensively, numbers-wise, how we rank, I think a year ago we were 2. This year maybe we dropped 1.5 points. We were 4th. I want number one receivers everywhere. I do. But I also want to make sure, there's teams out there with number one receivers that haven't made it as far as we do, maybe because their O-line's not as good, maybe because they made concessions on defense or other areas. You got to kind of make some concessions. But I promise you we're looking. And to the point, I think it came up at the trade deadline when I came in here. We talked about some of the players that we tried to acquire. We're always trying to acquire them. Can I do better? Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
Brandon, at the trade deadline, you said that you felt the team had a championship roster. What, in your mind, led to the group falling short of that?
Jay.
A bad call.
Yeah, Jay, I would say we went to Jacksonville and we won, a good team. And then we went to Denver, who was the 1 seed, and we obviously had turnovers in the game, but I would say we had every chance to win that game and as I said earlier, not be playing here. So we didn't get it done, but it doesn't mean that we didn't have the opportunity or have a team that could have gotten it done.
Terry, you've emphasized how important Josh is to this franchise and how seeing him after the game was a factor. What input did he add, if any, on this decision to fire Sean, or what conversations have you had with Josh Allen?
He didn't have any input at all. I didn't talk to Josh about this. I talked to him afterwards, and that conversation will stay private, but he had no input in it.
The idea of everybody being in lockstep, which was a big part of bringing in your coach and your general manager at the same time, how did that dissolve? The idea of everybody being on the same page, everybody having the same vision.
I don't think it dissolved, Tim.
Yeah.
when you say it dissolved, what do you like? Are you saying an instance, or like what do you mean?
Just over time, how maybe saw things differently. You know, you say you have different needs or different thoughts on drafting or direction of the team, or why the general manager gets a promotion when the head coach gets fired despite having the same record. There's obviously a disconnect between those two things.
Well, I would say when we acquired players, and this isn't changing going forward, Tim, whether it's a draft or free agency, the personnel department, we're not just saying, hey, we're taking this player, hey, we're signing this player. We share in those conversations. Now, sometimes a decision's got to be made, and sometimes I don't always sign the player that I think is the best, and sometimes I do. And maybe the coach doesn't. You have to make a decision. But the thing I would applaud what Sean and I have had here, this has been 9 seasons, not something like 2 or 3. This has been 9 seasons that we did a lot of good things and brought in a lot of good players and a lot of good coaches and won a ton of football games. I think we've won 60-some% of our games, which is, which says there's been success. What Terry, has said was the proverbial playoff wall. So I don't think that's anything dissolved. I think that was the decision he made. We were still communicating through last draft, through last offseason. It was a heavy defensive draft. And Sean was very involved, and his coaches in the selections that we were making and getting the guys on the field and develop them. So I don't think it got to a point where we were signing or drafting players, out of alignment.
If I can clarify
Tim, you can't. I wouldn't use the word dissolve. We all debate and argue with each other in any organization. We're talking about a football team here. Everybody has their input, and not everyone agrees on everything you do inside that organization. That doesn't mean relationships dissolve. It's just, to me, it's healthy. You foster debate. I disagree with you. Like, this guy's told me to F off a couple times, trust me. And I strongly disagreed with some pretty good players that he's drafted. I'm not mentioning names. But it doesn't dissolve the relationship. It's just the way we operate.
Terry, I think there's a new structure of you're now the president of football operations and the general manager. What was it like before as far as who reports to whom when you hire a new head coach? How that will work going forward?
Yeah, we have a group of us that are going to work together to hire the head coach. It'll be Terry, myself, Pete, Brian Gaine, Terrence Gray, both of our assistant GMs, and Laura Pegula, and Josh will have some involvement as well.
Brandon or Terry, when you make a coaching decision, I think there might be a sentiment that they must have somebody in mind. They're moving on. I understand you were going through a search, but is there a front runner? Is there somebody you were targeting, or is this completely an open search, no decisions made yet?
It's 100% an open search. We're still sorting through the names. We're vetting names. Matt, I think Derek was telling me before we came down, some of the guys were leaked out that are coming in, but the list is not final, and there's still 4 teams playing too that candidates. By the rule, we can't interview any of those until their seasons are complete. But yeah, it's open process. There is no front runner, old, young, former coach, first time coach. We're opening every door. We got to find the right guy for this team to help get us over the hump.
Terry, when you look at the coaching situation, you said they've hit a wall, but with Sean, you guys have been in that position each year, close. Is it a risk to make a change now? And isn't there going to be high pressure on the next coach coming in because you have been this close to this point?
There is definitely risk. We've got to make the best decision. That's a fact. And what was the rest?
Pressure on the new coach coming in because you've already established where you have been for 7 straight years.
I can tell you this, there's desire. I don't know about pressure right now, but there's a lot of people that want to look at taking this job. There's a lot of interest.
Is it Super Bowl or bust? Because in
No.
2026.
No. We can't say that to somebody coming in. We're making a change, and it's do your best job.
Hey, Brandon, how would you categorize your relationships, specifically throughout the season this year with Sean? And I ask you that because the perception from the fan base out there is that this was some kind of power play made by you to still be here in Sean got.
Yeah. As Terry said, there's disagreements all throughout, way before this year. It's not like we were 100% always in agreement on every decision that he made or I made. That just comes with the territory, and I wouldn't expect that with the next head coach. Certain things that fall in his area, whether it's managing a game, how we schemed a game, whatever it is that are his, and there's certain decisions that personnel related, somebody's got to make the final call. What was the saying about?
Can I help him a little?
There's a perception from the fan base.
Can I help you about the power play part of that? I'm the kind of guy, if I sense you're on a power play, you're out. I don't like power play people. We have an organization we work together, but any sense at all that he was on a power play, he would have been gone.
And
because that's not my kind of person.
And Joe, that's hurtful to even hear that or say that. I worked 19 seasons starting as an intern in Carolina and worked my way up. I came here and I've never tried to do that. I would love for anyone who's making that accusation to walk in these doors and ask any person, player, coach, trainer, anyone. People can disagree with draft picks that I make or people I sign or I screwed up the wide receivers, whatever it is. Those are harmful things that, I walk in the door and my wife's got tears coming down her face for stuff like that. And I'm going to damn try hard to win a Super Bowl here. I am. But for somebody to question my character like that, it is BS. And I've never done that. If you'll remember, in 2023, there was an article written on Sean accusing things. Who stood up in front of every one of you guys and defended him and his family and everything he's done here? And then we went to Kansas City and we won that game. And I went down to Jeff Missouri and said, give me a game ball. I'm going to show everyone that this team has his back. I've done nothing but have everyone's back. And so for someone to question my character, my integrity, that's where I draw the line.
Terry, why did you find it important to speak out today? You've not been to a lot of press conferences, but not taking questions. Why did you feel it important today to answer questions and to show, what behind the scenes, what you felt was an important decision here?
Well, a long duration of why I wasn't in front of the media was Kim's health situation. Very traumatic. But I felt that, this is a big move. Sean McDermott is well respected. He's a great coach. And I just, this is important for people to hear what I have to say. But don't take my lack of appearance. It was all personal.
Brandon, can you talk about when someone is relieved of their duties, obviously there's some sort of disconnection. Where do you feel that string line, and how does that affect the locker room culture going forward?
Well, it doesn't mean there's a disconnect. We're graded on success, failures in these jobs, all of us. And Terry made that decision, the proverbial, as he explained, wall. It had nothing to do with disconnect or discord, anything like that. It was, he felt that this team needed a different voice after what he witnessed and was a part of in the locker room after the Denver game.
Terry, you mentioned the conversation with Josh after the fact, after your decision. I understand your desire to keep that private, but is the starting quarterback on board with this decision?
The starting quarterback will be part of the team to help select a new coach. He's going to be working with us, and anything else, his feelings, I want to keep that private. I don't want this in Josh's head. This was my decision. And I know I didn't answer your question, but I did, I hope, in a roundabout way. It's, his personal opinion, I keep personal.
Did either of you get a chance to address players before this news broke, and what is the general assessment of how you feel the roster feels about this decision?
What was it? Did you say, did
Did either of you have a chance to address players before the news broke?
No, we had an exit team meeting like we do every season the day after, so that was Sunday. Terry's decision came on Monday, or that's when we were informed of his decision. So the players had already left.
So they first found out possibly
through the media. Yeah.
Rick, can you walk us through the decision to claim Darius Slay, the fallout from that? Obviously, it was a roster move that impacted your depth, and it was talked about quite a bit ever since.
Yeah, I mean, we're always, Sean and I always talked about areas of concern where we're deeper as the season goes along. You obviously face injuries, and at that point in the season, Dorian Strong was out. Maxwell had come back, but we're still kind of working him in there. And you're going, all right, if Trey or CB or one of those guys goes down, the next guy is Jamarcus. We think Darius Slay, with his history, his pedigree, would be a good guy. We're trending towards the playoffs here. And so we talked about it. And Sean and his coaches watched him. We talked about, the pros and cons to doing it. And we ultimately decided to do it. And I always remind the coaches, you have, hey, hopefully we can get Jamarcus back on practice squad, which we had hoped that we could. But anytime you release a player, you have to assume one of 31 can claim him. Now, when we claimed Darius Slay, we had no idea that he had the intent to only play for one team. And when the way the rules work, listen, I would have loved when I found that out to push him back and say, all right, we're unaware of that. Give us Jamarcus back so that we don't lose both. But that's not the way the rules work. And so Houston put a claim in, and we decided, once we learned about what Darius' situation was, to bring in Darnell Savage, who was released a couple days later. And we ended up needing safety depth. So, Jamarcus, we love him and didn't want him to go, but he had also been inactive for a number of games. You're just trying to constantly, incrementally look for pieces on your roster. A very weird thing that happened, but that was not done rogue, let's just say.
Terry, going all the way back to Terry's comment about Keon Coleman, it sounded like maybe that was a pick that you were talked into, if you will. Going forward, there's going to be a new relationship with the head coach. Is there going to be a little more autonomy when it comes to drafting on your part?
Josh, I believe in collaboration. I do. And I want to find in our personnel staff, it's not just me, we want to understand. So when we get a new head coach in here, and we'll talk about schemes and is anything changing on offense, defense, how that'll work, and we'll then look at the roster together and see, did some of these players work better in this scheme or that scheme? But to answer your question, I think the best, healthiest way to find players is that we're as close to lockstep as you can. Not me only signing or taking players that the coaches think work or only what the personnel guys think. It's consensus building. And I've been around that a number of years and have seen it successful. But a decision has to be made. And at the end of the day, I still own the decision, right or wrong, of Keon Coleman. Keon has been here 2 years. He's a young guy. I still believe in him, okay? There are other decisions that have been made that maybe coaches weren't as high on. You're never always going to be, we always see the player as coaches or personnel. Even personnel guys, sometimes I'm arguing with a scout or vice versa, and they convince me that they have it in the right order, and I don't. And I think if you asked our college scouts or our pro scouts, we get into, as Terry said, we get into some healthy, heated debates. He sits in a good number of our draft meetings, in some in February, but all of them in April. And that's how you make the best decisions. But we're not going to bat 1,000. We know that. And each one that we miss, believe me, I beat myself up on and look back and trace. It's how did we come to the consensus of this player? What was the risk? Did we think this would happen, whether it was something on the field or off the field? But the short answer, Josh, is we're going to collaborate. We're going to work together and try to find the best players that work for how this new coach wants to do things.
Will that new coach report to you directly, and how will that operate?
It'll be very similar. At the end of the day, we're going to work together. It's a marriage, the same as Sean and I. And like I said, you have to make a decision at some point. If, and sometimes it'll go and I'll lean to their way, and sometimes I'll be like, my gut tells me I want to stick with how I see it. But we'll work together. It's nothing's really going to change from that standpoint.
Terry, you mentioned that you felt that the injuries and how far down the depth chart was an indictment on the roster, getting guys into there. But why wasn't the sustained success also an indictment on Sean's coaching to be able to continue to win football games as they're going farther down the depth chart with players?
Can you just repeat the tail end of that again?
You said it was a reflection of the roster that they had to play so many guys deep down the depth chart because of injuries, but they kept winning football games. So why was that also not a positive reflection on Sean McDermott's coaching?
Again, I go back to 5-2-3, 2-2-2-6. Great roster, good coaching, no Super Bowl appearance. And I can't emphasize, if I can put you all in that room at that moment after the game, it's like, how do we overcome this? It's been one year after another. And that, it was the sense of, how do we overcome this? And I just couldn't see us doing that with Sean. That's why I relieved him. It's not an easy decision, trust me, with that success. But what is success? Is success being in the playoffs 7 years in a row with no Super Bowl appearance?
Terry, with Brandon and Sean's success and failures both so intertwined together, how were you able to distill that Brandon deserves this promotion while Sean is fired?
That was my decision. I could be wrong.
How much?
But it was success with the players. I think we've, I don't know if anybody knows it in this room, but Josh Allen wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this guy pushing and pushing, and pulling a Houdini in that draft to get to the position where we could pick him. So, that was my decision.
Mr. P, how much does the responsibility for coaching versus roster construction, clash when they don't reach that expectation?
Say that again?
How much responsibility goes into coaching versus roster construction when making that decision? When expectations fall short, how much does it go there? How much responsibility goes into coaching versus roster construction?
That's a hard question to answer. I don't know the answer to that. I really, no, go ahead.
You've received $850 million in taxpayer money for the new stadium. You have a new stadium that is sold out in PSLs. Going back to John's question earlier, you have not been accessible to the media and by way of that to the fans in several years. Do you plan on being more accessible in that regard for both of your franchises moving forward?
I think that's a possibility in the future. I can't even go watch my daughter play tennis. She's got to number 3 in the world, and I've been to like 2 of her matches in the last 4 years. We have issues in the family, but I can see me being more available in the future. Yeah.
Brandon, to clarify, will the new head coach be reporting to you?
Yes.
And then with your new role, would you look at hiring someone to have the GM role and you take on more of the football ops role from a bigger perspective, or are you planning on keeping both roles?
No, I'll be the GM. It's a very similar, you're going to see, we're going to operate very similar that we've been doing.
Brandon, how do you move forward? How do you move forward with Keon Coleman at this point? You know, already the headlines and the shows are he wasn't your pick. That's what's being said now.
No, he was my pick. I made the pick. Terry's point was that we might have had it in a different order of personnel versus coaching, and I went that way. But ultimately, I'm not turning a pick for a player that I don't think we can succeed with. So don't misunderstand that. Keon Coleman is a young player that has been here 2 years, has 2 years left on his deal. It's up to us to continue to work with him and develop him. It's not his issues have not been on the field. They've just been maturity things that he owns. I give him credit. He owns. He doesn't make excuses, which I appreciate. And you know, the crazy thing is, at this time last year, we kind of went through where he was trending up. He had the injury. We were a little disappointed in how he came back. He busted his tail, had a great offseason. You guys were at training camp. He had an excellent camp, no matter who he went against, made a bunch of plays. The Ravens game, obviously, ends up with 100 and whatever yards. And you're right, man, this kid's going to take off. But some of the maturity stuff got in the way, and you can naturally lose confidence in teammates or coaches, and that's understandable. It's up to us, and he and I had this conversation, and I'm sure he did with his coaches as well on the way out of, all right, you got to hit the reset again and attack this offseason the way you did, attack training camp the way you did, and don't let these maturity issues get in the way of your playing time and your production on this team. And so that's where we're at with Keon Coleman. But we still believe in Keon Coleman here, and it's up to us to develop his talent so that he can help us win games.
Let me talk about this issue. There's not one player on our team that somebody else could have been drafted in their place because of others' opinions. So we listen to the coaches, the GM has an opinion, some of our scouts, I have my opinions, but I don't think you can look at one player, even Josh, where somebody thought we could have drafted so-and-so here. So what I was trying to show with Keon was we collaborate. There's different names available at every draft pick that we could have selected.
Brandon, I know you mentioned the character stuff when you were talking to Joe specifically, but there is a section of the fan base that will say,
the wrong guy was fired, and that would be an indictment more on the roster than on the coaching. What would you say about the roster and the people that think this roster is not good enough, and that's why this team has fallen short?
Matt, like, I believe in our players, okay? Is there things that I can do better? Yes. We're always looking to improve our roster. Back to the Darius Slay thing. It's a 12-month process, okay? I'm always going to defend our players, okay? I'm not going to sit up here. It's up to Terry to decide who's the head coach, who's the GM of the Buffalo Sabres, the Buffalo Bills. You'd have to ask him on the decision he made. That's not me. I think the point that he was making was we've made the playoffs 7 straight years. We've won at least one playoff game in 6 straight years, a couple AFC championships. We're not like one of those teams where you get to the playoffs. Like when 2017 we made the playoffs, where our talent was then and what we were doing, we were excited to make the playoffs, hoping to win a game. I would say that's not been the case. 2020 we got hot that year and we're rolling. We kind of were just playing through. But I would say starting in 21, we really all right, we can achieve a championship if we do the right things. Things fall in place. We've put ourselves in position each year. A lot of division titles. We didn't win it this year, but we were right there with the #1 team again this year. We can sit here and defend it all day and go back and forth for hours, this or that. At the end of the day, I believe in our group, and it's up to us this offseason to make the right changes, the right tweaks after we get this head coach and see if we can get this thing over the top. Any issues we have, put it on my shoulders. I own it all.
Where's Josh's health right now? After everything, is there anything notable that Josh has to have done? Where's his health right now?
He could have to have something done to his foot potentially here soon, but it would not impact like OTA stuff. He would if he does.
What do you think this team could have done better this year to get to a Super Bowl?
I mean, we were right there. We didn't win the game. We were right there.
With all the free agents that you have, the age on the roster too, the guys that you brought back, that did a nice job for you, but let's face it, their age. Would you consider this, given where New England has gone now too, is this in any way a rebuild? Not a rebuild that you tear it down, but a sizable rebuild, where this roster is going to turn over maybe more than it has been in the last couple of years?
Good question. I think some of that is obviously some of it's going to be dictated by salary cap and guys are free agents, so they'll have opportunities to see what their value is and what we can afford within the cap. We'll still have to get under the cap before time. So we'll have to get those moves made, but part of the roster will be when we get this coach, like does any style change? Like just for example, do we hire a defensive guy that wants to run a 3-4? Well, that could change some personnel things. Do we want to do something different on offense? So all of those decisions will weigh in on, we've run more of a gap scheme type run system. Does someone want more of a zone scheme, more of an athletic, lighter lineman? I'm not saying we're leaning in it, but those are conversations that we'll have with these candidates, and once one's selected, that'll be the next thing is diving in with him and his staff and assessing the current players and the current free agents and deciding who fits best.
Brandon, to those points that you just made, I think there was maybe a lingering what if during Sean's tenure as to okay, what if you paired an offensive-minded head coach with Josh rather than risk losing them like you did with Abel back in 22. So is that a major consideration in this coaching search because this coach would effectively be the guy that takes Josh Allen through the duration of his prime here? Would that be maybe a lean for what you're trying to look for in that coach?
We'll definitely give those guys every chance, but we got to be careful not to just this is a bigger job than just a play caller and a schemer. I think we've seen where guys have been excellent play callers, but they got to the head coach seat and they couldn't handle the adversity, the conflict management, all the things that it's a CEO job. It really is. A lot of your time as a head coach or GM get taken away from me scouting, watching players, or a coach in there scheming X's and O's. So we got to make sure we get the leadership, the CEO part. So not far enough down the road. I mean, we haven't even started to know that, but I get your question.
Terry, you mentioned that you made this decision based on what happened in Denver and your feelings from being in the locker room. Had you won that game, would Sean be the coach in 2026, or would you have made this decision if you lost in the AFC Championship or lost in the Super Bowl?
I don't want to speculate on that. It is what it is. I don't want to speculate.
I'm sorry. There were a number of players who expressed some displeasure at Sean McDermott being fired. Well, how surprised were you by that reaction?
Everybody has their opinion. We can all speak our mind. I don't look at this stuff, so I don't even know who those players are. Trust me, I don't look at of what everybody's saying out there.
Brandon,
I made the decision, and it is my decision.
Brandon,
to clarify that timeline, you said you made the decision after the Denver game. That's very clear.
Mhm.
But with the news coming out Monday morning, the 36 hours in between, how much were you going back and forth on this decision, or what was that timeline like for you?
I didn't go back on it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It ends there.
All right.
It ends there. Brandon Beane's got like 30 more minutes to do. No?
I mean, they didn't even get to questions about individual players like they normally do.
I need 30 more minutes from the GM. The GM has to do another one.
Yeah, like
this has been
anything contract-wise or roster-wise.
The GM has to do another one. I can't believe it's over. I can't believe it ended there. Hey, it's Jeremy and Joe. This has been the Terry Pegula, Brandon Beane press conference addressing the media on the decision to fire Sean McDermott. If you joined late, Terry Pegula opened up by saying it was his decision. It came from the result of the Denver game. He decided in the locker room. That's it. In the locker room, he made that decision, and that's it. That basically, it's just he felt they hit a playoff wall. So it's a gut feeling. The owner said, now's the time, and he made the move. And Beane said he bears guilt, blame, responsibility. He did say there's things I could have done better. The press conference, the reason I say they need to do another one is there's so much more substantive stuff that there is to get to, and I guess that will be saved maybe for when the new coach is introduced, because we spent so much of the press conference listening to conversations about the draft process of Keon Coleman.
It took it over a little bit.
It was unexpected. Unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, there was no, even on all the Beane comments about how, like, I could have done something better and I bear, regret on whatever. Like, there was never anything on what? Like, what is it? What is the thing that could have been done better? They did get a question once about what could have been done better to win the Super Bowl, and the answer was we were right there. And that was it. Nothing about how Allen got beat up all season long. Nothing really specific about what they'll do or how they see wide receiver moving forward. Nothing about free agents on the offensive line. Like, I'm with you. Like, I feel like less than half of what I was expecting them to get to were not even touched upon. So, but again, maybe that is planned for when there's a new head coach about how they see some of those things. But roster-wise, nothing specific other than Coleman.
Other than Coleman.
Which makes sense after the way Coleman commentary started. There was going to be follow-ups on that. That the coaching staff wanted Keon is where we began.
Yes.
With
so the receipt on that, of course, is that we have video at the combine of Beane being glad Coleman ran a slow 40.
Yep.
I'm glad Coleman ran that. It'll help to get him. So, like, a player on the team, the owner of the team has said, it's not the GM's fault. He's on the team.
Mm-hmm.
And he's still on the team. Poor Keon Coleman.
I mean, the end of game, even like Denver, there wasn't a lot. Like the one thing I was ready for the most, that I was most like looking to learn from this press conference, was how does Brandon Beane see the end of that Denver game? And maybe Terry answered that by talking about just like the big picture, but he also said at the same time they fired Sean McDermott because of, the Denver game.
Yeah.
But like, how did you see that game? Did you feel like the defense let you down? Did you feel like the offense let you down? Like there was that didn't get they didn't get to it.
We got so little.
Wow.
So
I mean,
little.
it was fireworks.
It was interesting.
It was definitely interesting.
It was definitely interesting, and
man,
they should do one with just Beane next. Like we're not done. There's a lot to get to. He was asked directly by Matt Marino about the wide receiver debate, conversation, rant.
Yep.
And he kind of just claimed he was passionate and defending the defensive players he selected, which is an interpretation one could try to have.
I didn't hear anything that tells me one way or the other if he will take the same approach next year, this offseason on that position.
Beane also echoed something he has said countless times before that flat out does not hold up if you pay attention to the league, that you have to make sacrifices when you're paying Josh Allen. The number of teams paying quarterbacks big money is not small. You don't have to make sacrifices. That is standard operating procedure. The idea that Allen's contract is a burden that forces sacrifices rather than the ultimate gift to allow you to do more is incredible to me. I don't want to say like it's a disqualifying statement. It's just the ultimate spin on something that is untrue. Josh Allen's contract is better to have than Tua's contract. The Broncos just made the playoffs 2 years ago in a year when they had a $65 million dead cap hit on Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that Josh's contract is something that you have to make sacrifices, that is wrong. Wrong. It is a gift to have that. Wow. All right. Hey, it wasn't all bad. It was definitely, if you want to call, 803-0550. Sal Capaccio is going to dial up in a minute when we get a chance to talk to him, see what his thoughts are on this. So if you have a thought, we are glad to take it. I don't know I guess I'll just say this, Joe. I don't know what I was expecting, but I can say that what we got is not what I expected.
Yeah. The other thing we didn't get, or maybe you will think we did get it with a bit of a non-answer, is Allen being on board or not being on board with firing Sean McDermott.
Right. He was not told. He was not consulted.
Until after.
And Pegula said he would not share his thoughts on it.
Which, again,
and Allen hasn't spoken on it.
To me, like, where my mind goes the moment that answer is given is maybe your quarterback wasn't on board with this.
Of course, there's also...
Because if he was, it would be very easy to just say he was.
All right. Brandon Beane was asked about the idea of a power play. Pegula said if you're making a power play, you're going to be out. Beane appeared to get a little emotional, personal about the idea that anyone questioning his integrity.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he stood up for the coach when the piece was written about McDermott. And I think that is suspect. But here we are.
All right. It was something.
It was something.
Man.
It's WGR Buffalo. How else do I say it? What's a legal ID? I haven't done a legal ID in 20 years. WGR Buffalo, an Odyssey station.
We could just play it.
Sure. We'll play it. We'll get a break in. I guess we'll just keep going. People are going to want to talk about this. Our first. No. It's wild. I can't.
Speechless.
I can't believe. There's a lot of things to not believe. I really cannot believe the GM is still leaning on Josh means we have to sacrifice. I can't believe it. It's nuts. It's so wrong. It is so wrong to say that. Okay? Get your calls in 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. A snap decision. That is the other headline.
Mm-hmm.
They lost in Denver. Terry Pegula walked in the locker room, looked at the players, looked at Josh crying, and said, I got to fire my coach. And he did. And that you might think that that's a good way to do it, a bad way to do it. I don't really care how they arrived at it. To me, that doesn't matter much. A gutalytics moment versus talking about it for weeks and weeks and weeks. That doesn't really matter to me. Might matter to you. So give us a ring, 803-0550. We'll get your calls. We're wide open for you. We'll check in with Sal as well here on WGR. Jeremy and Joe, extended coverage, post-game of the Brandon Beane, Terry Pegula press conference from One Bills Drive. We'll get Sal Capaccio in a moment here. He's on the Wester Hotline to give us his thoughts on it. Sal, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That was interesting.
Interesting, yes. That was something. My first takeaway was that ended very abruptly and too soon, and there are 50 questions that still should be asked. I mean, I don't know, Sal. That thing ended quick.
Yeah, well, it was almost an hour, I think. They started early. They started at 5 to 10. And
that's right.
I think typically these things go about an hour. So, I mean, it seemed like that because there was still so much meat on the bone and because it was great, right? You know what I mean? Like, great cinema, I guess, and people dialed in and thinking about it. And I'm watching reaction from national media and local fans and people like that. So, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily call it quick in the sense of what we normally get. You got almost an hour, I think.
I guess the issue was, I mean, I guess I'm expecting a typical Brandon Beane press conference, and since there were two people up there, it was more difficult to have like a linear conversation.
Yeah, it might have felt more empty because all the things you'd get to usually about roster construction and free agents and things that like the hour that Brandon would normally spend is there was obviously a lot of time on McDermott, which is understandable.
Yeah, and that'll come, guys. We'll get more when that from Brandon Beane specifically down the road because obviously there's going to be combine, Senior Bowl, owners meetings,
and
draft. So we're going to get that.
A new coach press conference.
Yeah, of course, right. A new coach. Right. So I think today, obviously, the stuff the actual stuff on the roster, digging on the roster, probably can wait. I think today was more of a day for the big picture. What happened with Sean McDermott? Why that happened, the structure of the organization, Brandon Beane's role, his thoughts on that, where his own culpabilities lie in the Bills, not getting to a Super Bowl, all those things today.
Sal joining us. Sal, tough day for Keon Coleman?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, like, it's interesting when you have to remember here now, the way this went down on this question was essentially like a question was given to Brandon about wide receiver.
Yep.
And then Terry Pegula interrupted and said, let me interrupt. And he unprompted said Keon wasn't his pick. He was being a team player. Like that was really surprising, right? And that opened up a lot of, wow, what's going on here? And then you get more off that. And then all of a sudden, so Keon caught a stray, but he really caught it. And then it really, and it became way more after that, of course, right? But really interesting. And, I will tell you guys, I think one of the main themes of today, it seemed like they wanted to make sure they hammered home is, yes, Brandon Beane is the GM. And on a piece of paper, who could have, like, he's responsible for the roster or the controlling the 53. Like, that's all fine. And I'm not going to say this is wrong because I've been around them long enough to know this. I've talked to Brandon Beane long enough and Sean McDermott long enough to know that they do collaborate. And I think one of the things they wanted to make sure everybody knew today was, look, yes, Brandon Beane, quote unquote, constructs the roster, but he absolutely takes input from the coaches. And even if he doesn't agree, if he feels this is what they want strongly, he's going to do. And I thought it was interesting that was something really hammered home today.
So they also very much wanted to get across that they felt, and I think the seeding over the years was
5-2-3-2-2-2-6
was used as the evidence that the roster is great or amazing, however they would want to qualify it. I guess we never really got into why they thought that, other than just the results, right?
Yeah, when Terry first brought that number out and then he brought it out later again, I thought, I like many people, you're thinking of the song Jenny, right, with the phone number. Like, wait, what's he rattling off here? It was he had it on the ready. He knew it. Like, it's something he wanted to say. Like, here's the seating. This is where we've been. There was no number one in there, right? There was no number one in there.
Yep.
But there were 2s and a 6 and a 5 and all of that. And what he said later was, great roster, good coaching. I thought that was interesting that he phrased it that way, right? There was something later on with those exact words in there. I think at the end of the day, I think it's safe to say, to assume here, Terry Pegula believes the Bills have a good enough roster to win the Super Bowl, and they've fallen short of doing that.
Yeah.
And that was a reason why he fired Sean McDermott, whether we can say very quick snap decision, and he said that played into it, the Denver locker room, but it's clear that he believes that there's enough talent on this team and the roster is good enough that they should have gone to a Super Bowl by now.
Yeah.
And the story, Sal, about just the locker room after, and man, like how could it be true? I mean, he said it. The players' reaction and Josh's reaction after the game would have really contributed to this decision.
Yeah, and I think I went on with you guys and said it was the most emotional, devastating locker room I've ever been in a professional sports scene. It truly was. I've been, here in locker rooms after losses, but not like that. That was totally different than anything I've ever been a part of and witnessed. And Terry Pegula, obviously, he's the owner of the team. And if I'm saying that and he's seeing that and he's closer to these guys, and he said he walked up to Josh Allen, said no catch. Or I'm sorry, said it was a catch. He said it was a catch. And he said Josh didn't even acknowledge him because he was sobbing so much. And he said he made his decision based on, I don't know, what do you want to say, the vibe of the locker room? But look, again, I want to make sure, like, it's not just, oh, look at these guys crying, I'm firing my coach. What he later went on to say was he looked at that locker room and he said, what do we need? This is happening year after year. I have to make a change. That's what he basically said.
Yeah. He said it was to hit the playoff wall, which
hit the playoff wall. Thank you. Proverbial playoff wall. Thank
which
you.
Is fine.
He even mentioned the games.
Yeah.
He said 13 seconds. He said missed field goal. He said the catch.
Yeah, that's right. Like, and I said to Joe, like, I don't really care why. The why to me, it might matter to some people. It doesn't really matter to me. He could have said a careful process of evaluating DVOA in the postseason versus I just felt like it. Like those are both the same to me as they move in the right direction.
Yeah, and I think that's important, Jeremy, because a lot of today, I think what's going to happen from a lot of people from the outside and fans, they're going to hear that about the locker room and think, he just walked in, he saw a bunch of guys crying and said, well, I better fire my coach. Yes, it kind of happened in that time frame like that, but in his words, he took into consideration hitting the proverbial playoff wall that he had been down this road before and it hadn't worked.
Yeah. All right.
I thought like some of the questions too, like the one in Sal I like the most. I don't know if Pegula really answered it directly, but great. Like the whole kind of lead up was playoff wall and fired because of the Denver game and talking about the locker room after. But also at the same time, he said repeatedly that he thought it was a catch. And I don't know who asked the question, but about how, well, if you thought it was a catch, then why am I firing the head coach?
Yeah, it was interesting, right? Yeah, I don't know, and I don't remember the exact answer he gave, but he basically said, it was my decision to do it. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, if you think about that, well, okay, if you thought it was a catch and you're saying that, like, they should have won the game, then why are you blaming the coach for not winning the game? And I think just from the collective responses of Terry Pegula today, I think that we can assume his answer was, but we didn't win the game, and we've been down this road before. So it didn't matter why we didn't win the game, but we didn't win the game, and this is the collective where we are now hitting the wall.
Covering this press conference, as we start to like form our opinions, it all sounds like one of those people, Terry here, and there are plenty of football fans like this, where the coach is always to blame, even to the point where he talked about all the injuries and practice squatters being called up. Most football fans might point to the coach doing the job there. Why did you have to have practice squatters come up and save your team? Because your roster wasn't very good, and your coach held that together. And yet he looked at the practice squad as a testament to the GM, which to me is odd, but that's where he lands.
Well, he's been with this GM and this coach, obviously, for the same amount of time. And he mentioned Josh Allen wouldn't be here without this guy, meaning Brandon Beane, and maneuvering and doing a Houdini act to get him in the draft. I think Terry values that highly, that Brandon has done some things here to bring players like Josh Allen. He mentioned, one of the first things he talked about, guys, was the front office talent that Brandon Beane has brought into the building. And I absolutely come away from this thinking he doesn't want to lose that. He doesn't want to lose having these people in charge of his organization that he really trusts and believes are good at their job. And we can debate whether they are or not.
Sure.
I mean, he mentioned Brian Gaine, and he mentioned Joe Shane, and he mentioned Dan Morgan. Like, that's something that Terry really respects.
Sure. The whole, whatever, it might be the most cynical view of it. The whole thing looks like everything is just propped up by Josh Allen. The pick of Allen props up the GM. And the rest of his record might not be that great, might not be that bad. The record, the seeds, why are they 5-2, 3-2, 2-2, 6? That's because of Josh Allen, consistently. Why do those GMs get jobs? The same reason that all the hot offensive coordinators are around other good quarterbacks. Like, the league is consistently propped up by the best quarterbacks, and everyone gets jobs off of those quarterbacks. And here the owner seems like his entire organization is in good shape, roster-wise, coaching-wise, GM-wise. People leave and get fired. I mean, guys, Joe Shane didn't get fired. But, like, why'd he get a job? Because he was standing next to the guy that picked Josh Allen. That's how you get a job. How's Grant Udinsky going to get a job? How's the McVay tree work? You stand next to good people, you get jobs, and then you see how you work out on your own. So, I don't know. The idea that they have all this talent in the building, maybe they do, but the whole thing is propped up by Allen. Really. Like, this is a Josh Allen. This is Josh Allen on somebody on Josh Allen's shoulders in a suit was what I'm trying to say, or something like that. This is a Josh Allen show.
And I don't think they shied away from that in this regard. It was clearly stated today that Josh Allen's part of the process here.
He better be. They got to be nice to him now. Well, they didn't consult him.
Yeah,
they didn't involve him.
I was going to say,
and they wouldn't share his feelings on it. So they better do some work to make him feel okay about going forward, because you don't want that to get ugly.
Yeah, I mean, so did it seem to you guys like good? Terry didn't want to talk about what Josh felt about Sean, right? But he made it clear that Josh is going to be a part of the process. So I think what you're saying, and I think I agree with this, which is, well, maybe Josh wasn't completely on board, so you better make sure that he's on board with the next decision.
That's how I took it, Sal, and I still have my own internal battle of whether this would be true or not. But whether a non-answer there is the equivalent of he wasn't on board, because my thought is, wouldn't it be easy if he was on board with firing Sean McDermott and the decision that you would just then say that? But again, now I'm going back and forth, because would it be that easy? Like, how do you see that? Like, if he was on board with it, would Terry have just said it?
I don't think so. I don't think there's anything that good can come from that. All that would do is create a, oh my God, Josh Allen wanted Sean McDermott fired headline. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I don't think that would benefit anybody. So I doubt it. If he did want him, if he was on board with it, I think it's the right thing to not put that out there, to be quite honest, from an organizational standpoint, right?
Yep.
In fact, I think the opposite is true. I think that it would be more beneficial to say, Josh was devastated and, he wanted to keep Sean, but this is my decision. I think that would have been more beneficial. That being said, so number one about Josh, he's going to be a part of the team that's going to help lead or be a part of the team that's going to decide the next head coach in whatever capacity. And number two, late in the press conference, I was thankful I got in the question of, does Josh need anything done surgery-wise? And yes, Brandon Beane said he's going to, basically saying he's going to have a procedure on his foot in some capacity, but he will be ready for OTAs. But I found that interesting that obviously we all knew he'd been dealing with a foot injury, but it appears Josh Allen is going to have some sort of procedure done on that foot.
Yeah. They also learned they did not tell the players. Many players learned through the media.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's abnormal, to be honest with you. The season's over. They're having their exit interviews. They're deciding what they want to do. I was down here on Sunday for locker cleanout, guys, and I'm telling you, it's just guys in and out, right? They're having player meetings. They're having exit physicals, exit interviews. There's not necessarily this one big meeting they bring everybody in and say, hey, we're firing the coach, right? I don't know. I never really have an issue with that, so to speak. We're just living in a type of time now where news travels fast, it goes through the media, and suddenly someone's like, wait, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Because these decisions are made and players just aren't around, and it's not like you're making phone calls to tell all of them.
All right. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
Sal Capaccio down at One Bills Drive.
There was a little bit of news, by the way, like right as the press conference was getting started. Nothing crazy, but Diana Rossini did report that the Eagles are conducting their OC search with the understanding that Brian Daboll wants the Bills head coaching job. And if he doesn't land it, Daboll was expected to go to Tennessee to be their offensive coordinator.
Okay.
Which sounds like he would be picking Tennessee over Philly, but and again, this should not come to no surprise, but Daboll wants the Bills head coach job.
Let's go with some phone calls here. Matt in Buffalo. Matt, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Matt.
Hey, Matt.
I just had a question, a couple things here I wanted to get off my chest and see what you guys think. They talked about talent. What is Beane's strongest talent acquisition? Is it free agency? Is it the draft? Is it the trade deadline? They didn't really get into what Beane's strong suit is in the talent acquisition pool. Another thing I had for you guys, they talked about Terry doesn't like power plays. Did Kevin Adams not run a power play for the Sabres for the past 5, 6, 7 years? I believe he did. I think a lot of people around Buffalo believe he did. Terry's a sucker for the power play. And the third thing that I had is Beane always talks about they can score 30 points. That's Josh Allen. He got hammered this year. They talk about a strong offensive line. We need wide receivers, and he just doesn't seem to believe in that. Them thinking they got a lot of talent is very scary for me. What do you guys think about those three things? I'll hang up and listen.
No, I mean, I'm with you. I mean, I think one of the biggest things I'll be waiting to hear Brandon Beane's response to is even if you're scoring points, how do you look at that then with Allen getting hit all the time? And you might need a surgery maybe on a foot after the season and whatnot. Like, your quarterback got hit repeatedly over the year. And right, like, there was no really specifics on their feelings of why they think the roster is so good. Like, what measurement are you using other than the answer that was given, which is practice squad players coming in and maybe doing a decent job?
He said his counterparts going around, they talk about how good your team is.
And that too, right. Like, but I don't know. Look at the drafts. Look at the free agency, as you mentioned. Look at how many Pro Bowlers they've had. Look at how many All-Pro guys they've had. I don't know what measurement tool you would use to look at their roster and defend the way that they were treating it today.
Good question from Mark on Twitter that did not get asked. And I'm not blaming anybody. It was probably tough to get a question in, and it was tough to even keep it linear on one guy back and forth. But Mark asks, no one got a chance to ask Beane, when you were told Terry was going to fire Sean, what was your response? Did you support the decision?
Mm-hmm.
Did you push back on the decision? We learned that you've told him, you've MF'd him a few times, right? We heard that. Like, they swore, was that the phrase?
Yep.
We've sworn at each other. We disagree on stuff. When he wanted to fire Sean, what did you say? Did you consult Beane? We don't know. I'm not on the media here for not asking these questions. It was all over the place. And that's why I was so stunned it ended so quickly. We had so much more to try to get answers to. So, Mark, that's a good question. We do not have the answer. Jeffrey in Tonawanda. Hey, Jeffrey.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So you kind of tackled my question a couple minutes ago with Sal, and he put it into perspective. So what I didn't understand really was Pegula saying that Josh had zero input or know-how on this decision, and it really does not add up to me, being your franchise player. And then all the players online who are just clearly upset, it just does not feel that McDermott was the issue. It definitely screams roster building, in my opinion. But I appreciate you taking my call. I'll hang up and listen. I just want to hear any thoughts you have on that.
Thanks, Jeffrey. It can all be both. Like, it can be they've got some roster holes and maybe they're not getting enough out of the defense, or their defense has not evolved in the modern NFL the way that their offense has evolved. I know a lot of the film guys, a lot of the smart football people that I follow point out that the Bills play, a style of defense, kind of light on the defensive line, and they get pushed around in the run game kind of by design. They want to stop the run, but they don't want to build a certain kind of run-stopping defense, and they kind of live with that. So maybe a new coach will have something different. Maybe it's a Jim Schwartz wide nine, or who knows what it is. So I don't know. It can be either one of those things. The other part of today, and I saw just Bill Barnwell of ESPN just tweeting this out, sometimes you'll have a presser where you regret saying something. The Bills have had like 4 days to plan this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they come off looking unprepared again. Really, they look kind of unprepared today. So 803-0550. There is one other thing I did like. 100% open search.
Yes,
like, that's good.
Didn't have a candidate in mind.
No, 100% open search. Like, again, everything can be lip service, but that's something I do want to hear. Anyway, 803-0550. We had pizza. We had that Crosby's basil chicken pesto pizza delivered. Thank you to Crosby's.
Mm-hmm.
Do some
pizza
stuff.
Party at 10 o'clock in the
I had
morning.
some pizza at 10 a.m. I'm happy about it.
Yeah.
All right. What else? More calls here? Yeah, Jarrett. And Cheektowaga. Hey, Jarrett, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, so I had a couple quick things. I think that Terry definitely had a line in the sand when it came to McDermott. If you've ever lost the championship, playing sports or any big game for that matter, and he walked in and felt the energy that was in that room, I think it was Super Bowl or bust. And going back to the talk this past couple days, Beane is sitting right next to him all the time.
All the time. They watch games together. Yep.
Yeah, I think McDermott was going to be the guy to go, not Beane first, no matter what anyone kind of thinks. And then, as far as the roster construction, my personal opinion, I know Beane says it's a collaborative effort. I definitely think McDermott's name is all over this roster way more than Beane. Not that I really know too much.
That's what they want you to think. Like now's the time to scapegoat and say they had a good enough roster and the coach didn't do the job. Like now's the time to do that. So
yeah, true. And then just one last quick thing. I really have never in my life heard an owner throw a former coach under the bus like that, especially one who completely changed the culture and standard of the team and left it in a much better place than he found it. With that being said, I mean, I support what he did. So thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jarrett. Yeah, I mean, you would think a coach has input on the roster. Like you'd want the coach. These are the kind of players I like. I want this. I want this. That's how it's supposed to work. And if the roster, does the roster underperform or overperform? That's
where the practice squad comment just is so weird.
It's kind of backwards.
Like, the GM would get the victory lap for Jordan Poyer coming back at 33 years old, only saying, I only want to play for the Bills or I'm retiring.
Right, and why does he only want to play for the Bills?
McDermott.
Right. Why does Jordan Phillips?
The safety position was stabilized this year because Sean McDermott was the head coach.
Yeah.
And there are other examples of like that around the roster. Jordan Phillips had to play how many games in the middle of the year when they were missing all their defensive tackles, and why was he here? Because he would only play for the Buffalo Bills or he was going to retire. And then he posted on Instagram after upset about it. So I'm assuming he would also be on that list. And that's just a couple. I mean,
maybe Beane gets that credit too. Beane and Poyer could be close. Beane and Trey White. Like, we shouldn't just limit that just to McDermott. It's the organization that gets that for guys that want to come back. So, but right, like, you take a guy off Miami from last year who's in his last season and he stabilizes your defense. That's not the GM found a diamond in the rough. That's you went back and got an old guy and the coach knows how to use that guy, how to put that guy in the best possible space.
Yeah, I don't like you can decipher that with every player. Like Cole Bishop's another one, right? Like that's one where you would probably want to give both. Because you did pick him. You had a lot of talent, and it didn't go well in year one, but I think McDermott would also get credit for developing him over the course of 18 months and him becoming a guy that, to me, looks like he's going to be a star safety in the NFL.
The Coleman thing is just like
the Coleman one is the...
It's such a window into the draft process. Everything you ever hear about the draft is not quite a lie, but every team claims they got who they wanted. And then when it's over, it's like, well, actually, some people in the building wanted somebody else.
And none of it's provable.
Right. You never see a board. Here we have an actual video of Brandon Beane saying, good, I'm glad Keon Coleman ran a slow 40 so we can get him.
Yeah.
Video. And yet, if Terry Pegula wants to say, actually, he wanted somebody else, I will tell you that is believable because when you come up on the clock, you have like 7 guys you're going to take. And who knows what direction you're going to ultimately go. You pick one of them and say, we can't believe he was there. That's what you do. That's how you do the draft. The draft is winning PR. This is why the question to Brandon Beane that I asked after the draft, do you value receiver on the level of your peers, is a very important question. Because every time they come up on the board, I'm sure they have 7 names. And every time they go away from that position. Almost every time. Mm-hmm. They could have taken 10 receivers in Beane's tenure, and they've taken 1 in the top 100. Total. And that's Keon Coleman, who Terry's now saying he didn't want. All right, whatever. We started today like in a good place. I still kind of am. It's fine. It's all goofy. The whole thing is goofy. I think it was a mistake to put Terry up there with Beane. Like, have Terry go up there, field questions for 7 minutes, get him off, and then have Brandon Beane do his end-of-season presser. Because Beane had to constantly answer and try and say what he's trying to say, what he means is, and that's not what should happen. So I think it was a mistake.
I feel like we got no clues whatsoever on where they're leaning on head coach. Like offensive side versus defensive side.
CEO.
So
CEO. Who are
that was the one comment where I thought, okay, maybe that's something, because they said CEO, and it was the question about the play callers. Like, would you lean towards a play caller, an offensive-minded guy to take Allen through the rest of his prime?
Yeah.
And the answer Beane gave about how some play callers don't always translate to good head coaches, because how do you deal with conflict? How do you deal with right? He called it a CEO position, right? Like on top of the play caller spot. And when I heard that, I thought, ooh, maybe that's not good for Brian Daboll, because he's an example of one of those guys. He's an example of a great play caller that when he went to the Giants, there were reports of, conflict with the defensive coordinator and things on the sidelines and terrible timeouts and game management and fines because he's charging into a medical tent and just
how much do you think the Bills, if Daboll, you said Diana Rossini reports that
he wants the job,
that he wants this job, and the Eagles are operating that Brian Daboll wants this job.
Yes.
And if he doesn't take this job, he might go to Tennessee.
That'll go to Tennessee.
So then the question would be, would he take the Tennessee OC job over the Bills OC job?
If it was OC instead of head coach?
We're going to hire Lou Anarumo. We want you to be the OC. Would he take that? Or would he say, I only want to be the OC in Tennessee?
I think...
Or would that be just like...
The Rossini report reads like... take the Bills job out of it for a second. He's picking the Tennessee OC job over the Philly OC job. And that is a better ready-made offense. You can not like Jalen Hurts all you want.
Sure.
Daboll coached Jalen Hurts, by the way, at Alabama, so he already has a relationship with him. And he's saying, no thanks, I want Cam Ward. And why would you be doing that? Because if you make that work, that's how you become a head coach again. You get way more credit
for
making Cam Ward great in Tennessee than you would ever get for doing it in Philadelphia. I don't know about OC in Buffalo, though, because maybe he just wants to come back and live here.
Maybe he doesn't want to work for Nick Sirianni.
And maybe that's a very strong possibility. I could see that.
803-0550. We'll get some more calls in here. We'll take you to noon, right? We'll hang out. Might as well. You got anywhere to be?
No, I'm good.
I'm fine. All right.
I can stick around.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, post-game presser. Bills owner Terry Pegula speaking yesterday. A follow-up question. Again, I'm not on anybody down there for not asking follow-up questions. There was a lot to take in. It all came fast and furious. Okay, the coaching staff. Which coach?
Mm-hmm.
Would that have been your offensive coordinator that pushed for this player? And if that's the case, why did the GM say the quarterback wanted him?
Right. That happened.
And he's on the team.
He's on the team with 2 years left in his contract.
This isn't a Kaiir Elam debate.
Right.
Where you can talk about him because he's gone.
Yeah.
He's on the team.
He's on the team. But
listen,
will he be much longer? Is he going to be on the team after that?
Thank goodness for Josh Allen. He's going to prop up everything. We thread the needle. Ready? Here you go. You shoot the needle here. The roster is awesome. Okay. Also, the bad players on it, the GM didn't pick. All right. Great. Okay. Who the coach? The coaching staff push for a lot of these players that are the good players? Nah. No. It's
That's
fine.
where when anyone stands up there or sits up there
at the draft,
but like in a setting like this, wherever, like where there is something to be held accountable for, and all you say is it's on me in generalities, and not bring up what you're actually accountable for, that's not real accountability.
Right.
That's saying it to give the impression that you're being accountable when it's like, you know, if you're a parent, like, oh, you're sorry, but what are you sorry for? Right? Like that is what I am waiting for from Beane and the organization about the roster. But again, I think you first need to acknowledge you have a problem. You have to acknowledge that you don't have a great roster before you get to that. And if you're never willing to do that, then again, like he said there were some things I could have done better. What to you is that answer? Is it receiver? What is it? What is the thing that he thinks they could have done better? Because he's just saying it, like, without him giving me an example, I don't know that I believe him.
Right.
Can I also ask?
He was asked, real quick, he was asked about the deadline, too, and then that got interrupted also.
Yeah. Everybody's assuming that the coaches advocated for Keon specifically. Is it possible that he was advocating for get me a receiver in general? Because Terry never... He said they advocated for Keon. That wasn't the next guy on our board, was what he said.
Yeah.
Is it possible the next guy on his board was a linebacker, and Sean said, no, get me a guy that can catch the ball.
Right.
And then it was Keon that Beane eventually selected or whatever.
Beane selected and then said that's who the quarterback that's who the quarterback told me he wanted.
Right. And the coach told me to draft a receiver, so this is what we got.
Maybe.
That just popped into my head.
And this is why the draft, you can just never trust the draft. You just can never trust the draft. The draft doesn't even know what it is. The draft can't figure itself out. How many first-round picks this year? We've got like 11 first-round grades. Great. But we can't trade a first-round pick. Oh, okay. How about lamenting picking 30th? I don't want to pick so late. You know, the job's so tough. You have Josh Allen. You have the built-in human cheat code, and you're acting like your job is tougher because we're just too good to pick good players. I don't know. Like accountability is one thing.
Well, in part also because if we heard what he believes he could do better, that might give us a sign of what direction they're heading in this offseason with certain decisions. Like because if receiver is not one of those, then I'm not going to believe that they're going to change their approach on it at all. And I'll be honest, like for that specific example, I mean, there was nothing when Matt Marino asked him about his conversation with us and how that was perceived. Like there was nothing in that answer that made me think that he's gonna change his approach on it at all. That they'll go sign another $10 million free agent receiver and maybe they'll spend a 4th round pick on it, but not multiple draft picks. Like I think I'd be surprised after hearing that.
It's just amazing. Like I've got a tweet here from Evan. In no world could he have had Ladd McConkey or anyone rated above Keon on draft night. Look at what you can do. You can just go back 2 years in time and be like, oh, actually the GM wanted somebody good. Look, you just get to do that? That's how this works? Actually, I did. It was up to me. It's John Elway with Josh Allen. I wanted to take Josh Allen. The coaching staff said that they wanted Bradley Chubb. So I'm good. I didn't mess up. Okay.
I tweeted a joke about Aaron Mabin. Wasn't that always a thing that no one ever?
They blamed Jaron.
Yeah, they all pinned it on Jaron.
Yep.
Right.
That was a Dick Jaron. That was Dick Jaron pick. That was more of a Dick Jaron pick.
Right. When he would have been fired and the other guys would have still been here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's easy. That's easy to do.
803-0550. They're going to win like 13 games next year. It's going to be fine because of Josh Allen. If Josh Allen ever went down and they missed a season, they would go like 5-12.
Was anyone like me when Pegula started reading off the numbers, and once we realized that it was the seeding, I thought he was setting up a reason why they made the change. Like, as it was a bad thing.
Like, we didn't get a 1 seed.
Yeah, that's where I thought they were headed. Like, the fact that we didn't get a 1 seed is embarrassing or whatever he would say. And then when it became the reason why the roster is good, when Josh Allen is your quarterback, I couldn't believe that. That was the reasoning for why the roster is good? That they've been the 6 seed and the 5 seed?
Parker in Farmington. Hey, Parker, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, good morning, guys. Lot to get through. I'll start with this. I think the Buffalo Bills have turned me into a conspiracy theorist, but we won't go down that rabbit hole. Let's also start with it takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to tear it down. I am deathly afraid that we just watched the 5 minutes of tearing down what took almost a decade to build this culture. And we've been through the really rough drought years. And all of that was said in really what I got out of that press conference was Terry Pegula pulled a power play, even though he says he doesn't accept power play people. But people like him, he's already won the Moneyball. He's already got the stadium. He's got what he needs. I think he made the easy choice for him. And I get the question for you guys. Do you think he ever considered getting rid of Beane? Look, I was a McDermott hater, but I've come around a little bit. I think, there's a process through which you go through. I think it's a big shift to kind of say, hey, we got to get rid of the GM and the head coach and get past that wall, that playoff wall. Totally agree there, but it seems like a rash decision. And the conspiracy I have is that, I kind of feel like I died and I went to hell, and Satan basically said to me, hey, I'll give you 1,000 years of hot pokers in the eyes, or you can be a lifetime Bills fan for one lifetime. Which one you going to take? It's maddening, absolutely maddening. Last point I'm going to make is that I think Beane is still there. And Terry kind of had a glimmer in that press conference that maybe he made the wrong choice and he really actually should have gotten Beane. Beane sounds like he was told that McDermott's getting fired. Media did a great job, no softball questions. Really proud of Buffalo sports media on that one. Really happy to see that. But also this, Beane is only there because Josh was picked. At the time, that was a very controversial pick. No one liked it. No one can say they liked it. Why is Josh who he is? He was developed by McDermott and the team that he put together. That's all I got to say. You guys are great. Thank you.
Thanks, Parker. Quick thing that Pegula also said that I think we'll see. I think it's going to be in print misrepresented. Pegula said, what is success? Is success making the playoffs 7 years in a row with no Super Bowl appearance? And then he got interrupted onto another question. What was he going to say? The whole press conference is how, yes, they have been very successful. So I don't know. Was he going to say, that's not success? Would anyone make the case that is not success? 7 straight years in the playoffs, that's definitely a lot of success. It's hard to win the Super Bowl. I'm not. This is not like I'm after Pegula for saying that. Let's not act like he was some sort of visionary with that's not good enough for me. It's not Kobe Bryant saying this. He was just kind of riffing on the idea of what is success, which is a good, debate. You could read that line for line and you would not be saying anything. And in fact, I think he was about to answer his own question and then they just went somewhere else.
And we're not going to know.
We're never going to know.
We're never going to know. We were about to know and we are never going to know if he thought. I think he was probably going to say, that for us, we are beyond that or something along those lines. We're above that now. But again, I'm guessing. I have no idea what he was about to say. I think just maybe like there were a lot of interruptions at the end of his answers.
Yeah.
So that happened a couple of times. That was the only time though I felt like something of substance got interrupted and we didn't get the rest of it.
Jimmy in Miami. Hey Jimmy, good morning.
Hey guys, my head is spinning. This is like the Twilight Zone listening to this press conference. I mean, we never hear Pegula speak, and this is the first time I think I've ever heard him in I don't know when, but it seems like he's out of touch with what's going on. He says the roster, something like the roster is excellent, and he kept mentioning these seeding numbers. Like I'm wondering what is he talking about? And then we find out, well, yeah, because we've been in the playoffs so many times, and I guess he's putting the blame on McDermott. But it just sounded like a casual fan, just not in touch with what's going on. And admittedly, he said, he's not been available because of Kim's issues. But it seems like he's totally incurious about how to fix things, other than the mood in the locker room. Like, the mood in the locker room was the thing when he walked in. Like, what did he expect? Did he think they were going to be doing cartwheels and playing loud music in the locker room? I mean, did he? I mean, he goes up to Josh and tells him that Cooks made the catch. Was that supposed to make Josh feel better? Really? He's got to know that Josh puts everything on his shoulders. Josh knew he had a really bad game. And just like Joey Bosa smashing his helmet, he knew that he had a bad game. There are other players that knew that they played badly. But, if you don't walk in that locker room and see the way those players are, and that's how you're going to make your decision, then you got to fire everyone. You just can't keep Beane. I mean, it just seems like a crazy way to make a decision to me. So, like an old guy that's casually watching football, and he's totally out of touch with what's going on. Look, if you're in touch with the team, okay, here's what we're going to do. We need an edge rusher. We need a star receiver. We need this. We need that. We need not walking in the locker room and saying, oh, my God, these guys are so sad, and so I got to fire the coach. Is that the first time he's ever been in a locker room after they lost a big game?
No.
I don't know.
Jimmy, this is one of those spots where, like, I'll defend Pegula as a fan. You have plenty of fans that as soon as they lost that game would have said, like, I'm done. I want him fired. I know that it comes at a bad time. Sure, I think that ball was caught, but I've had enough. I need a change. There are plenty of fans that feel that way. And had the game gone a certain way, I might have felt that way. But the game didn't really go the way I needed it to for it to be that. Mm-hmm. I thought the Bills' defense did a good enough job, kept them in the game, and again, their offense let them down. Like Joe has jarring numbers on the last 3 years and what they do late in these games, and how it is actually the offense that consistently lets them down in these games. But what happens is people just box score the actual score of the game and decide the defense was bad. So we can all be split as fans on what we're going to do. So I don't have any problem with how he decided to do it. You can out there, for me, rash decision, that happens all the time. Rash decision draft picks are rash. Maybe in a world where Brandon Beane didn't want Keon Coleman and they're going to take somebody else. And 2 minutes before the call comes, they decide like, let's do it. Like lots of decisions are made in a very rash way. And, how a decision gets made is part of the story. I don't have a problem with them firing him because of a feeling in his gut. A lot of people do things based on gut. Coaches punt the ball away to their opponent down 12 with 5 minutes left because of their gut. So,
Kurt Signetti kicked a field goal of death and won the national championship the other day. Like, it happens. Those numbers, by the way. So, what he references, I've got the Bills 10 drives in the fourth quarter or overtime of their playoff losses since 13 seconds. These are the 4 playoff games since 13 seconds that they lost.
Okay, their fourth quarter and overtime possessions?
Yep, these are how the drives went. Starting at the Denver game, working backwards. Interception, field goal, turnover on downs, touchdown, missed field goal, punt, turnover on downs, interception, turnover on downs. Fourth quarter and overtime in those games where the season has ended, 10 drives, 1 touchdown. And if you Again, they didn't really get into it a lot today. But if you listen to the GM over recent years, you wouldn't think that has happened. You wouldn't think that exists. But it does.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at
memes.
No, well, kind of. Bill's chat podcast tweeting, hopefully Keon Coleman forgot to set his alarm again.
Wow.
Oh, my. It's funny. It's funny.
Man.
We can laugh at it. It's funny. Poor Keon Coleman. But you know what those numbers are not? Patrick Mahomes. That's not Patrick Mahomes. That's not Tom Brady. That's Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
That's your spot. That's where the GM says he would take you every time.
And it's one touchdown.
There's a
on 10
question to
drives.
ask him again next time he talks. I don't know when it'll be. It should be tomorrow. The Bills should just be like, hey, actually, we had a couple more things, and they should just do it again. But they've got a lot of work to do. We probably can't do that because they're going to interview a lot of candidates. Did the coaches also push back to trade with Kansas City?
Oh, that's interesting. Right, did they want Keon after they had made the trade, or did they want Worthy before it?
The draft. Hold on. The
draft.
Remember something else?
Gotta love the draft.
Do you want to remember something else about that? They traded down with Kansas City.
Yeah.
Who did Kansas City take? Xavier Worthy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually care. What did Xavier Worthy say about the draft?
That the Bills wanted him?
The Bills were going to take him.
The
He
Bills
was
told
told,
him they were gonna take him?
we are going to take you.
Yeah.
So then they traded out of that spot, and Worthy went, and they come in the next day, and what happens? Does the coaches say, you owe us a receiver, to Owen's point? You owe us a receiver. You traded a spot, and our guy went there. And what did McDermott have to do? Defend that guy in the AFC Championship game with Damar Hamlin. How good's your roster? Damar Hamlin a testament to how good your roster is? He started at safety because you signed Mike Edwards, who never played.
Mike Edwards.
How good is your roster? In the AFC Championship game with Mike Edwards, not on the field because he never played, I got Damar Hamlin covering the guy that we gave to the team we're chasing. The spin on it all, the spin. They're going to be fine. They're going to win like 13 games next year. We're all going to be there opening day. It's going to be raucous. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fine. It's the airing of grievances. It's also an exciting time. Like I already told you, I'm really excited about this Grant Udinsky guy. I would hire him, maybe. I might want to meet him first. But Davis Webb, will they wait long enough? Who to root against? Should I be rooting for Clint Kubiak to get knocked out so they make sure they get the right candidate and make sure they talk to everybody? All right, we'll get a break in. 803-0550. Sabres Live still coming up, and One Bills Live, and Showman the Bulldog. What a day. What a week.